Chapter 2076. The Black Shroud, its essence, was an essence that she did not want to mention. The Abyssal Death Shroud. Even if she had been converted into order, it still made her feel weird. Even if Little Star did not care about such things, she still felt a little uncomfortable. If she could touch the origin energy, the uncomfortable feeling might lessen, but it was just wishful thinking. Being able to smoothly convert her roots and soul into order was already the best outcome, and being covered with a layer of weak origin energy and weak origin rules might be the limit. Mastering the origin energy and whatnot was just a thought. After she had transformed into order, she actually went to the domain of origins and tried to see if she could inherit the power of origins. However, she did not find anything. As for the power of origins, forget it. Even if she did not have that power, she had her own limits that she could reach and needed to reach. It would not be a problem even if it took a little effort. Yes, she was also forcing herself, just like everyone else. Perhaps it was because of the recent changes in the Void frontline that made everyone a little nervous, even though there was still some time before that event. If the origin energy did not work, the primeval domain could still be considered. She had to think about how to spread her primeval domain only in Little Star's soul. Her main function was still to hold that big idiot back since she was a dedicated support. Although everyone was teasing her, it seemed to be the case. In a battle of that level, he would push himself to the limit at any time, and if she did not pay attention to him, he might not be able to withstand it. With her by his side, at least he would feel a lot better, and he could also fight with all his might without holding back. The primeval domain, order, and the essence of the Abyssal Death Shroud. Just as she was thinking about how to deal with this part, she suddenly heard a voice in her soul, startling her. Ming. Come. Pull me. Time is of the essence, I need. Hurry! Shuang's voice was so weak that she could barely speak 2 sentences, and the little angel hurriedly opened her eyes. On the icy plains, everyone was still immersed in their own affairs, except for the little ice girl who was sitting next to them. The little angel quickly found the direction in her soul and left the place silently. She followed the scent and teleported to the place. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw that 1/3 of the ice lotus was closed. A layer of dark blue light shrouded the top of the lotus, and she could not see what was going on inside. However, she seemed to feel Little Star's scent coming from inside. It was a little strange, as Little Star's scent seemed to have merged with the ice lotus. She looked around and her gaze paused. Shuang was leaning sideways at the bottom of the ice lotus. Her eyes were slightly closed, and she was panting weakly. When the little angel hurried over, she found that half of Shuang's body had turned transparent, and her breath was showing signs of abnormal chaos. It was a little like the chaos that would appear when one's primeval core was torn apart, and there were signs that she could not control herself. The energy that kept leaking from her body seemed to prove this point, and the little angel was shocked. She hurriedly wrapped Shuang with her wings and mobilized her energy to protect the little ice girl who was exposed to the summer sun. She hurriedly asked, "What happened to you? Weren't you fine just now?" Shuang opened her eyes and looked at the little angel in front of her. She had a smile on her face, and her arm was weakly resting on the little angel's shoulder. "Let's not talk about this first. Hurry up and get me out of here. Phew, I don't have the strength to move. There's still time, let's get out of here quickly." The little angel looked at Shuang and then at the ice lotus. Although she was very confused, she did not ask much at this time. She nodded and slipped out of the smooth ice field with Shuang in her arms. Hiss, the little ice sculpture was leaking cold air, and it was freezing. It's okay. Put me down here. If we go back like this, everyone will find out. Shuang whispered to the little angel. Shuang frowned, but did not go against her wishes. Shuang found a flat place to land and said, "So, can you tell me what happened now? What did you and Little Star do? You can't have taken the opportunity to attack Little Star, right?" but it doesn't seem to have become like this. Of course not. Shuang Shuang blushed and shook her head with a bitter smile. She whispered, although I almost, you really. The little angel was shocked. No, no, almost. Shuang Shuang hurriedly pulled the little angel's wings and covered her blushing face. She said in a muffled voice, business is more important. I didn't think too much about it. It's just that halfway. Let's not talk about this. She whispered what happened just now, and the little angel's eyes widened. Her golden eyes were shining as she stared at her. You used half of your origin of soul and origin of structure at once? Is this the origin of structure and origin of soul that little star mentioned? Didn't I tell you not to use it? Why did you? No, let me finish. Shuang Shuang hurriedly shook her head. Because she was a little anxious, the energy in her body flowed faster. Last time, I told Little Star not to use the origin of structure and origin of soul. Of course, I wouldn't go against his wishes. I also know Little Star's thoughts. With my current strength, helping him to bear the impact of the concept of chaos and enduring the corrosion of chaos and the domain of chaos is undoubtedly a suicidal act. Little Star knows, so he didn't allow it. So, I used another method to deal with it. It's a small protection that I left Little Star. It won't connect us together, but it will allow him to be protected when he faces the corrosion of order, energy, and laws. It's a protection from my essence. In essence, it's using my power to increase Little Star's resistance to corrosion. Shuang Shuang turned to look at the blue pillar of light that rose into the sky. She looked at the ice lotus with a gentle gaze. Although it's the same as the origin of structure and origin of soul, it's slightly different. If I stay with Little Star, the origin of structure and origin of soul that I left in Little Star's body will continue to resonate and connect with me. In the end, Little Star and I will really become that origin of structure and origin of soul. So, it's fine as long as I'm not beside Little Star. As long as I don't go near him before the evolution ends, it won't cause it to become the origin of structure and origin of soul. It's a protection that I leave for Little Star. So, you called me here in a hurry to take you away from that place. Oh, the little angel said, but she still could not help but frown. You could have called me before you carried it out. It would have made it easier for me to deal with your problem. Look at you now. Your dual origins are so messed up that I can't intervene. I can only sort it out slowly. Shuang Shuang looked at her in embarrassment and blinked her eyes. I didn't expect it to be so serious. Sigh, I didn't expect to be so weak. I can't even walk 2 steps. I really can't leave, so I called you. But it's so strange. I've seen Little Star torment himself more, but he doesn't seem to be like me. The little angel was speechless. She raised her hand and flicked Shuang Shuang's forehead heavily. He's completely used to it. You're actually comparing your situation to his? Can you be crazier and crazier than him? Seriously, you two are really troublesome, a pair of idiots. He's used to playing with his life and doesn't take himself seriously, but you should think about the consequences when you do things. What if you didn't wake me up just now and I really became a structure and soul mark? Have you ever thought about that? Shuang Shuang shrunk her neck and hid her face behind her wings, not daring to make a sound. The little angel felt a little helpless. She knew what Little Star and the ice sculpture girl had agreed to do to defend against the chaos concept body, but she did not expect the two to do it without saying a word. Now one had fallen asleep, and the other was half dead, unable to take care of himself. These two are really family. They don't even take themselves seriously when they cause trouble. This girl has been led astray by Little Star. What are you going to do now? It's impossible to hide the fact that half of your soul and your soul imprint are missing. Whether it's everyone or Little Star who wakes up first. Oh, it can't be hidden from Little Star in the first place. Don't worry. I'll be fine after some rest. Shuang Shuang's voice came from behind her wings. I've almost mastered this territory. I can use its power to help me recover. Although I can't fully recover in a short time, I don't think anyone will be suspicious. Once I've rested enough, send me to the Ring of Frost Descent. I'll recover faster there. The little angel sighed, shook her head, and flew towards the Ring of Frost Descent with Shuang Shuang in her arms. Just as she landed on the surface, she suddenly whispered, "By the way, little star should wake up in half a day. The evolution speed should be very fast in there. You go there in advance, and help him pack his clothes." The little angel was just about to find a place to put Shuang Shuang down when she heard the words. Her whole body froze and she almost threw Shuang Shuang down. When she came to her senses, she flung away the wings that were covering her face. Seeing that her pretty face was already red, her expression became even weirder. "You really didn't do anything else?" "No. I really didn't. It's just that the branding needs." I really didn't." The little angel lowered her head suspiciously and sniffed Shuang Shuang for a moment. "You smell like little star." Shuang Shuang was speechless. Seeing that the girl was so embarrassed that she couldn't speak, coupled with what she said earlier, the little angel almost understood what happened in the middle. She rolled her eyes and laughed dryly. Then, she couldn't help but sigh. She seemed to be talking to herself. "No wonder little star always told me that if he stayed with you, see you, and Blue Phoenix, it wouldn't be surprising if he lost his virginity one day." Shuang Shuang covered her face and couldn't help but whisper, "If little star wasn't unwilling at the moment, I would have eaten him up a long time ago, right?" Seeing that Shuang Shuang was acting like an ostrich again, the little angel rolled her eyes again and couldn't help but sigh. Lost girl, that guy kept his chastity until the 139th era. He was a guy who focused on charging and breaking through the enemy lines and only wanted to strangle the underworld. He wanted to collapse the void of chaos and the void of order together. For him, this kind of thing couldn't cross the border for the time being. Not yet. The reason of the 139th era and the reason of the ancient era had to be added. At that time, he didn't know what he was. Everything was unstable, he had concerns, and his soul carried a lot of filthy things. The reason of the present was stronger, and all the reasons of the ancient era were no longer worthwhile. Or rather, for little star now, the reasons of the 139th era and the ancient era were no longer reasons. He didn't care about those reasons at that time at all. Now, he just wanted to kill the underworld. Sigh, lost girl, of all people, she just had to find this agent who carried a heavy burden. Well, she was also an idiot. There was nothing she could say. She was also a member who was picked up first, and she was in no position to criticize Shuang Shuang and the others. She could only say that now was not the right time. There was no other way. She could only wait. It was impossible to hide the fact that a certain little ice sculpture had dismantled half of herself. When everyone woke up, they immediately sensed a very strange aura within their sensory range. Since they were in the concept realm, they immediately assumed that someone had done something to it. Their curiosity prompted them to sneak over. When they arrived at the loop of frost, they immediately saw a certain little ice sculpture with half of her body transparent. They were all shocked when they saw that half of her body was missing and looked like a broken box. When they asked about the cause and process in detail, they sighed even more. The group looked at her, then stood at the edge of the loop of frost and looked at the blue light in the distance. They couldn't help but sigh in amazement. Everyone looked at her, then stood at the edge of the loop of frost and looked at the distant blue light. Siyu pulled Shuang Shuang back and forth, feeling that half of her chaotic presence was missing. She couldn't help but mutter, "Shuang Shuang has been completely assimilated by little star." Everyone nodded vigorously. We couldn't help but sigh. Maple's corruption is far stronger than you think. You will unconsciously be influenced by him and become very strange in certain aspects. He sighed and pointed at himself. Take me for example. Which shield would rush up and beat someone up like a lunatic? Back then, I, as a shield, had put down my shield and charged into battle with a broadsword in hand. Half an era ago, I beat Maple up. Everyone smiled bitterly. Half an era ago, that was when an observer almost volunteered to join the void of chaos. Well, there aren't many people in the void of order who can really be a shield. Suifeng couldn't help but say, and your goddess is a shield who will rush up and beat people up. Hui was speechless. He remembered that his god had been slapped away by the chaos concept entity when he was charging, and had been despised for many years. Because of this, the former had studied for many years how to be a good shield that would not get in the way when charging and breaking through enemy lines. After Hui had read the book that imparted experience, he had also been beaten up in the tower for many years. Siyu held Shuang's hand and looked at her. Suddenly, her eyes lit up with multicolored light. Shuang, I think I can help you solve the problem of the origin of your structure. Everyone was stunned when they heard that. They turned to look at Siyu, who was surrounded by multicolored light, and seemed to understand. The power of the goddess of creation is the best at analyzing and repairing the origin of structures. Hui couldn't help but ask, but doesn't that goddess's power only correspond to creations of order, energy, and the like? The creator of order didn't say that it could only correspond to creations of order. Moreover, energy lifeforms can also be seen as energy creations, right? Suifeng shrugged. Everything born under the void is called void spawn, and is actually a type of creation. However, the more detailed classification depends on how you define creation. In any case, to the goddess of creation, there is no difference. Everything is an object, and as long as you have the origin of its structure, you can see it. To put it simply, as long as it is something that truly exists, the goddess would be able to see through it. Before this, Xiaoyu could not fully grasp this power, so she was not very clear about the structure of objects, such as energy lifeforms. But now, he turned to look at Siyu, and saw that she was holding Shuang's hand and seemed to be deep in thought. He nodded. Seems like she has entered the realm. Shuang nodded. She held Siyu's hands and smiled. Then I'll leave it to you. His consciousness was immersed in a comfortable and cool breeze. It was soft and not cold. It was the comfortable temperature he liked the most. However, after lying like that for a long time, it felt a little cold. He wanted to hug something to warm himself up. He thought that he would not fall asleep again after that sleep, but he did not expect to be kissed and suffocated by Shuang again. No. This time, it was a problem with his soul. What did Shuang do? What did she do to him with his soul? He wasn't sure, but there seemed to be an icy cold feeling in his soul. It was like a gust of cold air, wandering around his soul and gathering near the light in his heart. Finally, it turned into a pattern made of layers of diamond-shaped ice crystals. It looked a bit like a crown made of ice. The pattern made of ice crystals exuded a very intimate aura. It hovered above the light in his heart for a while, and then slowly sank into the light. It was placed in the same place as the world core of order. They were squeezed together, but they did not merge. At the same time, he felt a cold air spreading in his soul. He looked carefully for the source. He saw that his chest was wrapped around his collarbone and went all the way to his back. In addition, there was an ice-blue pattern that occupied 1/3 of his back. The pattern was like the color of the wind and snow. It looked like it depicted the world of wind and snow. The pattern was made of ice crystals and snowflakes. It looked like it was left behind by Shuang, coupled with the pattern that looked like a crown made of ice. Ugh, what did that girl do? Speaking of which, did she leave too many imprints on his soul? This was the main reason why he had wrapped himself so tightly in his clothes. When he fully unleashed it, many patterns would appear on his body. It was so strange that he wished he could wear a mask on his face. Really, it was too strange. If it was just a small part, it would be fine, but to have his whole body covered in mosaics. Forget it, let's not complain anymore. After all, he had absorbed 196 types of origin energy. After completing the 146 types, the patterns spread even more ridiculously, and his whole body was covered in patterns. His consciousness and soul that were resting in the source environment woke up peacefully. He opened his eyes. The sky was clear as if it was made of ice crystals. He could not see the sun, but he could feel the bright light. At the same time, he could feel the cold wind blowing. It was creepy, and he felt goosebumps all over his body. Yun Nuoshing shuddered. He raised his hand to face the light curtain that was falling from the sky. He looked at the patterns that jumped out mischievously as the energy flowed on his hand. They slid down his white arm from his palm. His arm? He was stunned for a moment. A gust of cold wind blew over, making him feel cold all over. He could not help but sit up quickly. His whole body stiffened. His butt was cold. Fortunately, he did not know how to stick to it. Otherwise, his butt would have been stuck to the ice lotus. Could it be that his clothes were stripped naked? Oh, his chastity was still there. Damn it, why did he care about this first? Oh, you're awake? It seems that I'm a little late. The voice that suddenly came from behind made Yun Nuoshing tremble all over. His pretty face turned red, and he hurriedly pulled his thick hair to cover his private parts. Just as he was about to wave his hand to block something, a figure with golden light and golden energy particles appeared in front of him. The figure's white wings also gently flapped twice. He was slightly stunned. After thinking for a few seconds, he decided to find something to block it first. Little Angel saw Little Star looking for his clothes in a hurry. She suddenly felt that it was very interesting. She simply sat beside him and watched him from a close distance. She watched him dance in front of her eyes. His white body kept swaying. When she saw the awkward expression on his face, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Yun Nuoshing was extremely embarrassed by the girl's admiring gaze. He could not help but grit his teeth and wanted to say something. Okay, I won't laugh anymore. After Little Angel finished laughing, she went up to help him. In less than 2 minutes, she helped him tidy up his clothes, although it might have ended faster if she wasn't here. Little Angel saw Little Star and felt a little awkward. She couldn't help but ask, "Do you want to tidy up?" Yun Nuoshing. Don't say it as if I've experienced something. Little Angel chuckled. I'm referring to the things that Shuang left on your body. Immediately, Little Star's pretty face turned red again. She felt that it was very interesting. She couldn't help but move closer to him and pinch his face. Don't tell me that you don't mean what you say. Don't tell me that you're actually— No, I'm not. Yun Nuoshing turned his head and rolled his eyes at the girl. He patted his clothes angrily and couldn't help but mutter, "This girl, she threw me aside after playing with me. She doesn't even know how to tidy me up." Little Angel thought for a moment and decided not to complain about this part. She might as well tell the truth directly. Actually, Shuang, she, after listening to Little Angel, Yun Nuoshing's expression suddenly became very strange. He pressed his palm on his chest a few times. After a moment, he sighed faintly. So why didn't she tidy me up? Ahem, let's not talk about this. Where is she? On the ring of frost descent. See, you just tidied up her soul root. However, her soul root can only recover slowly. She took half of it all at once. It's almost a big loss. Yun Nuoshing's expression was strange. He sighed deeply and pulled Little Angel up to the ring of frost descent. He found a certain little ice sculpture who was still happily chatting with Siyu. When he landed, the little ice sculpture's expression changed instantly when she saw him. He didn't know which part of her made her anxious when she saw him. She jumped up and wanted to run away, but he was one step ahead and grabbed her. Why are you running? I haven't said anything yet. Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes and pulled Shuang to sit down. The origin energy gradually gathered, and 2 pairs of azure wings appeared on his back. He stretched them slightly and wrapped them around her body. The surging origin energy flowed into her soul, helping to tidy up her chaotic soul root. Feeling that the chaos in her soul root was being tidied up little by little, he breathed a sigh of relief. He turned his head and looked at the ice sculpture, who had her head lowered and her hands curled up. Her palms were restlessly rubbing, as if she had done something wrong. He thought for a moment and didn't say anything. He just patted her head and stroked her long hair. Shuang suddenly smiled at him and rested her head on his shoulder. Although he really did not intend to do anything, he was just a rag doll that was thrown aside after being played with by this group of merciless girls. He was already used to it. Asterisk cough asterisk, asterisk cough asterisk, asterisk cough asterisk, asterisk cough asterisk, asterisk cough asterisk. When the girls also sat down and chatted at the edge of the ring of frost descent, he had the time to fiddle with the brand that Shuang had just left on him. It was indeed not the imprint of structure and soul. It was a brand that connected him and Shuang together. He once heard that it could help the origin life stabilize and conceal its structure and soul to prevent the void from affecting it. However, it also had practical uses. For example, it could be used to resist the erosion of energy, order, and rules. It was said that there were more uses for it. But he didn't wait until the day when he could listen to her explanation. Phew. Sigh. Back then, even with this imprint, sigh. Forget it. Let's not think about that part. The imprint that Shuang left on him felt a little like a single copy of the imprint of structure and soul. It only worked on himself and would not involve Shuang. This was the result he wanted. When that day came, the chaotic concept body would most likely focus on him. It was fine that he had 196 types of origin energy and might be able to withstand it, but if Shuang shared it with him, then something was bound to happen. After Shuang solved this problem, other methods to deal with the chaotic concept body also needed to be arranged as soon as possible. He turned his head to look at the sanctum of creation and could not help but roll his eyes. This time, he had to string himself up. He needed a result that could be placed in the realm of order. Even if the chaos concept body focused most of its attention on him, it would still be fatal for the others to only bear a small part of it. This part had to be resolved well. And if he didn't make it, yes, he also needed to prepare some plans to deal with the situation if he didn't make it. Chapter 2077. Chaos, Corruption, and the Realm of Chaos. He was willing to call them the biggest problem in the war between order and chaos. If he had to add a suffix to make it clearer, it would be the absence of the god of origin, which referred to the situation they were in at this moment. Those who were supposed to deal with those damn things had all stepped into the path of reincarnation, leaving them, the group of unqualified warriors of order, to scratch their heads to deal with the deepest and most massive threat from the chaotic void. To be honest, he felt that it was impossible. Things that should be dealt with by those who should be dealt with. If they forced themselves to deal with things that should be dealt with, it would be like pushing ducks onto a perch or a grill. But the situation in front of them was, no, it seemed like they could only bite the bullet and say yes. There were not many effective ways to deal with the realm of chaos. He needed to find the best solution among these methods, or find a better way. Although, with the current situation, finding a new way was really a fantasy. Hui and the other's realm of origin, well, he had said from the beginning that the realm of origin could only be treated as a surprise. Even if they insisted on tangling with it, they might not be able to get any result. It was a very unfunny joke. Maybe they could pin their hopes on their realm of origin, but they could not put all their hopes on it. Anyway, they just needed to be prepared to deal with the worst situation. Reality would always be worse than imagination. The more they prayed to touch hope, the more they would fall into the abyss and sink into it, unable to break free. What they could do now. The limit they could reach now. The time they had. Phew! The sound of the chains slipping and unlocking woke him up. He looked up at the dark hall that he had tidied up like a silk cave. After a moment, he sighed softly and covered his chest to sense for a moment before he lifted his feet and walked out of the hall. In the conceptual space, he looked up at the sky that was reflecting the dazzling light of the ice and snow. The sparkling light spots hung in the sky as if he had come to the bottom of the sea and stared at the distant sea. The sky was changing into strange patterns under the swaying light spots, and he did not know what it was showing. The wind and snow in this space had a rare moment of complete stop. In his impression, the wind and snow of this divine realm had never stopped since the day it was opened, and such an abnormal phenomenon had never happened. He could not help but put his hands in front of his mouth and exhaled. It was a little cold. Although the wind and snow had stopped, the cold air here was still very thick and was gradually getting thicker. Some kind of change invisible to the naked eye had descended in this space, causing the temperature here to drop rapidly. If he was not wrong, ordinary energy should be frozen into ice the moment it left the body. What is Shuang Shuang doing? The abnormal change here suddenly reminded him of the ice sculpture of the little girl who was most likely to cause the change here. He thought for a moment but could not figure out the reason, so he decided to go and have a look. It just so happened that he had been bored in the sanctuary of creation for a long time, and it was time to come out and get some fresh air. In front of the conch house, Hui, Suifeng, Qing Jun, and Brother Lei had gathered together after so many years. At this moment, they were all looking up at the ring of frost in the sky. As they watched, they poured out the ice in the cup and threw it into their mouths, and then poured a new cup of ice for themselves. This place was so cold that even the tea of the gods would become ice cubes. The speed of their manual melting was far slower than the speed of freezing, so they simply threw it into their mouths and chewed. The sudden energy movement made the four of them turn their heads, and saw a certain colorful humanoid opening a portal and walking out. They were all startled when he appeared in their line of sight. Hui reflexively threw a cup of ice over and greeted him while still hanging sideways on the back of the chair. "Yo, busy person, you're awake. Seems like you took a little less time this time?" Yun Nuoshing looked at the cup full of ice in her hand and thought for a moment in silence. She picked up one of the ice cubes and stuffed it into her mouth. Oh, it's so cold. The icy breath is released from the ice cubes. It's so strong that it's a little, The movement of this energy, this aura. Looking at Maple chewing the ice cubes and coming closer, Hui raised his finger and pointed at the ring of frost. Your girls are all on the ring of frost. By the way, your little blanket has successfully entered the 8th level. Look at you obviously don't know yet, the observer who is so busy with her career that she doesn't care about her home. Yun Nuoshing, who had just walked to the table, was stunned when she heard this. She looked at the four people looking at her with a confused face and opened her mouth. Huh! She's already at the 8th level? Has it been a long time? Has it been so long? It's been a long time. It's been so long that my back is aching and my hands and feet are not flexible. Hui grumbled, took his cup and poured ice into it. The time you woke up over the years is like the difference between a piece of ice and an iceberg. You woke up more than 200,000 times, which is half an era's time. I've been counting for you. What are you busy with? Half an era? Another half an era has passed? Yun Nuoshing listened to the words in a daze. She looked up and her brain did not respond. Answering the question was an instinctive action of her consciousness. Busy with what? What else can I be busy with? I'm preparing all the final conditions needed to put together the last piece of the puzzle needed to charge and break through the enemy lines. For this, I'm willing to pay any price. As he spoke, he sighed heavily and put his palm into his chest. After feeling around for a while, he took out a heavy, brightly colored ball the size of a head. Every time he placed an energy ball on the table, it would make the table that could withstand the end of the world tremble. Hui saw that a ball was not placed firmly and rolled out. He hurriedly sat up and reached out to catch it. However, the moment he quickly reached out to touch it, he felt a strange, heavy touch from his hand. He was stunned and did not have time to catch it. He watched it fall straight onto the ice. Boom! A dull thud reverberated across the ice field. A one-time earthquake of unknown magnitude bounced them up a few meters along with the manor. When they regained their balance, they turned their heads with a dumbfounded look. The ball that fell on the ice field had smashed a hole about 100 feet in size and sunk almost a meter deep. Damn it, this was the realm of wind and snow. Permafrost. The primeval realm of the ice god. Although it was a broken version, there were still 2 real domain creations here. The defensive power of this realm was the same no matter which corner it was in. Even so, the ball still managed to create such a huge hole in the ground. Just how heavy was this ball? Sui Feng was sweating profusely as he lifted the ball from the bottom of the hole. The moment he lifted it, his handsome face turned green. He hurriedly exerted all his strength. The veins on his forehead were bulging. He could even feel the ice under his feet creaking. This thing was so heavy that he had to mobilize all his strength to bear it. I think if this thing was thrown at my face, I would be smashed into the spiritual temple on the spot. Sui Feng was sweating profusely as he put the thing on the table. When he put it down, it was as if he had put down tens of thousands of worlds. At this moment, he clearly understood the meaning of relieved from a physical point of view. Brother Feng, what have you made this time? Yun Nuoxing counted the pyramids piled up on the table for a while, and after confirming that there were no mistakes, he replied, Energy source worlds, 1 with perfect origin energy as the head, 3 with 95% origin energy as the supplement, and the remaining origin energy has not changed. With this as the condition, it is the best quality energy source world that I can take out at this stage. But to be frank, even if I had half an era, I probably wouldn't be able to find a better energy source world. At present, there shouldn't be a better way to combine origin energies, and the other 3 origin energies that have reached 95% wouldn't be able to advance any further for the time being. It would be troublesome beyond 95%, which is why. He sighed softly. That's probably the final preparations. Oh no, there's still the sea of energy, but I don't have to keep an eye on that. After a long time, it would reach its limit. The 4 of them were petrified into statues. Brother Lei dislocated his jaw on the spot. It took him quite a while to put his jaw back together in a flurry. When he opened his mouth to speak, he was trembling. What have you been doing for the past half an era? Yun Nuoxing shrugged. Nothing much. I just did my best, and disintegrated myself a few times. Hui remained silent. He poured the ice in the teapot over his head to force himself to calm down. What are the other 3 origin energy? The power of blessing, the magic circle, that complements a major part of the void frontline's energy, the origin energy of hour, and the power of will. Yun Nuoxing sat down and casually placed a sphere on his hands. It was only after careful consideration that I chose these 3 powers. They're rather balanced, and can strengthen both offense and defense. It's a choice that only targets chaos concept bodies, and can take care of both. Hui counted left and right and pondered for a while. Then, he felt that something was not right. That's not right, Feng. Given your style, shouldn't you be risking your life to maximize your offensive power? Why are you suddenly thinking about balance? Something's not right. Something's not right. You're not right. Sui Feng and the others were curious as well. They turned towards the observer and said in unison, That's right. Shouldn't you continue on the path of brute force through the void? Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes and whispered, tugging at her hair. First of all, my destruction energy is complete, and the other origin energies might not be more destructive than destruction energy in terms of offense. Moreover, there's no telling what would happen when they are combined. Mastering an origin energy with powerful offensive power would definitely increase my power without a doubt, although it might not be better than working with other origin energies. Moreover, we don't have much time, and the path beyond 90% is rather difficult. As mentioned before, even if I had a origin energy that had reached perfection as a guide in front of me as a sample, it would not allow me to fly in the other paths, and at most it would speed me up a little. In terms of magnitude, it would be 3 times faster. That's what it looks like on the surface, but in fact, 30 to 40% of the 3 paths could be learned from each other, which is why my path is smoother. Yes, the most important reason is that we don't have much time, which is why we can't test each origin energy one by one. Once a path is taken, we would only stop when there is a clear change, which would take a lot of effort and time. That is why we could only choose origin energy that we know at a glance would definitely be of great help and prioritize them. These 3 origin energies were chosen after weighing the pros and cons. They could be used to attack or defend, and just so happen to satisfy both aspects. Especially now that our defenses are still rather weak, the combined power of these 3 origin energies should be able to better counter the chaos domain of the chaos concept body. We and the others let out a long O in return. They were forced by time and could not make a better choice. It was impossible to know in advance which of the 100 over paths would have the best effect, which was why they could only choose those powers that they knew at a glance would definitely be of help. That was why they chose those 3. It was a very safe choice, which was that it was not the observer's style. TSK. The observer, who had been clamoring to attack at full capacity no matter what, was now forced by time to consider things in a balanced manner. It was a compromise, since the present situation did not seem to allow them to not compromise. Suifeng remained silent for a while before using all his strength to hold a ball in his hand. "Brother Feng, what are these balls for?" "Oh, we haven't talked about that." Yun Nuoshing recovered and looked at him. "You can put them in the Fort of Origins. Use these to replace its entire core. This batch is for the Fort of Origins, while you can throw the old ones into the Sea of Energy and melt them." Did you melt the core of the Fort of Origins realm of order?" "That." Yun Nuoshing was stunned for a moment. That core was something that had witnessed his progress step by step. It had also taken a lot of effort to make it. It could be considered the predecessor of these energy source worlds. However, he had indeed not thought of how to deal with that thing. Now it was really not of much use. Melt it too. After all, I still have a lot of this. These are the amount that I have gathered after disintegrating myself countless times over the years. No matter what I need to deal with, it is definitely enough. We and the others were speechless. How many times did he disintegrate himself? It seems that he had been risking his life over the years just to put those things together. All right. Suifeng was sweating profusely, scratching his head as he replied dryly. He then raised his hand and patted Brother Lei. "Mang Lei, help me move these things. These things are so heavy. They are now in a completely shrunken state. To make it easier to move them, their concepts and laws have been compressed. They won't be so heavy when they are unfolded, but they will keep releasing energy so it's not convenient to move them. Oh, after putting them in the core space, it's not a problem to carry them around." Standing here, Qing Jun also felt bored, so he helped carry a bunch of energy source worlds and followed them to the Fortress of Origin. The 3 of them set off together, flying up with those heavy things, swaying as if they were drunk. Seeing that swaying strength, he and Huidu had inexplicable expressions. The latter couldn't help but say, "Can't they just put them in their pockets and take them away? Have they gone stupid standing here in the wind?" "Oh, that thing can't be stored in normal dimensions. Your dimensions and world light clusters can't store it either. Its specifications are too high, and because of that, it has a very high requirement on the laws, order, and concepts of the objects stored or carried, so it can only be used on objects that are outside of the specifications, such as the Fortress of Origin. Even if I carry it with me, I can only keep it with me. You see, I just took it out from my body," Yun Nuoshing explained. "I saw it. You took it out from your heart. I didn't expect it to have this layer of meaning. We nodded in understanding. Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes and looked up at the ring of frost descent. See you, Blue Phoenix, Little Angel, and Dao Tian were all at the edge of the ring of frost descent, looking at the center expectantly. There was an ice cube surging like liquid. His sight and senses told him that the thing in the middle was an ice cube, but looking at the squirming action of its chrysalis, it looked like a mass of liquid. He could not tell which was real and which was fake, or if all of them were real. What is Shuang Shuang doing? The surging ice cube was Shuang Shuang, the little ice sculpture, but he did not know what the girl was doing and could not understand. She seems to be trying to activate the domain of origins. We opened his mouth and poured the ice cube into it. He held it in his mouth and waited for it to melt. He then replied clearly, many years ago, her origin energy had reached 95%. She used a period of time to stubbornly attack the domain of origins. Ah, no, not activate it. She is trying to go one step further. Yun Nuoshing put down her teacup and tilted her head to look at him in confusion. It means that she has actually activated the domain of origins a long time ago. But the domain of origins at that time was just a prototype, a simple domain. Now she is trying to perfect it into a normal domain of origins. Hui rested his chin on his palm and replied, "It took some effort. She has been troubled for many years and is in a hurry, but she is too embarrassed to disturb you. I want to drag you out of the cocoon of chains and ask you to help her." Yun Nuoshing opened her mouth and responded vaguely. She saw Hui turn his head and took a deep breath, looking at her with a very emotional expression. Suddenly, she understood what Hui meant and said, "You have neglected them. I know, this half an era is really a bit too fast. I didn't even realize it myself. Half an era has passed just like that. But isn't this to get the last part of the conditions? Well, there is no other way. But, I understand I should be free for a while. I will go and accompany them. You don't have to say anything." Hui stared and crushed the ice cube in his mouth. "You, little brother, what is wrong with you? You have already understood it first and you still know how to steal the lines?" Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes and smacked her lips. "Anyway, every time I wake up after a long sleep, you always say this. Speaking of which, you are always more anxious than those girls. I always feel that something is wrong, something is wrong. Oh, this." Hui scratched his cheek a little embarrassedly. "I am urging you to get married." Yun Nuoshing thought for a while and decided to directly ignore this topic. "What about you? How are you doing now?" "Well, I am one level away from being sealed into the 8th heavenly layer. Currently, the origin energy has been converted to 90%. The origin realm, well, do you want to hear the truth or the lie?" Huey's hands were clasped together with a serious expression on his face. Yun Nuoshing was a little confused, and could not tell what he wanted to say for a while. "Tell me the truth." "The truth is..." Hui suddenly jumped up as if he had a stroke. He took out a bunch of flowers from nowhere and scattered them to himself. He was so excited that he sang and danced. "I have finally touched the threshold. The threshold of the origin realm." Yun Nuoshing blew away the petals on her face. "Then, what is the follow-up?" The follow-up is..." Hui calmed down instantly and sat back on the chair. He could not help but smile bitterly. "That, it is not easy. But there is still a little bit of time. It should be possible. There should be a prototype. Well, give me a little more time." "Oh." Yun Nuoshing looked at him. "Don't worry, take your time. It is a surprise that you have touched the threshold. The rest, you just have to follow your own will bit by bit. You have all picked up the power of will again. It is good to let your own will lead you forward when you are in a dilemma." Luo Ying said so, although the original words were not so. I thought you would be anxious and urge me to hurry up or something." Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes. "Take the origin domain as an unexpected surprise. I've said it before, Instead of placing your hopes on the ethereal origin domain, it's better to rely on your origin domain. We laughed dryly and scratched his head. He changed the topic. Speaking of which, during the long period when you were sleeping alone, some of the second-generation inheritors in our family were stuck at 80% of the realm. It was the situation that I mentioned at that time. The pure second-generation inheritors would be stuck at this threshold and needed help. At that time, we were going to ask you to go out. Yun Nuoshing replied with ice in her mouth and cold breath. You didn't ask me. Does that mean you have found a solution? It took us 1 or 2 years to solve it. We nodded. The problem was solved with the realm of origin that was used for inheritance and the dantian that was left behind. Fortunately, the gods of origin had the foresight to leave the method of guidance in the dantian, but they did not leave any conditions. We were actually looking for conditions during those 2 years. At that time, we were still insisting that you should use the realm of origin to suppress them, but we did not want to disturb you, so we put this matter aside. Later, we remembered the realm of origin that was used for inheritance and used it to solve this problem. Yun Nuoshing's eyes widened when she heard that. Just come to me directly. It is not a big deal. No. You're always busy with life-threatening matters, so we usually don't look for you directly if there's nothing. Our priority isn't very high, but if we can't settle it within 5 years, we plan to find you when you wake up and don't go out. During that period of time, you should be about to wake up, so we planned to wait for a while. But in the end, we didn't bother you. Huey's mouth was chewing on a piece of ice as he spoke in a slightly muffled voice. Yun Nuoshing tilted her head and looked at him. She sighed helplessly and muttered to herself. Busy with life-threatening matters. How is the void frontline in this half an era? Now that you mention it, there are some things I need to tell you. Some unexpected things happened during this half an era. Hui straightened his hands and sat up with a face full of energy. First of all, the number of people in our family has skyrocketed. It has increased by half. Pfft. Yun Nuoshing spat out a mouthful of ice and stared at him with wide eyes, his tongue trembling. What? Many more than half? What the hell is half? Where did this half come from? The Order warriors in the Void front line abducted them. Hui held his chin with his left hand and opened his right hand. He replied with a relaxed tone. First of all, let me tell you the result. We have taken care of everything, so you don't have to worry. After the announcement of the final battle half an era ago, everyone had a holiday. After the holiday, 2/3 of the people were holed up in the Void frontline and the frontline worlds, and 1/3 of the people were wandering around in the Void. Well, I'm not going to say anything. Ahem, of the 5 trillion extra Order warriors, most of them came from the frontline worlds, and the rest were brought back by the Order warriors who were wandering around in the Void. Some of the worlds of the Order warriors could not be brought to the front line due to various reasons. Who would have thought that after countless years, they were miraculously intact and still floating around in the Void? And because they had ascended into the higher order and affected their own worlds, some of the rules had been raised, and many of them had ascended into the realm of the primeval. Yun Nuoshing was a little startled. I have almost forgotten about the matter of one's own world affecting one's own. After all, I have been fighting against the macroscopic rules. I got used to the existence of the primeval rules and forgot that the other places were still locked. We could not help but smile bitterly. The sublimation effect brought about by one's own ascension is not particularly obvious, especially when the macroscopic rules have almost locked the path to the realm of primeval. When I was young, Sui Qing was the one who pushed the situation, saying that the primeval rules had affected their world through the disturbances of the advanced primeval, so it slightly tore open the seal of the macroscopic rules, allowing the worlds behind them to have the possibility of sublimation. Although the effect is not that strong, at least there is a gap for them to crawl through. Well, that's what I mean. There are many primeval in the worlds of the Order warriors that were not destroyed. The highest is already at the pinnacle of the beginner level. Since it is a unified world, they dragged all of them to the void frontline. After half an era, they have become a considerable force, bringing many intermediate primeval to the void frontline. As for the frontline world, it was only after statistics that we found out that there were so many people related to the frontline world. A considerable number of them had voluntarily joined the void frontline in recent years, and some of them had been brought in by the Order warriors since half an era ago. The main purpose was to increase the combat power of the void frontline, so that they could bring in their own people. Yun Nuoshing heard it and said, "Much better than the public toilet incident back then, right?" Hui turned his head and spat out a mouthful of ice. His cheeks trembled as he looked at Maple, who had a calm face. He could not help but mumble, "Maple, you are poisonous. Poisonous." Although the public toilet incident really made me depressed for a long time. Yun Nuoshing shrugged and drew circles on the cup with her finger, tracing the patterns. Her eyes flashed. "Speaking of which, why do these teacups look so familiar?" Hui almost spat out another mouthful of ice. He wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, his cheeks twitching a few times. "We have been using it for an era, and you only realized it now? This is the Origin tea set that you resented so much back then. But it is the same style, not the set that you are wearing. I heard from Xiao Xiao that there was a god of Origin who liked to do these things, from pots and pans to tables and chairs. He liked to do it all himself. Look, these uniform patterns were all branded by him. The other god of Origin's divine patterns were added by other gods of Origin themselves." Yun Nuoshing said, "Let's talk about something else. Ahem, there are suddenly 5 trillion Order warriors. Since you've directly called them Order warriors, I think it's a pass. Are there enough energy towers and creations from the Temple of Origins? They should have accumulated a lot over the years, right? And the energy source." Hui waved his hand vigorously at him. Okay. I have said from the beginning that everything has been taken care of. You don't have to worry about it. Everything has been taken care of according to your specifications and mine. What you need to do now is to solve your own problems, and then go and accompany your little girl. If you want to get married, then go ahead. If you want to roll in the sheets, I will set up a barrier to prevent unauthorized people from entering, and let you all," Yun Nuoshing said. "Are you asking for a beating?" Ahem. That's just what I want to say." We coughed hard and laughed dryly. 5 trillion. Yun Nuoshing glanced at him, then looked away and stared blankly at the teacup. "There are a lot of people who we don't know. Although they all know you, the rumors are very ridiculous, and with all these things, in short, everyone knows us just like in the past. The only difference is—" Hui replied vaguely with ice in his mouth. He turned his head and looked at Feng. "The newcomers all think that you are a high-level premier, and even close to the peak. Although the seniors try to explain, it is useless." Yun Nuoshing said, "Wait, what is going on? I don't think there is anything to discuss about my unlucky realm, right?" Hui scratched his head and thought for a while. "The rumors about you in the void frontline are one thing. The other thing is that after those newcomers were beaten up by your shadow in the tower, they do not believe that you are a cricket who is at the peak of Origin. After all, when your shadow appeared, it was in the state of energy explosion. Plus, it changed into various forms of power. That momentum said that you are at the peak of Origin. Let alone them, we don't believe it either." Yun Nuoshing's face was pale and hopeless. "Who the f***ck did I offend? Do you think it is easy for me to get to where I am today? Do you know how much pressure I feel when I see you high-level primeval together? Do you know that those girls can now use the power of high-level premier to bully me? If I don't change my form, I will be trampled on the ground in minutes. They don't even give me a little time to struggle." Puff. Hui suddenly turned his head and spat out a mouthful of ice. Thinking carefully about the scene of Feng being executed, by Shuang Shuang and the others on the ground. Well, he did not know why it was so funny. But he could not change his form of power. Maybe it was because Feng himself was funny? Looking at the history of his life. It was so funny. Chapter 2078. Obstructing one's path to the heavens was actually a rather annoying and unsettling thing. It was like announcing that one would only be 2 meters tall in one's lifetime. For those who wanted to grow taller, it was definitely an epic torment. Maple had also been tormented for more than 10 eras. They were already at the peak of the origin in the 46th and 47th eras, and were preparing to enter the realm of the primeval in the future. Originally, they could have done it in the 51st era. Sigh, what the hell is that thing in the underworld, really? Just that thing, it broke the strongest and sharpest spear in the world of order, really? God damn it. Although Maple had always emphasized that he did not have to care about his realm as long as his strength grew, it was impossible for him to not care or not care about it. However, Maple really could not find a way to care about it, so he could only use other words to tell himself that he did not have to care about it for the time being because caring about it would only make him depressed. Besides that, there was no other use. Anyway, he could continue to move forward or something. Fortunately, the origin energy had given Maple a path. Otherwise, he really did not know what Maple would do in the long 6 eras. From his understanding of Maple, it would only be crazier and more dangerous than him tormenting the origin energy, but the results might not necessarily be as good as tormenting the origin energy. So from this point of view, the current situation was not too bad. After a few eras, Maple was still able to fight, and his path did not stop. He was still moving forward, and he was still thinking about his realm. If it was in the middle of the night when there was no one around, he would probably cry and sigh, as if he was crying and complaining. What a joke. The possibility of him brutally attacking the wall in the middle of the night was much higher than him secretly crying. It would be great if there was a chance for Maple to enter the realm of the primeval, whether it was for the upcoming battle or... He looked up at the ring of frost descent. As soon as Maple walked up, Cu and the little phoenix threw themselves on him for a while. This heartwarming scene. This scene made him feel comfortable just by looking at it. This ample amount of dog food, it made him laugh the whole time. Slurp. One day, he would definitely press Maple to the wedding. He swore. He swore in the name of the origin and order, absolutely, absolutely. Cough, what was he going to say? Oh, even if it was to let this scene continue, he also hoped that Maple could enter the realm of the primeval. As long as the matter of the final battle could be resolved, the scene in his mind would definitely not be just an imagination. Yun Nuashing suddenly, a strange chill appeared from the top of his head, and quickly ran down his spine. It passed through his limbs and bones and spread to his entire body and made him tremble. See you in his arms. Did you catch a cold? Yun Nuashing shivered. Logically speaking, maybe something was talking about me just now. I feel like I've been set up. He laughed dryly and shook his head. He pulled the 2 girls to sit down and pinched them without saying anything. He just leaned over and looked at his smiling, little angel face. He stroked the wings that covered his body and spent some time with the 3 girls. After whispering to them for a while, he looked at the liquid ice cube in the center of the loop of frost descent. If he turned the scene into darkness with some starlight, he would feel like he was sitting in the middle of the starry sky and looking at the very active little star in the center of the belt. How's Shuang? There shouldn't be a problem. The little angel swept his cheeks with the tip of her wings. She prepared for a long time before taking this step. Shuang said there shouldn't be a problem. Shuang is also the one who caused the changes in the concept space. As long as the changes are stable, it will be fine. Shuang said that. Looking at her situation, it may be over soon. She held little Star's hand, interlocked their fingers, and pulled him. What have you been doing for half an era? What I've been doing has never changed. Isn't it always the same thing? Yun Nuoshing shrugged. Seeing her pouting, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Suddenly, he felt a little curious. He turned to the other side and found that Cu and Blue Phoenix were also pouting slightly. Their eyebrows were slightly knitted, and Mei Mao was looking at him. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry at their cute expressions. He turned to the other side and said, "Well, to be specific, there should be a change in a while. Look over there." The three girls turned their heads at the same time. Following his gaze, they saw the Fortress of Origin. They tilted their heads and said together, "Fortress of Origin? Yeah, let's see." Yun Nuoshing nodded. Sui Feng and the others had been in there for a while. This time was enough for them to deal with the matters of the Fortress of Origin. Just like now, the countless patterns on the surface of the Fortress of Origin. The patterns would also appear when the Fortress of Origin's order domain was unfolding. It probably meant that the Fortress of Origin was rapidly mobilizing energy. At this moment, the patterns were gradually dimming. Even the huge pattern on the top was gradually dimming. After half a minute, an extremely powerful energy suddenly came from within the Fortress of Origin. The patterns that had just dimmed suddenly lit up again. This time, it was even brighter than before. Even the 32 rhombus-shaped crystals and the 16 balls above and below the Fortress of Origin burst out with light. For a moment, it looked like dozens of suns were blooming at the same time. The powerful energy and the dazzling light shocked the girls. The scene was engraved in their souls. They hurriedly put up energy barriers and covered their eyes. Blue Phoenix put up a barrier, Cu covered her eyes, and Feng Luo covered Cu's eyes. Little Angel covered his eyes in an instant. She hurriedly closed her eyes and stretched her wings to put up an energy barrier. Everyone cooperated with each other. The moment before they covered their eyes, they caught a glimpse of an intensely dazzling white light. Caw-caw! A muffled sound was heard. It was like a shock wave flashing past. The explosive energy instantly covered the entire space. Even if they closed their eyes, they were almost blinded. This thing is really exciting. The explosion of energy was not loud. It was just a little more dazzling. Even Huey's voice could not be heard. He put down his hands that were covering Cu's eyes and patted Little Angel's hand. After she let go, he looked in the direction where the sound came from. Hui was using 2 small shields to cover his eyes. They looked like sunglasses. He even reached out to push them on the bridge of his nose. He turned his head to look at his shiny face that revealed 8 big teeth. "Feng, do you think I look good wearing them?" Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes. "You look like an idiot. If you told them to face down, I wouldn't have said anything. But when they face up, they look like peaches poking at my eyes." This. Hui was stunned for a moment before he laughed dryly. He hurriedly took off the 2 shields and put them back on his eyes. "The Fortress of Origin is so noisy. Is it okay? Don't tell me your new energy source world blew it up? How is that possible? It was created by the heavenly god of origin and placed in the innermost circle of the defense circle, an important creation of order that defends the core. It can be said to be the final line of defense. If the energy source world I created can make it explode, it means that this energy source world of mine should be able to blow up the chaos concept body." Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes and mumbled as he turned to look in the direction of the Fortress of Origin. His face twitched when he saw the situation in front of him. He was stunned by the drastic change in the world and the scene in front of him. The sky turned dark all of a sudden. The entire observer space, including the concept space, had switched to night. It was as if a fire had painted the sky black, and there was no normal light in sight except for the extremely dazzling red light. Behind the Fortress of Origin, there was an additional colorful ring as long as it was. Violent energy surged from the ring like a running river. The extremely dazzling fire released from the ring kept swaying, spreading out streaks of light that were thousands of miles long. The streaks of light also appeared on the fortress of origin and the few rings around it. It looked like flames were spewing out ferociously while the inside was surging with endless energy, making them look like ignited stars. Circles of energy ripples were slowly and rhythmically appearing on the surface of the ring. In fact, if one looked closely, those ripples should be a layer of energy waves that were dozens or hundreds of miles thick that was constantly flowing on the fortress of origin. This thing exploded and blasted the sky black. We took down the two shields hanging in front of his eyes that looked silly no matter how he looked at them. He looked at the big thing in front of him and could not help but click his tongue. It looks like a star system has been ignited. How spectacular! The overall energy level has been raised by dozens of levels. That's strange. Its order realm has been strengthened by dozens of times, but I don't think it has reached this level. Yun Nuoxing looked at the fortress of origin that was emitting a monstrous flame, and tilted her head in confusion. Even if the energy source world that he had spent so much effort to create was very powerful, it should not be dozens of times stronger than the original one. After all, the original one was also created with great effort. Logically speaking, the new energy source world could strengthen the fortress of origin's order realm by 7 or 8 times, and he did not dare to think more than that. But now what was going on? This is completely unexpected, but not entirely unexpected. Suifeng's voice came from the space beside them. They all turned their heads and saw Suifeng and the others coming out with afro hair and charred faces. Their sorry state shocked them. Changing the energy source did not cause them to set themselves on fire, did it? Brother Lei rubbed his face and gave himself a purification. Facing the shocked group, he smiled bitterly and explained, "The excessive energy was released all at once, and I didn't pay attention to it and blew myself up." Yun Nuoxing and the others. They really did set themselves on fire. Was it that big of a deal to change the energy source? Ahem, let me explain. Suifeng washed his face and coughed dryly. He waited for everyone to look at him before he looked at Brother Feng. Before he explained, he first reported the result. Brother Feng, the energy source world you created last time is actually still not powerful enough. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. Her mouth was agape for a moment. No. But didn't the realm of order open successfully? Yes, it did, but... Firelord scratched his head and smiled bitterly, organizing his words. It was actually a forceful opening of the realm of order. The opening of the realm of order was the highest priority. Under the influence of the realm of order, most of the energy in the Fortress of Origins was transferred to the core of the realm of order through a series of operations. In other words, the Fortress of Origins did everything it could to squeeze out the realm of order. It really did squeeze out the realm of order. The realm of order that was unleashed in that state was the lowest level of the realm of order. Like what I said before, it's fine as long as it can be used. Anyway, as long as the Fortress of Origin is in an open state, it would prioritize the existence of the realm of order. For that, it would transfer its own energy, reduce the energy between the other cores, and give priority to the core of the realm of order. It could even slightly increase the level of energy transferred to the core of the realm of order. All of that was to protect the realm of order. Everyone was a little dumbfounded. They did not expect that there was such a relationship. Even the realm of order that was maintained at the lowest level felt much stronger than the one in the Sanctum of Origin. That was why they did not think about it. They had high expectations for the realm of order, but after it passed through their hands, their expectations were a little subtler. We did not think about it before. We all know what the realm of order of the Fortress of Origin is like. Suifeng scratched his cheek and smiled bitterly. Because Brother Feng was barely able to handle the core of the realm of order, it was acceptable even if the result was that it was weaker than the original Fortress of Origin. After all, it was not the original core, and it took a lot of effort to create it. It's fine as long as it can be used. Yun Nuoxing seemed to have grasped the key point. You're confusing the strength of the normal fortress of origin with the fortress of origin, aren't you? Suifeng laughed dryly and nodded. I don't remember this being the fortress of origin that was specially modified by the gods. Ahem, that is why the image before us is the fortress of origin that is almost complete. Because the core has been completely replaced, the level of energy released by the energy source world this time is sufficient. While it is still a little weaker than the original, it is able to unleash its power well. This is the true form of the fortress of origin that the gods used exclusively. He looked at the image that resembled an ignited star and could not help but exclaim, "Isn't it beautiful? It's not far from the true power I saw back then." Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes. Luckily, I didn't give up because I felt that the fortress of origin could be improved. This is the victory of my obsession with full attack power. He let out a long sigh. That's right. I used more than 80 energy source worlds in one go. Damn it, my heart hurts. Do you know how many times I killed myself to create more than 80 energy source worlds? Everyone could not help but cover their faces and laugh bitterly. This was really the result of using one's own life step by step. There was no need to mention how tragic it was. There are still some energy source worlds. Yun Nuoshing pulled his hair and thought for a while before turning to Qing Jun. By the way, Qing Jun, help me with something. Go to the logistics side and ask them to free up 1 or 2 creation spaces and some of the empty shrines of origin. Get them to do this, and this. He then explained the matter in detail. According to the specifications of 100 holy temples of origin, the requirement should be met. Go, let them try for a while longer, take your time and don't rush. If it really doesn't work, tell them to tell me, I'll go and see what the problem is. Qing Jun's face was covered in sweat as he nodded and slipped away towards the observer space. We wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. You can even think of turning one shrine of origin into a special energy tower. Feng, can you be any more insane? I can. I haven't even said anything more insane. Yun Nuoshing nodded and pointed at the Fort of Origins that was shining with boundless radiance. Connect the Fort of Origins and the Shrine of Origins together. Since they both use energy source worlds as cores, they could be connected together, which is why theoretically they could be balanced and coordinated. That way, if a few energy towers give up on attacking and turn to strengthen their domains, perhaps the Fort of Origins order domain could be improved by another level. That last part works, isn't it? Suifeng covered his face and smiled bitterly. But Brother Feng, the 48 objects outside the Fortress of Origin are offensive objects that are similar to energy towers. They also carry the core of the energy source world. Why do you need to connect them together? It's not enough. How could 48 openings be enough? Look at the empty space around the Fortress of Origin, it must be put to good use. It wouldn't be a problem to add 1,000 more Shrine of Origin energy towers. Yun Nuoshing's face was calm as he gave a thumbs up to the others who were sweating profusely. You can never have too many cannons. They believed that the reason he only added 1,000 energy towers to the Fort of Origins was because he was tired of messing with himself. Otherwise, he would definitely have doubled the number. That infinitely insane fellow, if it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't attack the Staff of Origins, he would definitely have thrown a few thousand smaller staffs of origins on it. Yun Nuoshing muttered, stroking his hair. What should we do with the remaining energy source worlds after throwing out 1,000? Everyone was speechless. He wasn't done yet. He still had to make arrangements. Energy towers. Speaking of energy towers, it seems that we still have to make some changes. The current energy towers can't be installed with energy sources yet. Yun Nuoshing suddenly stood up as he spoke. Just as he was about to get back to work, Siyu suddenly reached out and tugged at him. She looked up and winked at him before pulling him back to his seat. Seeing the girl's mysterious and happy smile, he tilted his head, puzzled. What's wrong? Hui coughed dryly and glanced at Siyu with his left eye closed. He said to his old friend, "While you were busy tormenting yourself, your Xiao Yu has already helped you solve this problem that gave you a headache. Here, Brother Feng, take a look." As soon as Sui Feng's voice trailed off, he pulled out a shrunken energy tower. Yun Nuoxing quickly turned his head. The energy tower had shrunk to a height of about 10 feet. At the top of the tower where the energy core was placed, there were 4 spiral-shaped spikes pointing towards the sky. There were also energy bolts connecting the spikes, flashing from the bottom to the top. There was also a transparent energy ring in the middle of the tower. Suifeng waved his hand and threw it out. This was a level 3 energy tower. Its core was now placed with the energy source. Now that Shuang Shuang was busy tormenting the origin domain, there was no need for him to throw the energy torrent to affect her. He just let it enter a state of rapid energy surge. It's not easy to deal with this thing, but it's very useful. Suifeng could not help but sigh. Even though he had seen it a few times, he still could not help but want to say, although the 4 spirals look a little ugly, Siyu heard him and grimaced. It can't be installed randomly. It will cause the energy tower to take up more space and make the distance between them wider. There's not much space to put in. She turned her head and pulled Little Star's arm. Little Star, tell me. Although it's ugly, it's still worth looking at, right? This. Yun Nuoxing pressed the girl's head and looked at the 4 spirals on the top of the energy tower. Her eyes flickered. It turns out to be good stuff. Everyone smiled bitterly. Well, she avoided the topic. Well, even Little Star said so. Siyu's little face was immediately filled with grievance. She suddenly jumped into Little Star's arms, opened her mouth and aimed at his neck. Gotcha! Hiss! Don't! Be gentle. Girl, you're a high-level yuansher. I can't take your bite. Hiss! Hui covered his face and smiled bitterly. He was just talking about this. It seemed that what Feng said was the truth, and there was no exaggeration. These girls could really catch Feng and bully him. It was just the intimate interaction between Feng and his girl. They were the only ones who were eating dog food. While they were fooling around, the whole concept plane suddenly trembled. Suddenly, there was a roar in the sky that could only be heard when there was a rapid surge of energy in the sky. A gust of wind rolled up the cold air in the whole space and gathered rapidly towards the ice-blue little star in the center of the ring of frost descent. At the same time, the whole concept plane felt a slight but continuous tremor. The sudden gathering of energy and the tremor startled Yun Nuoxing and the others. They all turned their heads to look at the center of the ring of frost descent. The cold air from the realm of frost descent was rushing towards the center. The wind gathered from all directions and gradually turned into an ice tornado between heaven and earth. When combined with the ring of frost descent, it looked like the ice tornado was trapped by an ice-blue ring-shaped object that was about the same size as it. Achoo! Whoa! The real, bigger version of the realm of frost is coming. Frost's realm of origin has taken shape. Flintlock sneezed violently. He quickly waved his hand and shouted, "Retreat! If you get sucked into the ice storm, you'll become an ice sculpture. Remember to use all your energy when you're mobilizing it. Otherwise, you'll be frozen solid." Hui raised his hand and took out a shield. He was so cold that he screamed. His palm was covered in frost. The freezing seemed to have started from the inside. It was from the energy that started to freeze him. If he did not use all his energy, he would become a frozen dumpling in 2 or 3 seconds. The group hurriedly jumped out of the ring of frost descent. When they were out of the ice storm, they looked at each other and found that there were signs of quick freezing on each other. Instantly, they felt a little better. This origin domain was really powerful. It turned them into quick frozen dumplings in an instant. Yun Nuoxing also released her ice energy and held up a quiet area in the corner where the ice storm had little effect. Seeing that the ice storm was still spreading, she held up another quiet area for everyone sitting on the ice field. Only then did they look up at the ice storm that was getting thicker and thicker. In their sight, fist-sized ice crystals of all shapes and sizes were constantly emerging. The ice crystals in the distance fell to the ground as soon as they appeared, and by the time they hit the ground, they had already become chunks of ice that were almost 10 feet in size. The ice crystals that were rotating along the ice storm were also getting bigger and bigger. The size of each ice crystal changed from the size of a fist to the size of a washbasin within 15 seconds, and then into chunks of ice that were at least 10 feet in diameter. Tens of millions of these chunks of ice danced and rotated along with the ice storm. In their line of sight, there was only the dense white fog and snowflakes that were fluttering in the air. The scene made Huey's cheeks twitch violently. Being hit in the face by a chunk of ice that was moving at a speed of at least 1,000 meters per second and from 10 to 100 feet in size, even if it did not break his shield, he would be frozen. This hailstorm is really big. Siyu could not help but reach out to catch a freshly formed ice crystal. Her pretty face immediately changed color. She screamed in a low voice and hurriedly threw it out. She only touched it for about a second and half of her palm was covered in frost. Huey's face was sweating profusely. Theoretically speaking, no world can have such crazy hailstorms. Which world has hailstorms? Look at that ball. Its diameter is almost 1,000 miles. This is a Motherf * King Ice asteroid belt. The moment you rush in, you will either become an ice sculpture or be smashed into pieces of ice. Then, the ice storm will blow you up into pieces of ice. The area covered by the ice storm seemed to be constantly increasing. There was only white in sight, and they gradually could not even see the appearance of the ring of frost descent. The violent ice energy awakened the second-generation inheritors who were still reading below. When they opened their eyes, they saw a chunk of ice the size of an asteroid whizzing past in front of their eyes. Many of them were stunned and sneezed at the same time. F***ck Suifeng. What's going on? Suifeng could not help but smile bitterly when he saw his companions coming to him. He raised his hand and pointed at the center of the ice storm. Shuang's domain of origin has formed. Be careful, don't get frozen. The brother who spoke could not help but put his hand on his chest. His face was pale. Another domain of origin. That's exciting. Although the stimulation in the past few eras has exceeded the limit, it is still exciting. The second-generation inheritors could not help but sigh. They carefully looked at a certain executor. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. Why are you looking at me? I didn't do anything. I just woke up. I don't know. Yes, it has nothing to do with me. Shuang is powerful. Chapter 2079. It was as if a dense meteor shower was hitting the entire observer space at a frequency of hundreds of thousands of times per second. The dull sound of heavy objects rapidly hitting the ice field was incessant, and it made Yun Nuoxing and the others' scalps tingle. Huey's guardian barrier was hit by thousands of ice lumps every second. Every few days, an ice ball with a diameter of more than 100 miles would be thrown over and hit the barrier. He raised the shield until his hands were soft. The cold aura kept eroding his hands through the barrier, causing him to gasp for cold air every few seconds. Then, he shook his hands with all his strength, causing him to jump up and down from the cold. In my entire life, I've only had the feeling of distrust towards my own defensive capabilities twice. Hui swallowed hard. When he saw everyone looking at him with sweat all over their faces, he trembled and continued, counting the time now. The other time was half an hour ago. Suifeng immediately understood. Oh, that time when Brother Feng activated the origin domain. To be honest, half an hour ago was even worse. I thought I would definitely die in the destruction domain. A certain second-generation brother could not help but mutter, and everyone nodded vigorously in agreement. Half an hour ago, when the destruction domain was unleashed, it was truly earth-shattering, and even half of Node Zero's city was destroyed. By the way, does it have to cause such a huge commotion every time the origin domain forms? Hui saw a crack in the guardian barrier and cursed as he patched it up. He then turned around and shouted at Suifeng and the others. Logically speaking, the commotion when the origin domain forms for the first time is almost. Suifeng rubbed his chin and thought for a while. It's probably unavoidable. Although we've only seen 2 origin domains form with our own eyes, I haven't seen Sister Luo Ying and Brother Ai's origin domains form, so I'm not sure. Seeing Brother Lei nodding in agreement, Hui was speechless. If any of you want to form an origin domain in the future, please let me know in advance. I have to prepare in advance. Otherwise, I won't be able to withstand it. He paused for a moment and turned his head abruptly. When he saw Maple hugging Siyu and swaying back and forth as if nothing had happened, his face darkened. He immediately threw a shield at him and said, "Maple, don't just stand there. Hurry up and help me, I can't hold it alone." Theoretically speaking, we're all helping you hold up the barrier. Yun Nuoxing glanced at him and freed her right hand from Siyu's waist. A ball of red and black-colored energy instantly condensed in her palm. This ball of energy even spread out small energy threads. The colorful and red and black lights flashed alternately. It looked quite terrifying. Also, I've never tried to use my origin domain to fight against an origin domain. I only know that this thing can be stacked. What if the defense is broken from the inside the moment it's activated? Everyone shuddered and carefully thought about the feeling of being sandwiched between the destruction domain and the frost domain. No, their faces turned green and their stomachs hurt. Stomachs hurt. What about the new Words of Sin series that you've discovered? Hui shook his head vigorously. Ice shards kept falling from his forehead. He did not know whether he was cold, hot, or numb. Hurry up and give it a try. Yun Nuoxing's eyes widened in horror. She stared at him as if he was an insect. Shuang Shuang, you asked me to attack you when she was condensing her origin domain. What were you thinking? What if the domain collapsed halfway? What if there's no next time? Why don't you sift through that sesame-sized brain of yours before you speak? This. Hui shrank his neck and smiled bitterly. He was frozen silly and numb. Then think of a way. Anyway, hurry up and help me. My defense is about to be broken. Damn it. The origin domain's abrasion effect on my barrier is too unreasonable. It's not even so strenuous to take 2 rounds of your origin, chaos, head-on. Now, I'm just being pressed down by the origin domain. I haven't been attacked yet, but I feel like my defense is about to be broken. After all, it's the origin domain. The origin energy is the last and most important power. Now, just the energy raging in the domain is about half the power of origin, chaos, every second. And it also has the characteristics of origin energy. It's much stronger than origin, chaos. As Yun Nuoxing spoke, he shrugged his shoulders at Hui. Of course, this was the last time I released this power. As for my current situation, I don't even know how to describe it. I haven't fought for a long time. Everyone couldn't help but smile bitterly. You've been cooped up for too long. You can't lift your sword anymore, right? However, it would definitely be very ridiculous. After all, his destruction energy was already in a state of full force. Just this point alone, the next time he used his full strength, it would definitely. They didn't dare to think about it. Yun Nuoxing raised his head and looked at the guardian barrier that was crackling. Even though he had used the origin energy and the group of them had desperately reinforced the defense, the barrier was still on the verge of collapse under the influence of the ice storm. The frequency of cracks appearing was increasing, and the repair could not keep up with the speed of the damage. If this continued, in less than 3 minutes, the guardian barrier would be removed with a clang, and the group of them would instantly turn into ice sculptures. Well, after all, it was the origin domain. Even if it was condensing and forming, it still had extremely powerful destructive power. Shuang's origin domain could also slow down the speed of everyone's energy surging in the domain. When it slowed down to a certain extent, it would be frozen from the inside out. This was forcing you to maintain the state of energy explosion for a long time. If you dared to reduce the degree of energy explosion, just wait to be frozen into frozen dumplings. Well, look at the hailstones outside. Even if they didn't become frozen dumplings, they would be smashed into ice chips and float all over the sky. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's stabilize this place first. If we don't use the origin domain to deal with the origin domain, we can only use a slightly more strenuous method. Let's give it a try. White light slowly lit up from his body. Suddenly, there was a bright light source on his body. Little Angel and Siyu were stunned for a moment. Seeing him like this, they quickly slipped out of his body. The brighter and brighter light made everyone in the barrier turn their heads. Seeing this scene, their hearts skipped a beat. They all had the same thought: is this guy going to explode in the barrier? Siyu pulled the little angel to the side and looked at Little Star, who was becoming brighter and more concentrated with the aura of Source of Origin. She suddenly whispered to her, "Little Star has become brighter than you." Little Angel was stunned. She thought about this question very seriously and whispered in Siyu's ear, "Little Star has always been brighter than me. Have you forgotten how he looks like hanging in the void?" Siyu nodded in realization. "Oh yes. Little Star on the Venus star plate, the brightest light source in the void frontline." The whispers of these two girls were heard by everyone in the barrier. Everyone covered their faces with a strange expression. They didn't know what kind of expression they should use to look at the large light source that was gathering source energy. The source energy that had been gathering for a while suddenly exploded in a shockwave, causing everyone to be stunned. Just as they were about to erect an additional energy barrier, they did not feel the destructive power of the source energy from the source of the light, so they subconsciously held back their actions, allowing the white shock wave to gush out and swallow them up in an instant, enveloping the entire space. The white light in their eyes lasted for a while before it quickly dissipated. Everyone quickly looked up and scanned their surroundings. They seemed to have entered another space, a space that was painted with colorful paint left and right with a large black background. An inexplicable aura hovered in this space. Under the influence of this aura, the eruption of the ice storm became a little quieter. We also found that the feeling of being frozen in half of his body was slowly fading away, giving him time to look up at this place. Feeling the strange aura that was lingering in this space, Suifeng identified it for a while and said in surprise, "This is the source energy environment? You dragged us into the source energy environment?" "Not all of you, but the entire concept level space." An unknown light source that was emitting white light floated 1/2 meter above the ground. He raised his finger and pointed forward. "Hey, the ice storm is still there. It's suppressed." After all, Shuang had only unconsciously unleashed the source energy domain. If it was the real source energy domain, it would take a little more effort. The hailstorm was still in their line of sight, but its scale had been slightly suppressed, and there were no signs of it continuing to spread. The frost aura, snow, and ice flowing between heaven and earth had decreased a lot, and their visibility had improved. Those ridiculously large hailstones were also affected by the primordial aura, and the speed at which they gathered and continued to grow slowed down. The temperature within the barrier was also noticeably rising. The temperature was not important. As long as the frost aura did not freeze their energy, the problem would be much smaller. They had almost been frozen into ice sculptures through the barrier. This is the first time the source energy domain has been unleashed on such a large scale. Yun Nuoshing lowered her head and clenched her fists. She could not help but roll her eyes as she looked at the scene that she had seen in the source energy environment before. The scene that looked like it had been brushed by the source energy domain was a little messy. Didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Originally, firecrackers and fireworks would have been set off after this space was dragged into the source energy environment. But now, the source energy domain was being used to weaken Shuang Shuang's ice storm, so much so that not a single firecracker could be heard. In order to neutralize the destructive power of the ice storm, the source energy domain was almost completely silent. The source energy domain, it was really powerful. It was especially troublesome to let one's own people deal with it. What a big fuss. Well, just look at how he woke up half an hour ago. Half of the city had suffered because of it. The whole space was pulled into the origin environment or something. We stared blankly at the colorful and black space, and then looked at a certain large light source. He couldn't help but say, "You seem to be a little crazy again." Suifeng tried to touch the colorful paint that flowed beside him, but his fingers did not touch anything. "Brother Feng, is this the source energy domain?" "No, it's just like what I said just now." The whole space was taken down and thrown into the source energy environment. Yun Nuoxing shook her head as she swung her colorful and dazzling white hair, attracting everyone's attention. If you really want to say it, well, it can be considered the source energy domain. But this is a domain that works on everything indiscriminately. The creations that are related to my energy will not work because this is the source energy domain. I can only control the source energy domain so that this environment will not affect you as much as possible. Just like now, all the power of the source energy environment has been used to suppress Shuang Shuang's ice storm, and you are almost unaffected. He paused and looked at Suifeng. Otherwise, you would have been blasted into the depths of the source energy environment. Everyone smiled bitterly. So this is a natural domain, right? Understood. And as the creator of the source energy, a certain someone was the master of this natural domain. After being dragged into the source energy environment, the power of the frost domain was greatly suppressed, but he did not use more power to suppress Shuang Shuang's domain. After a stalemate, the ice storm began to weaken, and the hailstones that were thrown in all directions stopped condensing as the ice storm retreated, and began to disintegrate and dissipate. However, after the ice storm slowly calmed down, the source energy environment became more active. He could already hear the sound of energy explosions in the distance. It was only at the level of firecrackers, but soon it would be the crackling of fireworks. He turned to Hui, who was squatting on the ground, to warm his hands, and lifted him up. "Hurry up and hold up the barrier. Shuang Shuang's frost domain is about to be dispelled. I have to drag this space out of the source energy environment as well, so that when the ice storm dissipates, the whole world will start to set off fireworks." Are the two of you taking turns to set off fireworks? Oh, Shuang Shuang wants to freeze us into ice sculptures, not set off fireworks. Hui bared his teeth at Maple and mumbled to himself as he once again held up the guardian barrier in front of him. When Yun Nuoxing saw this, the white light on her body began to gather again, drowning everyone in the white light. The sound of the surging tide was endless, startling everyone. They instinctively covered their ears, but the sound still echoed. It seemed to be a sound that was ringing in their souls or consciousness. As the sound became clearer and clearer, they suddenly had a feeling that they were waking up, as if they had fallen asleep when they were dragged into the source energy environment. After a loud sound of the surging sea, as if it was breaking out of the water, the white light that covered their eyes quickly dissipated. When they opened their eyes again, the clear sky as if it was made of ice crystals appeared in their sight. The ring of frost descent was emitting a beautiful icy blue luster, and the storm in the center was shrinking little by little. A moment later, there was a crack in the middle, retreating to the top and bottom, disintegrating little by little, and finally disappearing. The liquid ice in the center of the ring of frost descent also disintegrated as the ice storm dissipated. Yun Nuoxing looked at Shuang Shuang, who was stretching and yawning, and could not help but snap her fingers. "Now there are two origin domains. Although they are both complete origin domains, after all, the level is still there. Well, to deal with the two challenges, we still need to think about it. We heard this and staggered. What? Is it not enough? With all the current conditions and two origin domains, it is still not enough? Yun Nuoxing glanced at him and crossed her arms. Let me ask you a question. With all the forces at the front line of the void now gathered together, can we catch up to the heel of the heavenly god of origin? After that, he turned to look at Suifeng and the group of second-generation heirs. What do you think? You have been with them for a longer time, so you should be able to make a clearer judgment. Tell this idiot the answer. Well, Brother Lei scratched his head and twitched the corner of his mouth as he looked at Hui Jun, whose expression kept changing. Theoretically, it is still far from. But this is not counting Brother Feng's situation. I don't know how to calculate your situation to this extent. My situation. Yun Nuoxing was stunned for a moment as Brother Lei looked at her helplessly. She looked at herself and thought for a moment and shrugged. I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with me. I can't find a chaos concept body to test the waters, can I? I don't think I'll get anything out of it even if I try something else. Everyone could not help but smile bitterly. It was a very difficult question, whether it was him or the corresponding chaos concept body. They were all using the observer's shadow to practice, so who should he use to practice? It was a very helpless question, and there was no answer at the moment. Oh right. Yun Nuoxing remembered something and looked at Suifeng and the others. When you put the origin world into the fortress of origin, you should have seen a circle of magic circle appear, right? Are you talking about the formation under the staff of creation? Suifeng saw Brother Feng nodding and said, Yes, but what's the use of that circle? What else can Feng's circle do other than set off fireworks? Hui Jun replied. In theory, yes, but not all of it. Yun Nuoxing was relieved when he heard that. He looked at Hui and shook his head. That's actually just the shape of a basic magic circle, just like the all from when I was young. Only the core of the magic circle structure will make the magic circle show different situations. The shape is more or less the same. Although the shape can be changed according to requirements, I haven't encountered any requirements in this regard for the time being. The magic circle that I threw into the energy source world is my own magic circle. I have adjusted a lot of commonly used ones, and all of them have been adjusted into the magic circle structure. The circle in the origin world was something I figured out after mastering formation construct. It can protect the order, spirit, soul, and consciousness of an individual within range. In short, it's used to prevent chaos corruption. Using the fortress of origin, its effect can be spread throughout the entire realm of order, and it can be used at any time, unless the fortress of chaos blows up. Although I've thrown in more than 80. Yun Nuoxing covered her face with a worried look. I don't know if it's enough. I don't think it's enough. If it's not enough, there's no place to stuff it in. Hui Jun was puzzled. Didn't you take down the third defense line? Stuff it in there. It needs to be complemented by something of a high enough standard. The Fortress of Origin is the best carrier, and the Sanctum of Origin is much worse. If it's just a single circle, the effect is actually passable, but against chaos corruption, the effect is a lot weaker. Well, I've switched to chaos form and tested it on myself. After removing the chaos energy and the chaos rules, I've tried to attack my own order. Everyone was sweating as they listened. The little angel rushed up like a flash of light and hurriedly pressed little Star's face. She looked him up and down, and when she saw that there was nothing wrong with him, she breathed a sigh of relief. Then, she frowned and stared at him with eyes full of blame. Can you not do this kind of thing? Can't you at least give me a heads up before you deal with this kind of thing? It's been a long time, and I've hung myself in the creation sanctum. The creation sanctum has taken care of the corruption problem for me. I only did it because I knew there was no problem. You don't have to worry so much. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly and shook her head. Seeing that the little angel was still frowning and staring at her, she could not help but rub her head. All right, there won't be a next time. Now that there's a result, there's no need to try again. Suifeng lifted his collar and wiped the sweat off his forehead. This guy doesn't take me seriously. So what's the result? The result is that I feel that the 80 or so magic circles embedded in the Fortress of Origin may not be enough. But there's no other way. If I want to add a few more, I can only throw them into the Sanctum of Origin and make do with it. Also, Yun Nuoxing shrugged and turned to Hui and took a deep breath. Hui gulped when he saw Maple's serious look. He could not help but feel his heart clench. Maple would definitely say something very dangerous when he opened his mouth. Although some things might be better left unsaid, but well, I think it's better to say it openly. Hui, your domain of origin is the last piece of the puzzle in my calculations. Looking at Maple's expression, even if he didn't say it out loud, he knew what he was going to say. But this was really confusing. He also wanted to figure out the origin domain, but right now, he had only just touched the doorstep. There was still a long way to go before he could truly form it. The pressure was too great. Was it because different origin domains had different degrees of difficulty in forming them? Yun Nuoxing sighed when she saw Huey's silent, grimacing face and sweating like crazy. She patted his shoulder and said softly, "Sorry to add more pressure on you. Sorry my ass. If you apologize to me, I'll throw you out." Hui rolled his eyes at her and made a very distressed sound in his throat. After a while, he gasped and scratched his head. "TCH, isn't there still half an era left? It's just the domain of origin. Watch me go from beginner to ascension in half an era. If you can't find the domain of origin before the battle, then kill me as a sacrifice to raise everyone's morale." Everyone was speechless. Theoretically speaking, if you were killed, the battle would not be able to continue. With one less top combatant, the chances of defeat would double. If there's nothing else, then let's disperse. There's still half an era left. We'll try to find 2 more domains of origin. 3 domains can offset one, right? If I can't do it, don't I still have you guys? With more than 100 people, I don't believe that we can't find 2 or 3 domains of origin. Hui put his hands on his hips and let out a long sigh. He waved his hand at everyone. All right. That's it. Go and do your own things. Maple, take your girl out to play or try out your domain of origin. Don't hang around here. You'll distract me. Okay. It had been a long time since he saw Huey's serious look when he gave the military order. He couldn't help but sigh. I accidentally gave him too much pressure. This guy is probably going to fight me to the death. He actually struggled for a while whether to say this or not. In the end, he chose to say it just like this moment. Perhaps he also had a little intention of urging him. Perhaps it was because there was some sense of urgency in his heart. In short, he was anxious. Some of the second generation continued to read books where they were, while others ran to the Fortress of Origin. Hui thought about it and sat down as well. He waved his hand and threw the books on the ground, and even tied a headscarf around his head. After a while, they quietly slipped out. When they stood in front of the conch roof, Green suddenly could not help but ask, "Lord Maple, could the hidden meaning of the last piece of the puzzle be?" Yun Nuoxing let out a long sigh. She patted the shoulder of the elder, who was also a void traverser. She looked up at the sky and said faintly, "Time is coming to the end. This long and distant time will slip by openly in front of us in the responses of 'There's still time' and 'There's still time' until the real end is presented before us. Time. Unknowingly, it was already the middle of the 57th era. It was not far from that point in time. Even if he was looking into the void at that very moment, he could still feel the angry roar coming from the void itself. It was roaring and gradually becoming crazy. The entire void was filled with restless movement. The formless wave of destruction was gathering crazily in the depths of the void. There seemed to be some other sounds hidden in the crazy clamor. It was enough to make the entire Great Yuan realm restless. Could it be her resentment? Now, I can't say that there's still time or that there's still a long time. Half an era is a long time, but just like the half an era I used, dealing with the matters on our bodies would quickly consume all of that time. For example, if I change the time, half an era would be the time for you to break through the seal. In that time, I could at most touch 3 or 4 types of origin energy. If we're lucky, we might have a few more origin domains, and a batch of high-level primeval in the void frontline. That's that fixed piece of the puzzle. He lowered his head and clenched his fists. When the fixed time comes, no matter what the situation is, we have to try our best to complete it. The girl with a frosty breath descended from the sky. She leaned forward and looked at him with joy on her pretty face. "Little star, you're awake too." Yun Nuoxing rubbed Shuang's head with a smile. He blinked his colorful eyes and looked at her. Suddenly, he thought of something. "Shuang, let's find a place to fight, shall we?" The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. An ice crystal slid down Shuang's smooth forehead. She straightened up stiffly and slipped behind the little angel. She looked at Mei Mao cautiously and looked at Little Star. "Did I do something wrong?" "Puff!" Yun Nuoxing smiled and waved his hand. Then, he looked at Siyu, Qing Huang and Suifeng. "And you, Suifeng, call your sister and Little Shi here. Come, all of you." Suifeng was sweating profusely as if he had just washed his hair. "That brother Feng. We don't deserve to die, right?" Yun Nuoxing stroked his hair and rolled his eyes. "What are you thinking? I've been cooped up for too long. I haven't fought for an era. Since I reached this level, I haven't tried to go all out. I have to test the waters. Don't worry, just go all out and beat me to death. Although I'm not as good as Huey's shield, my continuous counterattacks in that state can be considered as endurance. So, don't go easy on me." Everyone could not help but smile bitterly. "We are afraid that you will kill us." Chapter 2080. The wave of rules was a premonition of void turbulence. Starting from the far reaches of the lower planes, it was a wave of destruction that began from the farthest reaches of the void of order. It would completely cover the edge of the upper planes around the middle of the 58th era, and would eventually devour half of the upper planes. Conceptually, it would devour the void of order, leaving only the center of the upper planes. What would happen to the void of chaos? No idea. It would not matter even if that place was destroyed as well. It's been more than one epoch since I heard this news. I wonder where that unreliable guardian of the altar is now. Is it still looking for the missing 8-element realm's core? The wave of rules had already existed when she mentioned it. In this era, it had gradually expanded to the point where they could easily observe it. Some of the remaining nodes in the lower and middle planes had been withdrawn before they were affected. As time passed, the safe zone of the void of order was becoming smaller and smaller. Even if the void was conceptually infinite, the wave of rules was still conceptually covering the void of order. Under such circumstances, even if they were to go to undiscovered void regions, they would have to judge from probability whether the void regions were intact or had already been damaged. The nodes that remained in the lower and middle planes were left unguarded. When the energy towers suddenly went silent one day, everyone would know that it was the wave of rules or the premonition of void turbulence that had crushed them. He would occasionally observe the wave of destruction as well. The lower and middle planes had been covered by the wave of void turbulence and 70% of the void regions. While the area they could observe was large enough, there was no guarantee that the data would not be wrong. After all, they could not stand on the concept of the void environment to observe the overall situation of the void, and could only use huge amounts of data to get a rough estimate. But it did not matter. There was no need to pay too much attention to the result. In the middle of the 58th era, the upper planes were the only surviving locations in the void of order. It was the result that the Altar Guardian declared, and also the most important result. Observing the wave of rules at this moment was just watching. It was as if he was floating on the sea and watching a white line rise from the horizon. Or perhaps he was already aware of the tremors at the bottom of the sea and had gone to the seaside to wait for the arrival of the wave of destruction. It was the same for him. He was just watching and waiting for the wave. Then, he was prepared to face the wave head-on. It was still gathering and brewing in the depths of the void. It could not be observed directly with the naked eye, and the senses could only capture its general movement. It was moving slowly, and its mere presence caused the entire void to rumble, as if the void was trembling in fear. There was a sound hidden in the depths that affected the wave, and it was the reason why the void was trembling. It was dormant, as if there was a mad consciousness and will imprisoned in the depths of the wave of rules, and even a billionth of its will could shake the entire void. At this moment it had yet to do anything. It was just letting out a voice like a ferocious beast that had been woken up and was throwing a tantrum in bed, and it was already enough to shake the void. If it really exploded, in fact, he was not sure if the voice was the will of destruction that she had left behind. He had just accidentally caught a subtle movement in the depths of the tide of rules in this era. His preconceived perception made him stubbornly believe that it must be the will of destruction that she had left behind. The will of the heavenly god of origin, that was supposed to protect the void, had turned around to destroy the entire Deyuan realm. Well, it was not a bad idea to let her voice announce the end of this era. If he could, he even wanted to lend her a hand. It was true. Their combined strength should not be as great as the destruction caused by that mad will. When the void quake came, if they could not reach that ending at the very last moment and watch its radiance spread across the entire Deyuan realm, it would probably be the most magnificent funeral. In the empty space, there was nothing superfluous. The sea of energy below was still surging, but it was much calmer than usual. The starlight reflected in the sky had also dimmed, as if they did not dare to disturb the peace of this place. This was still the observer space, but the fortress of origin and the concept-level space were gone. As they walked forward, the movements in the sea of energy gradually calmed down. The rumbling of thunder and the crashing of waves that reverberated in the space soon subsided completely. At the same time, the light around them weakened further, as if watching the afterglow of the setting sun disappear bit by bit, forcing them to bring the stars in the galaxy onto a canvas. Is there such a place in the observer space? Suifeng floated forward and looked around curiously. Although it doesn't seem to be any different, the structure and rules are all different. The atmosphere is also different. Although the sea of energy is still below. Actually, we didn't go far. It's just a layer of space. The space here is more solid, and it's also farther from the main space. Even if we break through it, it won't affect the other side, Yun Nuoshing explained. Everyone. The degree of breaking through when she opened her mouth made them feel a little uneasy. Suifeng coughed and said in his mind, telling his sister and Shi Shao their current location. A moment later, the space beside them split open, and the two girls slowly walked out. Looking at the space in front of them, and then at the bitter faces of everyone, Suifeng blinked her blue eyes and could not help but ask, "Are we really going to fight? It's just a practice. Don't be so nervous." Yun Nuoshing stepped forward and waved her hand at everyone. Staring at Suifeng and Shi Shao for a while, she could not help but exclaim, "What have you two been doing?" There were dark circles under his eyes, and he looked like an immortal. Did these two go and torment him as well? Suifeng shrugged, and the answer she gave confirmed his thoughts. Busy with the domain of origin, looking for a way, and trying one by one. Yun Nuoshing said. The busiest and most troublesome thing left at the moment was the domain of origin. Come to think of it, I still don't know what kind of energy your origin is. Because there's no official occasion where we have to deal with the power of chaos, I haven't really shown my offensive power. It's normal that you don't notice it. Suifeng brushed her hair lightly. The power of the soul. Let's categorize it, it's a power of spirit and will. Sui Feng twitched the corner of his mouth and helped to explain. Actually, sister is usually a support. When the fight starts, she can let the abyssal death mist spawn hit her own people. But now, the more important thing is to find the domain of origin and help our family to resist the corruption of chaos. After all, our destructive power should be enough. Yun Nuoshing was puzzled and could not help but tilt her head. Isn't this something that spirit types do? The origin energy that is only related to spirit can't do this? Pure strength is closer to it's better to use pure strength to attack and destroy. However, it's not impossible to do so. It's just that. Sui Feng pondered for a moment before turning to little brother Feng. Take little brother Feng for example. Compared to control, your first choice would be Yun Nuoshing was enlightened. It's simple and straightforward. Sui Feng shrugged. That's it. Different types of origin energy will lead to different roles. As for my power, he blinked his eyes and said to little brother Feng with a smile, Little brother Feng, can I borrow your dark curse poem? Oh, you're that shadows. Yun Nuoshing understood and took out the Dark Reaper's poem. Just as she was about to pass it to Sui Feng, the latter laughed dryly and waved his hand. No, I'm just reminding you. I can't use the Dark Reaper's poem. Well, I'm not used to it yet. I'll be drained dry after using it for a while. Yun Nuoshing smacked her lips and looked at Sui Feng with a gloomy and speechless face. You're such a disappointment. I haven't used the Dark Reaper's poem much since I got it from Luoying. Can't you work harder and charge with this divine weapon? Ahem. Sister Luoying gave it to you. If I take it, I'll definitely. Sui Feng shuddered and his face turned pale. He put the sword in front of his neck and said, I'll be killed. Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes at Sui Feng and stepped back. She slowly released her power. Just as she was about to unleash it, the dimension in front of her suddenly cracked open. Yuan Ji and Qing Zi slipped out from it. Everyone was stunned. Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but ask, Yuanji, you're coming too? Jing Yuanji laughed dryly and shook her head. No, I'm not. I'm just here to watch the battle. Little Qing Zi found a helmet from somewhere and put it on his head. He knocked on it a few times with his hand, making clanging sounds. He also smiled and said, Brother Qing said there was a good show here and told us to come. I'm here to broadcast, yes. Yun Nuoshing said, On our battlefield, the audience will usually suffer. Are you two really going to watch the battle? Jing Yuanji and I Ching looked at each other. The two retreated a few thousand miles and put up energy barriers. They said in unison through their souls, It's not a big problem. It shouldn't be a big problem. All right, Yun Nuoshing's face twitched as he ignored the two troublemakers who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Speaking of which, what the hell is a broadcast? A broadcast? His power slowly gathered as his body glowed with white light. Two pairs of colorful white wings slowly appeared behind him as he released the aura of Source beginning. Energy began to gather in the surrounding space like a storm and swept towards him. He let out a long sigh of relief as he clapped his hands at everyone. Come on, let's take it slow. If you guys are not ready, we can discuss for a while. Everyone looked at each other. The next second, they gathered together and formed a circle. Brother Lei said in a deep voice, This battle is unavoidable. How should we fight? Although it's a little embarrassing, the most suitable person for us to charge and break through the enemy lines is. Sui Feng looked up at Shuang and Qing Huang. Everyone looked at the two girls as well. They were a little embarrassed. Shuang and Qing Huang will fight in the front. The three of us will feint and attack from the back. Monarch Green gave him a thumbs up and then turned to look at Cu and the others. He pondered for a moment and said, Next, try to hold down Lord Feng's array formation when you're young. Last Cu and Sister Sui Feng, the two of you just do whatever you want and don't let Lord Feng stop. Little Angel blinked and smiled. Then I'll go help Little Star. Don't. Please don't. Everyone turned pale with fright. Shuang Shuang and Qing Huang hurriedly grabbed the angel girl's hands. See you hurriedly shouted at her. Sister Ming, if you help Little Star, we won't have to fight anymore. Little Angel smiled and shrugged. Then, she turned into a ray of light and entered Shuang Shuang's body. Then I'll help Shuang Shuang. Although we have energy identification, we won't turn it on for practice. Although Master Feng's moves are very painful and deadly. Qing Zi's face twitched. He couldn't help but laugh dryly. When Master Hui isn't here and there's no energy tower or realm of order to support the battle, let's all be careful. Master Feng usually doesn't hold back when he can. Everyone. This is the rhythm of fighting to the death. Seeing everyone rubbing their hands and starting to mobilize energy, Yun Nuoxing also put down her crossed arms. She looked up and laughed softly. Are you all ready? If you are, then come. It's just a practice. Don't be nervous. It'll be over in half an hour. Everyone. Although we don't know how you mean by half an hour, but since you just said to fight to the death, then, buzz, bang. The silver thunder and impact suddenly turned into a storm and exploded. Brother Lei and Qing Zi's powerful punches were finished without any warning. Both of their hands were pressed against Yun Nuoxing's outstretched palms. The surging white light in the latter's palms resisted their fists, making them unable to move forward even a little bit. The destructive energy diffusing from the two of them turned unreasonably on the surface of Yun Nuoxing's body, as if deliberately avoiding her. Seeing the two of them rushing up without saying a word, Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but laugh. I knew it was the two of you. Your strength is okay, but it's still a little lacking. The moment the impact of Source beginning gushed out, Qing Zi and Brother Lei were the first to break free from Yun Nuoxing's grip. Their other hand surged with Source beginning energy and threw it back at the gushing white light. The violent explosion of energy instantly blurred the scene in front of them. The two of them also took advantage of this gap to withdraw. The initial explosion of energy had failed, so it was time to get serious. Anyway, they were not the main attackers in this round of battle. Shortly after the energy explosion, Yun Nuoxing had just patted away the energy cloud in front of her when she saw a figure surrounded by scarlet and pink flowing light holding the Netherworld Ruins sword rushing to her. Her expression suddenly became serious. The rhythm of light gathered in her hand, and the destruction rune between her eyebrows quietly bloomed. The light she waved collided heavily with the Netherworld Ruins sword that Qing Huang had slashed down. In a violent explosion of energy, the energy contained in the two divine weapons suddenly swept out. Boom! Under the power of Source Beginning and the rules, order, energy form, the explosion of Source Beginning's power was earth-shattering. He was very used to the crackling sound of fireworks, but Qing Huang didn't seem to be used to it. When he saw the girl was thrown away by the energy impact, he couldn't help but say to her in her soul, the energy explosion is not enough. You have to treat yourself as an energy crystal that is constantly erupting. Use the most explosive energy to deal with everything. Use the energy explosion to stabilize your body and then charge with all your might. Come, hit me, don't pity me, I have already changed my form. I can withstand your attacks. Feng Qing Huang smiled bitterly. She quickly stabilized her body and took a deep breath. The explosive energy released from her body instantly changed its form. Her aura multiplied. Then, her body flashed like a stream of light and appeared in front of Little Star. At this moment, all the energy in her body poured out without holding back. Facing Qing Huang's fierce and unrelenting attacks, Yun Nuoxing became more serious. The Source Beginning's power began to flow slowly. Every time he waved the rhythm of light, it would be dyed with a few strands of colorful light. His power and aura began to grow bit by bit. Every time he clashed with Qing Huang's attacks, it would be easier for him. He no longer had to take 2 steps back or pause because of this girl's frontal assault. Netherworld Ruins, Firmament Slash! Feng Qing Huang shouted. She gripped the dark ruined sword with both of her hands and swung it down with all of her strength. 1,000-mile-long energy stream surged out from the dark ruined sword. The entire space resounded with the energy stream, and the rumbling noise of the energy stream was loud enough to shake everything. When Qing Huang held the sword with both hands, he already knew what this girl was going to do. When she swung the sword, he also raised his right hand. A vast amount of energy crazily gathered in his right hand. White light and colorful light flashed together. The rich source beginnings aura gushed out, causing the vibrating space to calm down. Source beginnings collapse. An extremely powerful energy burst out from his hand, causing the entire space to flash with a dazzling white light. It was like a flash of light that had erupted at the moment of creation. The dazzling torrent of energy that had already gone out of control swallowed the sword light in an instant. Then, it expanded countless times in an instant and swept towards the end of the horizon. This flash of light could be considered an attack the moment it was launched. Even though Qing Huang was prepared, she knew that she wouldn't be able to dodge in time. In a moment of desperation, she could only raise the Netherworld Ruins sword in front of her. A tricolored flame burst out from her body. Be careful. The moment the voice rang out in her mind, a purple-gold light suddenly appeared in her line of sight. An energy formation in the shape of an awl appeared in front of her, as if it was propping up an energy barrier. The dazzling light that symbolized the creation of the world also unexpectedly arrived at this moment, crushing her body. The disturbance in space caused her to stagger. The energy around her body was pulled back by the storm of energy, almost leaving her body. Even her hands, which were tightly gripping the Netherworld Ruins sword, seemed to be on the verge of falling out of her hands. The barrier created by the formation creaked when it was crushed. Qing Huang used all her strength to deflect part of the destructive power of Source Beginning's collapse. She was so deeply trapped in the flash of light that she couldn't feel anything. She could only use all her strength to create an energy barrier. When the energy trembled for what seemed like a few seconds, Little Hour suddenly appeared in her line of sight. She pressed her hands on the formation and the barrier in front of her and forcefully turned it up and down. A burst of energy erupted from the formation, as if it was tearing open a space in the torrent of white light. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Little Hour hurriedly grabbed Qing Huang and retreated from the area of light, forcefully withstanding Source Beginning's collapse. What are you thinking? When they arrived at a safe place, Little Hour couldn't help but turn her head and ask the second humanoid light that was smoking all over. Qing Huang shrunk her neck and shook her head with a bitter smile. It's too late. When I was fighting Little Star's shadow in the tower, it was the same situation many times. I can't think of a way to deal with it at all. I can hold on for a while, but after that, Little Hour looked at Qing Huang helplessly. She turned her head and looked in front of her. Countless energy formations had broken through space and appeared here. Like the ripples caused by heavy rain falling on water, countless energy waves were drawn out. Those red and black formations that appeared together with the starlight had already caused a destructive power to sweep out. Little Hour's face twitched when she sensed the endless destructive power. Those enormous formations that spanned from thousands of feet to tens of millions of miles wide had already dyed the sky red. Just looking at them made her heart palpitate. She turned her head and looked at the formations that she had deployed. Added together, they were not even 1/10 the size of the formations on the other side. She suddenly felt weak. Let's go and pin him down. You think of a way to dismantle his formations. Dismantle. Before Feng Qing Huang could finish her sentence, Little Hour had already rushed to the front with countless magic circles. She looked at the red and black balls with starlight in front of her and smiled bitterly in her heart. This thing, how do I dismantle it? Not enough. Not enough. You guys are not energetic enough. Yun Nuoshing, who had hundreds of millions of arrays, fought with Qing Jun and elder brother Lei, who took turns to rush forward. When the two of them rushed up, he swung his sword, accompanied by a torrent of energy, and sent the two of them flying along with their attacks. The arrays that moved at will began to pour energy in all directions like a rainstorm, bombarding everyone in the field indiscriminately. The two guys in front of him screamed again and again, and at the same time, they also had the time to slap each other in the face. Little Hour's strength had a slight effect on him, but it was only to suppress the charging speed of the formations. It affected the attack frequency, but it was not a big problem. He just had to use his strength to suppress them. More. Give me more. Can't you guys handle it? I haven't really unleashed my full strength yet. Keep your spirits up. Yun Nuoshing opened his arms and shouted at the scene of fireworks in front of him. Suddenly, a shadow appeared behind him. A figure rushed out from it, holding a ball of energy in his hand. The existence of the ball of energy made the surrounding space bloom with dense layers of cracks like a spider web. The moment Sui Feng appeared, he held the ball of energy tightly and rushed towards Yun Nuoshing like a cannonball. Brother Feng, you are not Hui Jun. Why are you taunting him? The moment the energy trembled, Yun Nuoshing already knew that someone was sneaking behind him. His left hand was shining with white light and a white dot condensed. He turned around and punched out. A white light bloomed and expanded in an instant. Source, origin of nothingness. Boom. The two hemispheres, one black and one white, with a radius of 10,000 miles, madly collided with each other. Immeasurable destructive impact spread throughout the entire space. Huge cracks suddenly spread out. Then, a violent suction force came out of the two hemispheres and targeted everything in the entire space. It dragged all the energy in the space into it. Oh! I can hold it! I can hold it! Sui Feng was sweating profusely. The veins on his forehead were bulging. He hurriedly shouted at the top of his lungs, "See you? Little Phoenix! Mang Lei! Take this opportunity to destroy his magic array group." Yun Nuoshing, who was facing the ball of energy, twitched her face. "Can't you just shout in the soul communication? You've already shouted. Are you afraid that I don't know? Little brother Feng, let's discuss this. Can you pretend that you didn't hear it?" Yun Nuoshing turned his head and spat out a mouthful of saliva. Just as he was about to say something, Qing Jun roared and rushed up again. He continued to maintain the source of nothingness, then turned around and grabbed the rhythm of light, wrapped in the power of 1,000 caddies, and swung his sword with the power of destruction and disintegration. Suddenly, a mighty torrent of energy surged in front of him and covered Qing Jun's figure. But this time, he was startled. He could sense that the figure was still rampaging, as if ignoring his attack, so he immediately waved the rhythm of light to add a few more attacks. This time, he clearly sensed that something had offset his successive attacks, allowing Qing Jun to charge over like a hot knife through butter. Qing Jun suddenly tore apart the energy flames and rushed in front of him like a beast. His body was wrapped in circles of purple-gold awls, a circle of 5 colored magic arrays, and a thick layer of ice. The tricolored flames on his body made him look like a flame beast, with sparks coming out of his mouth. This made Yun Nuoshing understand what had offset his successive attacks. "Lord Feng, take my punch." A heavy punch with 5 kinds of origin energy smashed toward his head, as if it was wrapped in a void. Yun Nuoshing's expression didn't change. The hand holding the rhythm of light was also entangled with a red and black magic array, and he met the attack with his sword. The moment the two monstrous forces collided, his expression trembled. He couldn't help but reveal a reluctant smile. "Oh, not bad. Little brother Feng, don't think that I'm not here. Oh. Yun Nuoshing was stunned once again when the shadow energy figure suddenly tore his source, origin of nothingness, apart with a punch. His eyes flickered as he saw the black energy ball that was only 1,000 miles in size sweeping towards him from behind. Then, a red and black circle formation that was 1,000 miles in size appeared, and the secondary energy that burst out from it forcefully blocked Sui Feng's backstab. being sandwiched between two behemoths that were bursting with mighty energy, his robe and hair fluttering wildly in the air. It was an extremely difficult scene to endure. He could not help but want to boom, 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 boom. The sound of fireworks bursting with destructive energy rang in his ears. Suddenly, Yun Nuoxing felt that he had lost contact with a part of his senses. Well, his magic array had been destroyed by Cu, Blue Phoenix, and Shuang at least 2/3 of it. Hey, I've already pretended that I didn't hear anything and let you guys destroy it. I can move now, right? Suifeng and Lady Green couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of water when they heard it. They said in unison, You really took it seriously? Silver Dragon. A long and hoarse roar suddenly bloomed from all directions with thousands of silver thunderbolts that were like angry dragons blooming. A sturdy figure flashing with lightning suddenly fell from the sky, like a thunder god descending to the world, with thousands of thunderbolts smashing down on Yun Nuo. Before the mighty thunderbolts even reached him, the latter had already felt a tingling sensation all over his body, and even his energy was affected by this and slowed down a little. Little star, pay attention to your defense. I don't care anymore, I don't care anymore. Cu suddenly shouted in his soul. Yun Nuoxing's attention shifted away from the dense silver lightning bolts. When he turned his head, he saw a 1,000-mile-long ice ball wrapped in a 3-colored sea of fire, a 5-colored magic array, and a huge purple-gold cone magic array. The ice ball was rushing toward him like a sharp arrow. The attack from the front and the back, coupled with the attack from all directions, made him twitch the corner of his mouth. About that, I want to remind you guys of something, that is... Seeing that everyone's full-powered attack was getting closer and closer, Yun Nuoxing freed up his right hand. White light and colorful luster flowed on his arm that was already dyed in white light. When you dismantle my magic formation, please do it cleanly. Look at this. Everyone was startled when they heard this. They hurriedly turned their heads to look at the magic arrays that had been shattered but were still hanging in midair. They saw an observer suddenly raise his head and show them an evil smile. The light ball that had just gathered in his hand was gently crushed by him. The broken magic array and his energy that remained in this world suddenly boiled. He raised his right hand again, condensed a new energy ball, and slammed it hard on the rhythm of light that was resisting Lady Green's attack. Everything leads to the beginning, the origin falls into nothingness. In an instant, all the remaining energy and magic arrays turned into colorful white light and fell toward the rhythm of light. The remaining magic arrays also burst out with the last energy light in an instant. The dazzling white light bloomed where all the attacks converged in an instant. Huh! Everyone turned pale with fright. The white energy ball exploded and expanded to 10,000 miles in size in an instant. The violent energy of the primal and the primal energy blended together and pushed away the destructive energy shockwaves like a tidal wave. In just a breath's time, hundreds of shockwaves had erupted. The wildly sweeping white energy ball continued to expand, and the destructive energy shockwaves it released also became more and more violent as time passed. The moment the nature of light, origin bloomed, there was only the white light and the shock wave in their line of sight. The scene in front of them was like a sun that bloomed with a bang. Everyone was hit by the energy impact hundreds of times in an instant, and they were pushed back tens of thousands of miles. They hurriedly grabbed Suifeng, Brother Lei, and Lady Green, who had endured the full impact of the nature of light, origin, and were thrown out like garbage. Seeing that the energy ball continued to expand, and that the shock wave with substantial destructive power was about to cover them again, they hurriedly retreated even further. Cough cough. My chest hurts a little. Cu patted her chest and gasped for breath. Her pretty face was slightly pale. The destructive energy and the origin energy entangling her body made her feel awkward all over. These two energies were like maggots attached to the bones that kept entangling her body, and gradually reduced the power she could use because she had to divide her attention to suppress them at all times. Even if she wanted to get rid of them, she could not find a suitable way to do so. Xiao Shi hurriedly retreated to Qing Qing's side. Qing Qing was currently using the origin energy to disperse the destructive energy and the origin energy entangling the trio. She looked at the trio and could not help but exclaim, "They're almost cooked." Sui Qing did not know whether to laugh or cry. While she was helping these three fellows who were about to lose their ability to fight, she subconsciously raised her eyes to look at the enormous energy ball that was still gathering and releasing energy. Her eyes suddenly trembled, and she hurriedly warned, "Be careful." The enormous energy ball suddenly compressed at an unreasonable speed to only 1,000 feet in size. The forceful suppression of the energy even affected the space around it, and a huge crack appeared in the sky. The energy ball that had gathered countless energies seemed to have been compressed to the limit. Suddenly, a ripple appeared on the surface of the energy ball, and it exploded into a ring of energy that turned into a dazzling stream of energy that shot toward them. The boundless destructive energy coming toward them caused their expressions to change drastically again. Shuang Shuang hurriedly gathered her icy origin energy, and a dazzling icy blue light blossomed from her body. Blue Phoenix's expression also became serious. She gripped the Nethervoid sword with both hands as energy rapidly gathered. The instant the turquoise origin energy was released, her strength instantly skyrocketed, and she could feel the might of a dozen or so different energies converging from it. Wah! Stop fighting! Stop fighting! Little star, stop fighting! Surrender! Surrender! Just as Shuang Shuang was about to unleash her origin domain and Blue Phoenix was about to unleash her origin, primal chaos, Siyu screamed and hurriedly crossed her hands to protect her face. The stream of light also turned into energy particles and dissipated in an instant. Yun Nuoxing, who rushed out from it, did not slow down. He pounced over and hugged Siyu. He kissed the girl's forehead and laughed. He stroked the girl's messy hair and said, "What's wrong? Are you scared?" Siyu bared her teeth at him and raised her little fists to punch Little Star's chest repeatedly. She could not help but mutter, "Can't you be gentler? Go easy on me." I've already gone easy on you." Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly and flew towards Sui Qing with Siyu in his arms. "I let you guys dismantle the magic circle, but you didn't trigger the self-destruct power of the magic circle. Plus, from the beginning to the end, you guys were standing on the same spot and counterattacking, and there's more." Everyone could not help but smile bitterly. In reality, he had let the Sea of Void go. After all, he still had a lot of power that he had not used yet. The three forms of nothingness did not roar, the origin domain was not fully unleashed, and the origin energy was not fully unleashed. He had only touched a corner of the magic circle to play with, but he still could not win. It was so strange. When he was fighting with the Observer's shadow in the tower, he could fight back and forth, but when he faced the real person, "I know that you've been beating up my shadow in the tower, but I've said it before. My shadow is just a broken shadow. Although it's not a shadow that follows the rules and only knows how to fight by the book, it's still a far cry from my real body. Even if it has the same level of power as me, it's the same." Yun Nuoxing stretched out his finger and flicked the heads of the girls one by one. He raised his hand and waved at Yuan Ji and little Qingzi, who had run 1,000,000 miles away to watch the battle. Then he continued, "If you guys treat the shadow as the real me and fight with me, then, just like now." Shuang Shuang lowered her head and bumped Little Star's shoulder with her head. She muttered, "When I fight with the shadow, I can't react in time. When I fight with you, my heart can't take it." Little Xiao and Sui Qing nodded vigorously, because they did not know what kind of firework would be used in the next round. It was too scary. The flash of light could scare people to death. Chapter 2081. Sparring was just an occasional friendly interaction. Although they were all shouting to beat him to death, that was what they meant. They couldn't really beat him to death. Actually, he didn't mind them beating him to death. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any point in sparring. Anyway, he should be quite resistant to beatings? Well, speaking of resistance to beatings, wouldn't he be as resistant to beatings as we? He wasn't a shield bearer. Originally, he really wanted to let loose and start something. After all, he hadn't fought for a long time. But it was obvious that the others couldn't withstand his torment. He couldn't really charge at them without saying anything, and they wouldn't be able to withstand it either. He subconsciously used 10,000 creations, origin to roast the trio. If he used a little more strength, the battle would be over. At that time, he wouldn't know whether he should be busy saving people or busy going to the spiritual temple. Going to the tower to fight the shadow was impossible. It would never be possible to go to the tower to fight the shadow. When they exchanged blows with him, they would subconsciously want to kill him. That was because they knew all too well what he would use later. Furthermore, it was his own shadow that had been split into several pieces. That made it even clearer. The shadow branded in the tower had separated its power form to make it easier for everyone to beat him up. Not every shadow would choose to use all of its deadly moves on everyone's faces. Taking advantage of the fact that it hadn't reached the point of death, it was definitely the most convenient and fastest thing to do. Forget it, let's just torture everyone. But they didn't use energy identification just now. Logically speaking, with energy identification, an ordinary primordial chaos shouldn't have been able to scorch him. But now, he was already scorched after using 10,000 creations, origin. He definitely didn't use energy identification. Oh, it's easy to deal with now. Then let's have a few more rounds. This time, he let everyone use energy identification, so he could let loose even more. So, is this the reason why all of you came back with bandages? Huey's face twitched as he drank his tea. He looked at everyone who was covered in bandages and supported each other as they walked back in a sorry state. He then looked at Feng, who had put little Qingzi, who was watching the battle, aside. This young man had more bandages on his body than anyone else. It was obvious that he had been attacked indiscriminately by someone when he was watching the battle and could not take care of himself. This young man was really too much. When Feng was educating and guiding his family's girl and a few idlers, lovingly, he still dared to come over and watch. Wasn't he putting his face forward to be slapped? Jing Yuanji knew to quickly run away before Feng started to make a big fuss. She was not so embarrassed now. How could you not be smart? He watched as Maple placed the exhausted fellows on the chairs one by one. He sat down and took a sip of tea before continuing. What's with the red mark on your head? Yun Nuoxing's hand that was holding the cup trembled slightly. Her face twitched, and she casually wiped her forehead. She looked at the red mark on her hand and was silent for a few seconds. Yesterday, Shuang froze me and pressed on me when I couldn't move. Hui spat out a mouthful of old blood along with a sip of tea. His face was 30% black and 70% green. For a moment, he couldn't tell whether this attack was an insult or some other kind of attack, such as a mental attack. Damn, why did it feel like this attack was directed at him? Wait, he seemed to have noticed that there was also a mark on Feng's neck, and it was accompanied by a bite mark. Then your neck? The day before yesterday, when Blue Phoenix used all of her strength to attack me with Rule Order E energy form, I was attacked and bitten by Cu. It's been 2 days and the mark still hasn't disappeared. At that time, this girl must have bitten me with energy. Hiss, I'll deal with it later. I have to throw out a lot of energy first. Hui. You guys are practicing in a fight, not showing off your love, thank you. Then what's with the corner of your mouth? Did little Phoenix leave it? Yuan Ji attacked me sneakily. That girl found it interesting that we were fighting halfway, so she rushed up with my little quilt and gave me a good beating. I was already half dead from Shuang's cold, and Yuan Ji was still desperately controlling my space. Damn, too much control. I was also restrained by the energy identification. Many of the people controlling me had to fight for 2 or 3 rounds before they could kill me. In the end, I was suppressed and beaten. You see, I've already said that they can use the power of the high-level yuanshi to bully me. Huey's cheeks twitched twice. He crossed his hands and covered his mouth with a gloomy face. He took a deep breath, put down his hands and looked at Feng. Looking at the lip mark on Feng's face, Hui raised his hands again and pondered. Then, I'll ask in advance, where is little Phoenix's mark? That girl only left behind charred marks on my body. Hui patted his cheeks and heaved a sigh of relief. Little Phoenix is more normal. Yun Nuoxing looked depressed. He blew bubbles on his tea and said, It turned out that when everyone turned on the energy identification and fought with me, they could beat me up when I didn't use my full strength. Well, not to the extent of beating me up. Anyway, I was beaten very badly. Hui laughed dryly and pointed at the paralyzed people. His cheeks twitched. Then what's going on? I only heard the part where you were beaten up. Obviously, this part of the story was not enough to create such a scene. Oh, I was beaten up for half a year. Today, I touched the rule, order, energy form and the chaos domain at full strength. Yun Nuoxing patted Shuang's head, who was leaning on his shoulder. This girl's origin domain is quite painful. When it clashed with my chaos domain, no one else could do anything. In the end, I turned on origin chaos and clashed with Blue Phoenix's origin chaos. Shuang smashed the entire origin domain on my head. It's over. I'm all crippled. My waist hurts a little. We laughed dryly and let out a long sigh. This was the normal result. Maple had been holding back for half a year. Well, if he hadn't, the battle would have been over half a year ago. Looking at everyone's listless state, as if they had just fought a tough battle with the chaos concept entity, they were probably tormented by Maple in the last half an hour. Speaking of which, Maple was really crazy. Even with the energy identification, he could still beat everyone to death. Was it still effective? Should I check it again? I don't want to be broken by a round of origin chaos when I rush into the field. So, what's the result of you fighting each other for half a year? Have you figured out your own condition? Yun Nuoxing looked up at the sky, took a sip of tea and was silent for a moment. He recalled the countless rounds of battle in his mind and nodded. It's okay. I know my own condition now. It turns out that if you don't fight for too long, you'll rust. Fortunately, I've pressed a lot of my instincts into the origin structure, and it won't take much effort to familiarize myself with it again. I've also been familiar with the power of origin for a long time. Now, I can use only the power of origin and origin energy to deal with a lot of high-level primeval. This is the state you're familiar with, right? You like to call it that. We listened quietly for a long time. After all, Maple's destruction energy was full, and there were 3 types of origin energy at 95%. Plus, he must have figured out the essence of the power of origin more thoroughly in this era, so it was not surprising that he had such a result. But well, if Maple had entered the realm of primeval, he should be able to deal with the primeval at the peak in this state. Those who had just entered the realm of primeval should be able to deal with the primeval at the peak in this state. If not, he would have to take into account other powers. Given Maple's current state, he should be able to deal with the primeval at the peak by using the rule, order, energy form. He should be able to deal with the primeval at the peak. Well, in this case, it should be more than enough to deal with the power of the underworld. But there was an 80% chance that the primeval god of chaos was holding the fort. To them, the probability of dealing with the primeval god of chaos was the verdict. With the addition of the ink block to deal with, the difficulty suddenly soared by many levels, and they were still troubled. We took a sip of tea and suddenly could not help but shake his head and sigh. Why didn't you ask me to come along for such a fun thing? With me in the team, I should be able to beat you worse. Yun Nuoxing glared at him and calmly replied, Then I'll use the sinful language? I'll use the first light to beat you to death. Hui said, I actually wanted to say, ahem, it should be better for you to practice or something. Yes, that's what I meant. Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes. Speaking of the first light, he almost forgot about it. He hurriedly let the first light shine down to heal everyone, and then continued, in fact, if you use the energy identification in front of me now, well, I should only be able to affect you when I use the chaos domain. At other times, I probably won't be able to affect you. Oh, it's a shield after all. How can it not be thicker, right? When the time comes and you're summoned to the void of chaos, I'll have to be responsible for waking you up. Hui smiled and waved his hand vigorously. What I mean is, when I go to the underworld and use the chaos domain, don't run away and continue to fight with me. After all, I can't guarantee that the chaos domain will not affect my own people. The others may have to retreat into the realm of order and switch to long-range attack. Then, only you and I will be in the front line, right? Hui said. Next time, please say such difficult words directly. Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes and looked at everyone who was lying on the table and did not want to move at all. He could not help but sigh in his heart. After practicing for half a year, the end result was that he was half-dead tired. Everyone beat him up and tired themselves out. At this moment, he had a rough idea of the extent of his combat power. However, it was not so clear if it corresponded to the primeval realm. He could only draw a few lines according to Hui and the others' situation. He felt that it was probably. These extremely uncertain words would cause him to fall when he encountered the pinnacle realm. The worst result would be that he would not be able to stand up after falling. However, there was no way he could be unsure. There was no pinnacle realm in the void frontline. He could only go according to this situation. No matter what the situation was, he would go on the battlefield first. He just had to improvise. By the way, Feng, are you free now? Hui suddenly put down his teacup and turned to look at him. Yun Nuoshing looked at himself. His left hand was hugged by Shuang Shuang, his right hand was hugged by Blue Phoenix, and his little angel was on his back. The three girls were so tired that they fell asleep directly. He thought for a while with a very serious attitude. Well, I guess I'm free. If there's anything, just say it. Don't worry about them. Or do you need me to do something? Then I'll first. Oh, it shouldn't be anything special. Hui stood up and looked at everyone who was lying on the table asleep. His cheeks twitched. After fighting with Feng for half a year, they were dog-tired. They could even fall asleep in the ice and snow. I want you to come to a place and help me. Oh, Yun Nuoshing said in his heart. He carried the three girls and followed Hui to the other side of the ice field. Hui deliberately went to another corner. There was a pit in this corner, and the pit was very interesting. It looked like a shield with a length and width of more than 10 meters. It looked like a big pit made by the Guardian shield when it smashed into the ground. The pattern at the bottom was the same as the pattern on the surface of the Guardian shield. Hui used the origin energy to paint the pattern and the edge with a layer of gold. It looked like there was light constantly flowing in the bottom of the pit. When he came here with Hui and saw the big pit, he was stunned for a while. Where did this pit come from? It took me 2 months to carve it out, Hui said as he raised his hand and threw something into the pit. Yun Nuoshing looked down at the things that fell out of his hand. It was a shrunken energy source. It rolled down like a waterfall and piled up at the bottom of the pit. In addition to the energy source, there was also the core of the energy tower. About 2,000 of the two were thrown down, and the pit was almost full. Hui thought that it should be enough. He stopped, clapped his hands and turned to look at Feng. Feng, give me an energy source world. It's the energy source world that you just found. Without even thinking, Yun Nuoshing threw a multicolored ball over. Seeing Hui Fei trying his best to catch it in his arms, he asked, "What do you want to do?" "Something I don't do often." Hui grinned. He held the energy source world that seemed to be as heavy as a void region. Then he looked at the pool filled with energy sources in front of him. His expression changed a few times. He seemed to be hesitating and preparing himself mentally. Yun Nuoshing looked at him and seemed to understand. The origin domain? Seeing Hui nodding, he felt more puzzled. Does the origin energy need to be dealt with in this way? It's definitely not necessary under normal circumstances. Hui saw his puzzlement. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. He explained, "Isn't the situation not right? I spent half a year to judge. I feel that half an era's time is not enough for me to find the origin domain. There are some reasons. It seems that my origin domain is particularly difficult to open. Although it's definitely not as difficult as your origin domain that incorporates 146 types of origin energy, it's still one of the top 10 most difficult origin domains." Well, that's what my goddess said. And it's even more difficult to open when there's a certain condition missing. A certain condition? Yun Nuoshing was confused. He frowned and thought for a while. Then he raised his eyebrows and said in a serious voice, "Could it be the condition called chaos energy?" "Yes, it's this could not be situation." Hui grimaced and nodded. He looked at the big pit in front of him. He was a little lost. The power of protection, the name of protection, the protection in the name of protection, the protection in the name of protection, the protection in the name of protection is naturally the biggest enemy of order. Without the stimulation of the chaos energy, it's even more troublesome to force out the origin domain. It's already difficult in itself, and now there's a lack of conditions. Hey, Maple, I finally know what kind of mentality you had when you were stuck by the conditions. Yun Nuoshing looked at him with a strange expression, and then looked at the pit in front of him. So, you called me here because, under normal circumstances, half an era's time is not enough. Then we can only find another way. Hui looked distressed. He held Qiuqiu in his hand and slowly told Maple his thoughts. Come up with some other strange ideas. Come up with some ideas that are not easy to do. But these are just secondary conditions. The most important condition is... He suddenly turned his head to look at Maple. Seeing his old friend's bewildered face, he could not help but chuckle. Maple, will you be my last condition? He guessed it. He guessed that Hui was going to say this. But, even if he guessed it, it was still a little difficult. He could not help but frown. Are you sure you want to do this? You're still worried about me. Hui smiled and shrugged. He sighed. If it were any other time, I would definitely not do this. It's too terrible. I feel a chill down my spine when I think about the situation I have to face. But hey, you said that I'm the last piece of the puzzle. Unfortunately, this piece of the puzzle does not live up to expectations. I'm already very sure that according to the normal way, it can't be solved in half an era's time. I can only let you guide the stupid me. Don't put on that expression. You didn't force me to make a decision. I just made such a choice based on the situation at this moment. Hui laughed dryly. He scratched his cheek and turned his head to avoid looking at Maple's heavy expression. It's really not your influence. Tell me the real situation at this moment frankly and guide me. You just have to keep doing this. There's nothing to worry about. I'm the last piece of the puzzle. Naturally, I have to face the identity of this puzzle. Everyone does their own thing. It's really hard to bear the condition that accidentally smashes on the head. But the situation at hand doesn't allow us to excuse ourselves, does it? Besides, it's always been you who's making things difficult for yourself. You make it seem like I'm throwing all the burden on you. I feel really bad about it. Hui scratched his head and muttered. Yun Nuoshing heard it and let out a long sigh of relief. If that's the case, since it's a thoughtful situation, I won't stop you. I was going to ask you what's wrong with you today. Let me blow you up into the sky or something. I feel really guilty. But since you said so, blow me up into the sky? Hui was stunned for a moment. He looked at the ball in his hand and then at the big hole in front of him. Cold sweat suddenly dripped from his head. He hurriedly shouted, No, 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 no. That's not how it's supposed to be. I didn't ask you to scatter my ashes in one breath. Then you should have said so earlier. How would I know that you're going to set off fireworks all of a sudden? Can't you just wait for me to go through the process? He shook his head hard, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He had to quickly explain before Maple thought that he was going to scatter his ashes. Later, I'll lie down in there. You can use the energy of chaos to bury me along with the whole. It's not a problem to bring along the energy of chaos as long as it's chaos energy. I have a way to resist the corrosion of the chaos energy. Yun Nuoshing looked at him, and then at the hole in front of her that was filled with energy sources. She could not help but say, "Oh, you dug a hole for me to bury you in. Do you want to tamp down the coffin lid? It's to prevent you from running out halfway." Hui said. "Then cover it tighter. If there's a chance that I'm really eaten by the chaos energy, scatter my ashes. If I don't come out naturally, don't worry about me for the time being. Then, leave me a time for a serious collapse, before I go to war." Yun Nuoshing sighed softly. Okay. I understand. Go ahead." Hui turned his head and bared his teeth at Maple for a while. Under the gaze of his old buddy, he carefully walked to the center of the big hole. He adjusted his posture, hugged the energy source world, and lay down on the surface of a pile of energy sources. After thinking for a moment, he pulled the energy source beside him and buried himself in it like a quilt, leaving only his head exposed. After that, he took a deep breath, raised his right hand and gave Maple a thumbs up. "Maple, it's done. If it goes well, I'll see you in a while. If it doesn't go well, I'll see you in half an era. Remember to dig me out." Yun Nuoshing nodded slightly. Her colorful eyes turned gray at this time. A gray water flow rushed out from under her feet along the ice surface. It paused at the bottom of the hole for a while, and then suddenly burst out, turning into a dense gray cloud and expanding rapidly. As the cloud expanded, it quickly condensed and turned into liquid droplets at the bottom of the big hole. The energy source at the bottom, the core, and the engraved golden patterns all lit up the moment they came in contact with the chaos energy. The energy of order instinctively resisted the erosion of the chaos energy. Feeling the chaos energy rushing at him from behind, Hui took a deep breath and stared at the crystal-like sky. His handsome face was tense and a little stiff because of nervousness. He felt like his heart was jumping in his throat. He could not help but hug the energy source world in his hand tightly. After a while, he could clearly feel a cold and dark energy touching his body. It was as if he was floating on the beach and the seawater was trying to wash and drown his body. Gradually, he could feel the cold and dark energy licking his cheeks. He could clearly feel the chaos energy climbing and covering his whole body. He slowly closed his eyes until he could no longer feel any movement in the outside world. The wind, the ice field, and the breath of the maple all disappeared. Only then did the origin energy begin to slowly flow in his body, leaving him with the last trace of light. After the gray energy covered the whole big hole, it stopped pouring. As Yun Nuoshing waved her hand and turned it into a piece of energy crystal, it stopped rolling. It was as if there was an additional gray ground on the ice field. Part of the ice below was covered by the gray color. He stared at the gray energy crystal embedded in the ice field and felt Huey's breath was quickly drowned by the chaos energy. He could not help but frown, lowered his head and sighed. Then he waved his hand and let the original light fall here as the last safeguard. "Will he be okay?" The voice in her ear made Yun Nuoshing turn her head. She saw that the little angel had opened her eyes and looked at the scene in front of her. The brat should have seen the whole thing. Theoretically, he will definitely be corrupted by the chaos. But as long as he can keep the order and the soul intact, there will be no problem. This process will depend on his own fate. Once the chaos corruption went beyond the body, energy, and rules and began to affect the order and the soul, it would be the most dangerous situation. If it could not be stopped, then it would be over. In order to torture himself and force the origin domain out, we would definitely have to give up the first 3 layers of defense and directly resist from the last line of defense. As for the outcome, he did not know, and he could not tell what the situation would be. He left a time of heavy collapse for Hui before the battle to deal with the situation if he did not survive. After all, even without the origin domain, this battle should still be fought. Time, he suddenly had an inexplicable feeling. They had delayed for too long, and the underworld had been quiet for too long. Now, it was their turn to feel uneasy under the scouring of the torrent of time. They were worried that the underworld would suddenly rush out, and it made him anxious. If they did not waste time, they would not be able to obtain the right to attack. But they had been delaying and using a long time to exchange for the right to attack made him worry that they would not have enough time. The timing of their attack was actually determined by 2 conditions. The first was the movement of the underworld. Although he did not know what they were doing now, it was best to rush in and interrupt them before they did anything. The second was the tide of rules brewing in the depths of the void. By the middle of the 58th era, it would cover the edge of the upper plane. Between the 2 conditions, the influence of the first condition was definitely greater. But he also did not know when the time would be. The underworld had been quiet for 1.5 eras. Now there was not even a fart. But if he used the second time as the condition, he did not dare to gamble on what would happen if he delayed for another era. There was also no more evidence and conditions that could give him a suitable time. The reason why he chose the 58th era was that most of the higher-ups would have completed their breakthrough after the first seal. But they would not be able to make it in time for the next seal. The next seal would be after the middle of the 58th era. By then, the tide of rules would have come crashing down. The impact on them would be much greater than the impact of the underworld. So, they might as well tidy themselves up to their best condition in the 58th era and maintain their peak combat power. Charge. The last half of the era was not far away. In the remaining time, what else could he do? If there was anything he could do. Chapter 2082. The void had calmed down. It was a sudden phenomenon, and while it did not affect the void frontline's bombardment against the underworld, the sudden little change always piqued one's curiosity. If one could hear some tinkling sounds echoing from the distance and lingering around one's ears without dispersing, one would either suffer from mental exhaustion or have the urge to throw a tantrum in bed. If there was an energy tower beside one's hand, one would definitely choose to blast it. On the other hand, if one did not destroy that sound and had gotten used to its presence, one would probably find it odd if the sound suddenly disappeared one day, and might even run over to investigate out of curiosity to see what the hell was that thing that had been bugging one's ears for years and why it suddenly vanished. That was pretty much the cause and effect of the entire incident. There were many sounds in the void, and it was possible for anything to be playing a symphony with the void. However, most of the time would be occupied by the sounds of void spawns being destroyed or annihilated in the void, or the sounds of certain movements caused by them. It would linger in the void for 3 days and persist in the void for a long time. As long as one looked into the void, such sounds would always be heard. He was already used to the existence of such sounds in the void. The void frontline itself was also a huge source of sound. After all, it was constantly bombarding the underworld, and it was also something with a huge capacity. The noise it produced was extremely stubborn and lingered in the void for a long time without dispersing, spreading to who knows how many void regions. It was fortunate that the sounds of the void required certain methods to be heard, or the people of the front line would have suffered from nerve endings necrosis. The silence he was talking about was the situation in the lower and middle planes of the void. Since some time ago, those 2 regions had fallen into an eerie state of complete silence. It was like a ghost city that had been deserted, leaving only ruins. Walking into the ruins, one could still see some traces of life that had once lived there. No, at least the ghost city had some debris left behind, while the lower and middle planes did not even have any ruins left. As mentioned earlier, there were many things that could remain in the void for a long time, including the echoes of worlds being destroyed. Those were the traces of life and void spawn activity. Even if they were destroyed, those traces would still remain for a certain period of time, with some traces even spanning several eras. Now, the situation was this. No one was left, not even a broken brick was left. They clearly knew that there should have been a city here, but they could not even find a single brick. In such a situation, they would probably start to wonder if they were hallucinating, and start to shake their heads and compare the space around them. Indeed, they were trying hard to compare. However, the feedback sounds that came back to them did not seem to have any effect other than adding 2 more clouds to their heads. In the observable middle plane, the void is in a state of complete calmness. I took a look as well. It's not just sound, even the void itself has ceased to exist. It has completely returned to tranquility. I just saw with my own eyes that a newly discovered turbulent void region completely calmed down in 1 minute, and a cluster of world light that had just been born suddenly melted. The observable lower planes are more or less the same. There's a very strange sense of desolation along the way, and this is the first time I've directly felt the state of desolation in the void. Before, when I was traveling alone in the void, I would listen to the strange sounds in the void when I had nothing to do. Perhaps I could find my destination by following the sounds, and it wouldn't be so boring. Now, it's terrible, everywhere I go is dead silence, so quiet that it could scare a superior being to death. Oh, you're a random traveler, aren't you? Jumping into the void blindly and following the sounds wherever you go, Lord Maple, the waves of laws are still moving, and they're the only sounds left in the void of the middle and lower planes. Not only are they still there, they're coming with a vengeance. I'm guessing that the irascible, big guy has a lot to say. Strange, the sounds of those things don't travel too far, and would soon be lost in the void. Guys, over there. Oh, it's the same over there. Looks like something special didn't happen in my area. Everyone, let's go somewhere else. Come to think of it, it's so weird. Most of the middle planes have already been covered by the waves of laws, so why are there still parts of the lower planes that aren't covered by the waves? Can someone explain it to me? Aya, you must have been distracted yesterday. Lord Maple said yesterday that the waves of laws in the middle and lower planes are 2, and they're destroying and covering these 2 planes at the same time. When they're done, they'll twist into a huge wave and rush towards the upper planes. I'm getting goosebumps. I feel like this quiet void is very creepy, as if something is about to jump out and stab us in the back. No, let's let the energy tower recharge first. Now that you mention it, I feel even more creeped out. My hands have never trembled even after tearing apart so many worlds. Today, I was so shocked by the strange situation in the void that I broke out in a cold sweat. Luckily, I came out with a team. If I were alone, I might not even dare to step out. Everyone was speechless. This guy was the shame of the Void Patrol team leader. He was already a high-level primeval, but he was still frightened by the strange movements in the void. All his fear stemmed from the lack of firepower. Quickly let the energy tower in his pocket enter the charging state, then there's nothing to be afraid of. Yun Nuashing put down the teacup and frowned. The void in the middle and lower planes was completely silent. According to the description of the void as a sea, the sea itself was of different heights, and the ebb and flow of the sea was just the water running back and forth. Now, the situation was that the sea had been flattened by a file, so flat that there was no difference of half a millimeter. The waves, that symbolized all movements and activities in the void, were completely silent. He now had a more intuitive feeling, as if he had walked into an ice field that no one had set foot on for hundreds of millions of years. There was no sign of life, and it was completely frozen. He knew that this was not an ice field, but something else. The void seemed to have entered a state of hibernation, and all activities were stopped by itself. When the teacup was pushed to him and refilled, he came back to his senses. He looked at Yuan Ji, who was sitting beside him and looking at him. He suddenly asked, "Is there any unusual change in the space?" Jing Yuanji lowered her head and stroked the teacup. After pondering for a while, she slowly shook her head and replied, "I don't see anything unusual." She saw Lord Feng frowning and thinking again. She could not help but ask in a low voice, "Are you worried that the abnormality of the void itself will affect other things related to it?" Yun Nuoshing sighed softly and nodded. "So far, I don't see any changes in the environment where the void is silent. I also don't see any unusual changes in the sea of time, space, nothingness, and the primeval. It seems that the void has entered a state of being awkward by itself. Well, it's closed and sulking. It doesn't intend to affect others except for angering itself to death. It just feels strange, and at this time, I can't even cover my head and ignore it." He let out a long sigh of relief and rubbed the bridge of his nose with 2 fingers for a while. Jing Yuanji glanced at the time indicated by the law of time. It was the end of the 57th era in the Great Yuan Realm's calendar, and there was still a short period of time before the 58th era. At this critical juncture, even the slightest movement would make one's heart tremble. This point in time. It was an uncomfortable point in time. It was enough to make everyone who was waiting here feel nervous. "Lord Feng, a new discovery, a new discovery. We randomly found a place in the middle and lower planes and blasted it once. The residual movement was annihilated in less than a minute. The void is so clean that not even a hair is left." "Huh? Even the traces that we left behind were gone so quickly?" "Then the other worlds in the middle and lower planes." "Don't mention other worlds. The middle and lower planes have been flattened by the abyssal death mist and swept away by the waves of the law. If there are any surviving worlds, they are either full of luck, powerful enough, or special enough. And those with such situations have all moved away long ago. Didn't we just see the worlds in the middle and lower planes moving to the upper planes a while ago? Although we didn't find many of them, there should be some hidden in the corners that we haven't found, right? The middle and lower planes have experienced so many things that I don't feel strange about any changes. It's just that this is really too clean. I've never seen a void region that can be so clean. It's like the inside of a world's light cluster has been completely emptied, leaving not even a speck of dust. The starry sky is dim, and there's only emptiness and emptiness. That's why the void is haunted now. The things that should exist, the traces that should exist, nothing is left. Hey, did you guys notice? It seems that even the traces of the abyssal death mist have disappeared. I accidentally ran into the area that was originally marked with the abyssal death mist, and only after running for a while did I realize that this place is completely empty. Is that so? I'll take a look around as well. It's true, Lord Maple. The abyssal death mist is all gone. I'm guessing that only the abyssal death mist remains in front of the void front lines, while the abyssal death mist in other places should have completely dissipated. I just don't know if it's the underworld's own doing, or the void's anomaly. It should be the void's anomaly. If the energy we left behind is left unattended, it would quickly dissipate at a speed far beyond normal. Since the abyssal death mist isn't as high as us, it wouldn't be surprising if it was left unattended as well. Left unattended? TSK. What are those underworld bastards doing? My heart is itching, and I'm a little impatient. I want to fight my way through the underworld now. Don't be hasty. It's almost time for the last round of sealing before we depart. After that, you'll have plenty of chances to fight. Moreover, we haven't even met the requirements yet. Rushing in recklessly is just sending ourselves to our death. I'm going to puke blood if the effort of the past few eras is gone just like that. Even if the outcome is something like that, we'll have to bite them hard. Isn't that right, Lord Feng? Yun Nuoshing replied softly. We haven't met the requirements, and it's not the scheduled time yet. Don't be hasty. Be patient and wait. Lord Feng, how is Lord Hui? It's almost half an era. I'm a little worried. Don't worry. I'll keep watch over here. Everything is fine for now. You don't have to worry. Putting down his teacup, he turned and looked across the distance at the ice surface that was dyed gray. His gaze flickered for a moment before he looked away. Has anyone from the middle and lower planes gone to confirm what happened to that nail? Nail? Everyone was startled. After thinking for a moment, they all responded with an "oh." But just as they were about to call out to see which of their brothers or sisters was present, a voice rang. Lord Phone, that nail is still there. It's rooted much deeper than before. The void is currently in an abnormal state, but I don't see any change in it. Let me see, the time of its last activity. That's strange. The time of its last activity is fixed at almost half an hour ago. Little seven, how's the situation over there? The situation is the same. The activity stopped half an hour ago. But recently, all the anomalies caused by it have completely disappeared. The void is calm, and we still can't touch or affect it. How's the situation in the upper planes? Finally, it's time for me to say it. This is the place where the upper planes are monitoring. The nail's activity has never stopped. The last time it was active was about 1100 years ago, and its anomalies did not disappear. But the acceleration of its activity stopped half an hour ago. Even the activities of the mole and the chrysalis were not as fast. Yun Nuashing whispered as she fiddled with her hair. It seems that the abnormal situation in the void has affected it. The void of the middle and lower planes has completely returned to silence, causing the nail, related to the void, to stop its activity. And it stopped much earlier than we thought. Is the time of stopping activity later than half an hour ago? The middle and lower planes. Everyone, who had been busy discussing, quickly turned to confirm each other's situation. After about 5 minutes, a voice spoke. Lord Maple, the closer the nail is to the upper planes, the later it stopped its activity. The latest is hundreds of billions of years ago. There are also a few nails that stopped their activity at a similar time, and their distance to the upper planes is about the same. Now all the nails in the middle and lower planes have stopped their activity, leaving only the nails in the upper planes, although they are not very active. It seems that the speed of the wave of rules is slow and uniform. It doesn't seem to be a periodic activity. Yun Nuashing pinched the space between his eyebrows and sighed. After thinking for a while, he said a thought in his heart. Does anyone have the world light orbs left behind to deal with the permanent station? Throw one into the wave of rules and bring it back to see what's going on. Ah, I don't think there's any left. Can we make one at the last minute? Let's make one where we are and throw a bunch of energy towers in as replacements. We won't go back to get the Temple of Origins. Yun Nuashing responded and left behind some conventional arrangements to deal with the current changes in the void. He handed over the follow-up matters to little Qingzi and heaved a long sigh of relief. He laid his head on the table and a distressed voice came out of his mouth. Troublesome, so troublesome, so troublesome. Why did it have to happen at this critical time? Ah, so annoying. Nothing really happens at normal times, but when it's time to do something, everything is abnormal. Just as he was vexed, Yuanji reached out and put her head on his shoulder. Lord Maple, she said softly, do you want to rest? You haven't rested for an era. Well, it's fine. It's not that bad yet. Yun Nuashing shook her head. When I came out half an hour ago, I had finished disintegrating and reorganizing myself in the sanctuary of creation. I was in a state of awakening and did not accumulate fatigue, so don't worry. Moreover, I've been resting well recently, and my mind would be empty when I'm tired. After all, there's not much to think about. Keep yourself in good shape, continue to deal with the origin energy, and wait for time to pass. That's all I have to do now. Although I'm a little annoyed by the sudden weird phenomenon, it's just a little annoyed. Phew. He stroked the girl's light blue hair, his eyes looking at the icy plains in a daze. His mind was a mess. He was not thinking about anything, but it was as if a lot of weird things had been stuffed inside. Jing Yuanji subconsciously stroked Serfeng's head. Her hand froze a moment later. She had seen the little angel and the others doing this, but seeing that he didn't seem to have any reaction, she thought for a moment and continued to gently stroke his head. His eyelashes trembled slightly, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his lips curved up slightly. This subtle expression, was it joy? Lord Maple was like a cat. Just as she was happily stroking Lord Maple's hair, she suddenly heard him speak softly and quickly recovered. "How's everyone at the Void frontline?" Jing Yuanji thought about it for a moment. "Everyone is back. The period of adjustment after the declaration of the final battle an era ago has passed, and now the number of Order warriors at the Void frontline has increased a lot." I know that. I just want to know the status." Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly. "Everyone's status is quite good." Jing Yuanji shrugged her other shoulder. "You can hear that everyone is in high spirits when they report. At the present stage, everyone's activities in the Void frontline have returned to how they were before, even more active than before. It's as if they are in a relaxed state of vacation, running back and forth between the Void frontline, the frontline worlds, and the upper plane is not as crazy as 2 eras ago. Well, all in all, everyone is in a more relaxed and active state, as if they are mentally prepared for everything. They are just waiting for time to pass and bring that node to us, and then." Yun Nuoshing's expression was a little weird. "I don't know why, but I'm a little doubtful, or is there really such a perfect state? That is, there is nothing else." But after saying that, he sighed softly and covered his face. That's why I'm not good at minding people's business. If I say a few more words, I'm going to fall into self-doubt again. Don't ask, you shouldn't doubt anything. Don't look at your own people the way you used to look at others. Don't think about anything." Jing Yuanji chuckled and reached out to hug him. She turned her head and put her cheek on his head. "Lord Feng, you don't have to worry about those things. You just have to keep moving forward, keep looking forward, and keep moving forward. We will always be behind you and keep moving forward. We will also trust you unconditionally, forever. So, you don't have to be confused by those trivial things." The girl had changed the way she addressed him. It seemed that she was using the identity of an adjutant. It sounded weird. This heavy sense of trust. Come to think of it, it was not the first time he felt it. Yuanji, Hui, the little angel, Suifeng, and many more seemed to have this unshakable trust in him, as if it had been there for a long time. But it was only at this moment that he really understood why this feeling came so suddenly. It still felt weird. It was not that he could not bear it, but how should he put it? It was just weird, and he himself could not tell what he was feeling now. But since he was in a good mood, he thought that he would not resist this feeling. Then, he would just let nature take its course. At this time, the space in front of the conch house suddenly opened a space crack. Xiao Xiao, Suifeng, and Si Yu were coming out of it, followed by Qing Jun, Xing Lu, and the others. This group of people was stained with the aura of the boiling sea of energy. Their clothes were messy, their faces were burnt black, and they looked as if they had just finished a battle. As soon as they came out, before they could yawn, they suddenly saw Jing Yuanji sweeping her hands over an observer like she was stroking a cat. She stroked his head, stroked his hair, scratched his chin, touched his face, and tickled his ears. Then, they looked at the observer with narrowed eyes and a face full of joy, as if he did not know that someone was coming. Suifeng and the others' jaws all dropped. Xiao Xiao saw that everyone was stunned. After thinking for a while, he sneaked over and reached out to rub Ling's head and ears. Yun Nuoshing keenly noticed that the atmosphere had suddenly become a little strange, and then felt that there seemed to be something else on her body. She couldn't help but slowly open her eyes and turn her head. She saw a group of people staring at her as if they had seen a ghost. Her head instantly buzzed, and her pretty face turned crimson in 3 seconds. Red-black energy calmed down. Little Angel calmly went over and held him down. With a calm face, she said, "Nonsense. Isn't it just a collapse of your character? You have already collapsed your character so many times. A real warrior has to face the crisis of the collapse of his character." Yun Nuoxing thought for 3 seconds and calmed down a little. She rolled her eyes and tidied up her hair that was messed up by Yuan Yuanji and Xiao Xiao. Then, she turned to look at everyone. "So, what are you doing? You're tearing down my space, yet you're torturing yourself into such a sorry state." Everyone was busy tidying themselves up. They found a place to sit down and catch their breath for a while before they recovered. Suifeng raised his hand and pointed at Xing Lv with his thumb. "Look, he is warming himself up by the fire. After so many years, the lad can finally roast himself on a pile of firewood for a month. According to the standards of Your Eminence, he is finally qualified. Although he still can't burn out the origin territory." Xing Lv scratched his white hair and muttered. He turned to Shuang Shuang, who was playing with an ice sculpture. "Is there any other decisive factor between 90 and 95%? Origin territory can only be activated when the origin energy and realm are in place. Don't think that just because Brother Feng and Shuang Shuang have activated the origin territory, that it can be activated at this time." Suifeng spat out a mouthful of water and shook his head with a bitter smile. "In the special case of the energy realm mentioned by Your Eminence, it also depends on the realm. None of our realms are enough, and this is too much. It all depends on probability. It's not that easy." Yun Nuoxing tilted her head and looked at everyone. "Did you all go to mess with the origin territory?" "Yes," everyone sighed in unison. Their faces were full of frustration and helplessness. Yun Nuoxing's cheeks twitched. Now that they were approaching the final stage, there was no way to torture themselves in the short term. Even if they did, it would be difficult to see any result. They could only put their hope on this strange and uncertain thing. Well, the reality was indeed very harsh. Forcing something like the domain of origin would, in most cases, cause one to be stuck in a wall. Even if one crashed into it, one would not be able to break through it, and then one would not be able to get out. It would be a complete dilemma. "I think we can leave the situation to fate." Yun Nuoxing took a sip of tea and let out a long sigh. "After a while, when your confinement time is up, I will have to dig we out. Why don't you all prepare yourselves and see if your origin energy can break through the barrier of the pinnacle realm and enter the 90% realm after the confinement time is up? After all, there is still a short period of time after the confinement time is up. Listen to my advice, don't force yourself to be happy." Everyone's origin energy was stuck at 90%. It seemed to be very difficult to break through. No, the road was not blocked. It was just a little difficult to break through. Shuang Shuang and Feng Luo were actually the outliers of the outliers, so they managed to break through. However, when they heard Suifeng say that being stuck at 90% was actually the standard outcome, they were already mentally prepared. This was also one of the reasons why they turned to force the origin territory. "Well, that's true." Suifeng crossed his arms and took a deep breath. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Little Brother Maple. He watched as Little Brother Maple sipped his tea in satisfaction. Then, he glanced at Little Brother Small and said, "But Little Brother Small managed to squeeze out his domain." Puff! Cough cough! Yun Nuoxing did not drink the tea. Instead, she spat it out through her nose and mouth. After a while, she wiped her face with a towel and turned to look at Suifeng. She rolled her eyes when she saw Suifeng's smirk. Then, she looked at Xiaoshi. Xiaoshi nodded at her a few times. She coughed a few times and said, "So, this is the main reason why you all came back in such a mess?" Brother Lei pointed at Xing Lv and said, "When we were adding fuel to the fire, Xiaoshi was stunned for a long time. Suddenly, she squeezed out her origin territory without saying a word. Then, she pressed us into the sea of energy and bombarded us. The Origin Territory's shielding ability was really good. We wanted you to come and save us, but you couldn't. Everyone sank into the sea of energy. Yun Nuoxing's cheeks twitched. She laughed dryly. Sure enough, when the Origin Territory came out, she would definitely kill her own people first. This was really a traditional skill of the Order. Chapter 2083. The domain of origin was a power that could be sublimated and metamorphosed into another form when the power of the origin system was pushed to the limit. Manifested in the form of a domain, it was a domain of pure energy, although it was said that there would be differences between domains of origin. It was also the most powerful force in the void of order, or at least that was the case in terms of appearance. As for the real situation, it would have to be subdivided according to the individual who wielded the domain of origin. For example, the few of them, Oh-He, Frost, and Shaoli. When the three of their domains of origin were put together, they should be able to be easily taken away by a passing Empyrean god of origin or a random block of ink. Should be? In short, it was such a power. The way to obtain it was so fantastical that even a fellow with 196 types of origin energy like him could only write a title of The Way to Activate the Domain of Origin on a piece of white paper, before folding his hands and pondering for a long time before angrily flinging his pen away. It was fantastical, just as fantastical as the situation where the roots of many origin energy turned hostile after reaching 90%. It had to be dealt with differently. Anyway, it was a little mystical as in metaphysics. It even gave him the feeling of seeing a ghost when he was still sensing the spiritual chi of the world as a child, holding his breath for half a day until snot and tears flowed, until his face was red and his neck was thick, and after half a day, he finally let out a fart. It was more or less a mystical feeling. Even if the Empyrean god of origin dropped a guidebook, the first page would be filled with intuition, the second page would be filled with rely on feelings, and the third page would be filled with believe in yourself. Well, that was just his idea. The Empyrean god of origin and the others seemed to have a way to guide them, but they were not here, and he could not bring everyone inside. It was not something that could be solved with just a few lines of pithy chant. To sum it up, it was hopeless. Everyone could only rely on themselves to think of a way. If they could create one origin domain before the expedition, it would be profitable. If they could create 2 origin domains, their chances of winning would increase by a little. If more than 100 inheritors could support the origin domain, he was 100% confident that he could break the underworld like a bamboo pole. Even if a chaotic concept body rushed out from the opposite side, he could still grab it by the neck and let everyone beat it to death, not giving it any chance to fight back, probably. The above scenario only existed in his imagination. If he had the time to imagine everyone activating their domain of origin and rushing into the underworld to show off their might, he might as well use this time to do something more serious. For example, let everyone's origin energy break through 90% of the barrier and squeeze into the latter part of the path that was originally reserved for those at the pinnacle. Of course, we want to break through this barrier as well. The origin energy is the best path for us to improve our combat power, but Sui Feng could not help but scratch the back of his head as he listened to Maple's nagging. But there's nothing we can do. We're stuck here. This is the path that should be taken when we reach the pinnacle in the first place, and asking us to take this path is just, well, we're rushing ducks into a perch and racing against time. Of course, it would be good if there's an opportunity, and it would be good if we give it our all. Brother Maple, could it be that you? Yun Nuoxing crossed his fingers and put them on his nose. His eyes glowed as he stared at everyone. When he found that everyone was staring at him with eyes that were even brighter than his, he could not help but be startled. His cheeks twitched. There's no way to reach the top in one step. Just give up. Everyone's morale instantly dropped. Yun Nuoxing pondered for a moment and said, "But if you're already stuck in the wall, I should be able to kick you." To be honest, if you're already on the path of finding the root of the problem, and you've already made some progress, but you're always just a little bit away from it. You can't reach it, you can't ask for it, you can't touch it, and you can only stare at it helplessly. I should be able to help you get there. Everyone widened their eyes and stared at him. Suifeng gulped nervously. You mean? No, I mean, what are you basing your words on? Yun Nuoshing looked up at the young man. His body glowed. Of course, it's based on the fact that all the origin energy in my body have reached 91%, except for the origin energy of a certain creation. For a moment, the table was filled with clanking sounds. Many cups of tea spilled out. Everyone struggled to get up from the ground. Suifeng's eyes widened as he drew a huge question mark with his eyes. He pointed at Feng and said, "You've been right under our noses for half an era. You didn't run around or do anything weird. You didn't string yourself up either. Then what did you do to become like this?" 147. No, one less. With so many origin energy, you've crossed that threshold? You've already said that I've been sitting right under your noses. Every day there are people walking in front of me. I've never left your sight for even a moment. What do you think I've been doing? What could I have done? Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes. Then, he put on a normal expression and explained, "I've just given each of them a start. I've given them all a start. Then, I've left them alone after they've stabilized their footing." You suddenly said, "So, little star, you've been studying the beginning for half an era?" "Oh, not only that. I've also raised the other 3 origin energy to 95%. The last one only needs more time." Yun Nuoshing put down his hand. A few clusters of energy lit up on his palm. Like there's the power of protection and the power of spirit. I only remembered this when I saw Dao Heaven. Dao Heaven was stunned. He tilted his head and pointed at himself. "Me? Why me? I just remembered this power when I saw you. Then, I suddenly realized that this power was worth using. So, I pulled it up." Yun Nuoshing grinned at him. The energy in his hand continued to change. This time, it became a cluster of energy that was as transparent as a white cloud. There's also the power of soul. Everyone fell into deep thought after listening to the 3 origin energy. Now, they turned their heads and lined up the 3 forces in front of him. They looked at each other for a long time. The first 3 forces could be said to be related to attack. They could advance or retreat. But the last 3 were completely different. Protection, spirit, and soul. In terms of attack, they were definitely stronger than the energy of destruction. It was not Feng's habit to play the fancy game. So Brother Lei thought for a while. He could not help but say, compared to attack, the 3 forces should be more used for guarding, right? You've switched to defense? Can't help it. Yun Nuoshing spread his hands as a silent admission. He shook his head and sighed worriedly. Everyone could feel the heavy resentment and helplessness coming from his mouth. When the time comes, the chaos concept entity will definitely come for me. I have to give myself the thickest defense so that I won't be nagged to the other side. If I suddenly say, I'm willing to join the chaos void in the middle of the fight, it's all over. By then, you guys will have to think about how to deal with me, the chaos concept entity, and the underworld at the same time. Everyone thought about the problem seriously. A moment later, they said in unison, "Just surrender. Just to deal with you alone, we'll need the strength of the entire void front line. If you jump over, we're all done for." Yun Nuoshing shrugged. "So, to prevent that from happening, I have to give myself the thickest armor. That way, I can howl twice when I'm hit, so that I won't be gone after a single howl in a charge, or I'll start chanting other slogans after a few howls." Everyone looked at each other and could not help scratching their heads and smiling bitterly. Their bravest observer had become a little demented to guard against the chaos concept entity. He could not go on the path of full attack and had switched to defense. It was obvious how wary he was of those blocks of ink. Against a chaos concept entity, no amount of caution would be enough. Even if vigilance was inscribed into one's origin construct, it would still be somewhat lacking. That was why there would be no mistake no matter how high one's defensive standards were. It was understandable that the Guardian would not hesitate to bury himself to force out the origin domain, but for a warrior who specialized in charging and breaking through enemy lines, a person who only chose to charge forward on the path of attack to turn around and put up a shield, that was a choice that would only appear if one was driven to madness. It was very serious. It was as if the Guardian and the Observer had switched positions, with one wielding the Nethervoid sword and the other carrying a shield. All right, let's not talk about my situation. My situation is pretty much settled, so let's talk about yours. So, does any one of you need to be kicked? Yun Nuoshing waved his hand and looked at the others with a serious expression. Me. Little Hour quickly raised his hand and said flatly when he turned his gaze away. Just one step. Although I've activated the domain of origin, I'm still one step away. Oh, that's even more convenient for you. The power of the magic circle just happens to be pulled over, so it's easier. Yun Nuoshing nodded and turned towards the others, frowning slightly when he saw that they were all silent. Is there no one else? Are you sure you don't want to mess around? It's quite tiring to prepare this thing, and I've wasted 3 standard energy source worlds. Why don't you guys reconsider? Although I'm going to kick you over, I'm not really going to kick you. Don't be so scared. Scared. Ahem, of course we wouldn't be scared if it's the normal way. Stringing us up, breaking us into pieces or whatever. Ahem, so what do you plan to do? Suifeng coughed dryly. He looked at Feng's twinkling eyes and felt that something was wrong. Although they really wanted to break through the barrier, if they had to do all kinds of dirty tricks, it was better to not do it, right? That's what I did to myself. Why would I drag you guys into it? Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes and took a sip of tea. He looked up at Suifeng and blinked. Look, what do you think of the new decorations? Decorations? Suifeng was stunned, and so were the others. They turned their heads and looked around. The appearance of the conch house seemed to have changed, from the original square shape to a little like walking through a maze. It was strange. The conch house and the place where they drank tea and farted were densely packed in a circle. There were 3 or 4 circles outside the circle. It looked strange, as if it had become an exhibition room. Yun Nuoshing looked at the others and saw that they were looking around. Although he was a little confused, he did not seem to understand what was going on. Siyu also pulled him back and forth. Little Star, just say it. Don't keep us in suspense. I'm not keeping you in suspense. Aren't we being very careful? Yun Nuoshing said calmly. Everyone's breathing stagnated. They did not know why, but when they heard this sentence, their hearts skipped a beat. He turned his head and held Siyu down. He held the girl's face with both hands and rubbed it here and there. He pulled her eyelids and picked her mouth. As he looked, he muttered, everything is normal. Your control is normal. Your eyes are normal. Hiss. Your bite force is normal. Siyu nibbled on his rubbing hand and bared her teeth at him. Yun Nuoshing coughed dryly. Well, as long as you guys are okay, it's fine. It seems that this level of impact is not big. Then let's get to the point. While everyone was in a daze, they suddenly saw the origin sundries in all directions lit up from the inside out. The colorful light turned into a beam of light that was a few meters high and rose into the air. At the same time, red and black lines appeared on the ice surface. When the light stabilized and reflected in everyone's eyes, thousands of energy threads suddenly sprang out from the origin sundries. They drew a huge arc in the air and landed on the ice surface at the other end. The dense red and black lines intertwined, as if wrapping the place into a ball. Not far above their heads, there was a square red and black energy crystal that had just condensed. Energy crystal? The red and black lines spread rapidly, stringing together the sundries that had been tossed around like an exhibition room. Gradually, they drew three-dimensional energy patterns on the ice surface and in the air, quickly wrapping the place where everyone was in a ball. The outer circles had also taken shape and were slowly spinning. The inside of the ball and the space between the ball and the circles were covered by colorful energy cloud. As this abnormal scene took shape, everyone seemed to recognize something. This red and black ball and the outer circles. This is magic formation, construct. Shi Xiao very calmly said the words that sent chills down everyone's spines. After that, she even used a calm voice to express her realization. The feeling I had when I sat down just now. So this is it. You've already set it up? Yes, I set it up right under your noses. Yun Nuoxing shrugged and replied with a faint smile. Looking at everyone's face that was covered in cold sweat, she calmly reminded them, don't just think about scaring yourself. Hurry up and look at your own situation. I've really put in a lot of effort to set it up. I'm not kidding. They were now in the core of the magic circle construct. The entire magic circle connected all the origin junk in the manner together. Or rather, the origin junk was woven into the magic circle as a part of the magic circle. Now, they could still see the origin junk glowing in various colors under the influence of the origin energy. The energy released by the light condensed into a colorful cloud that contained the aura of the origin energy. However, it seemed that there was something else other than the origin energy. Something else, the aura of something very important. TSK, the feeling that they could not get rid of came back again. Hurry! It's a little like the aura of the gods. Sui Qing suddenly said softly. She looked at the layout around her. Her blue eyes flashed for a moment before she looked at Feng Ling with a slightly stunned expression. She exclaimed, "You've drawn out all the power of the gods in the creation?" Yeah. It's hard to hear, isn't it? With his actions exposed, Yun Nuoxing could not help but laugh. Everyone looked at his bright smile and his smile that was as beautiful as a flower. They could not help but laugh dryly as their insides trembled. This guy was as crazy as ever. There were many things left behind by the gods when they were creating them. They could be energy fragments, law fragments, and order fragments. They could also be the structural cores and structural roots that were created using their power. Although they were not the kind of deadly creation of order, these were all pieced back together through the concept realm. Whatever was in the original junk, the junk here would be the same. However, theoretically speaking, these things existed in the root and core of the structure. Or rather, they were cast into the root and core of the structure. There was no way they could take them out of the creation. Even if they used their own power to use these creations, they would only be carrying the power of the creation. It was completely different from directly drawing out the power of the root and core of the structure. It was the difference between using a ladle to draw water from a river and directly digging out the source of the river. Anyway, with the concept level space's repair function, it won't be a big problem even if it's broken. Yun Nuoxing yawned as he stood up and said to everyone, "So that's how it is. The traction effect of these things is much stronger than if I were to do it myself. There are tens of thousands of items here, and they all have all the origin energy. You guys can take your time. It won't be long before we can break through this barrier. If everyone's origin energy is maxed out, that would be the best. I know it might not be possible. Just let me daydream for a while. Little Hour, come over here, I have something to discuss with you. Little She, I'll talk to you later." Little She was curious, but she did not ask much and followed him out. Behind them, there were a lot of gossipy gazes. Just like the space, they were all shining with colorful lights. Little She seemed to understand something and quickly followed. Going to give birth? Seeing the three of them disappear, Sui Feng could not help but ask. "It's your turn, isn't it? Since Hui Jun is not here, it's your turn to talk." Brother Lei's cheeks twitched. "Aren't you afraid of being sent to the chaotic void? This. Ahem, don't look. Let's get down to business." Hurry up and do it. This is the price of 3 energy source worlds. Everyone thought for a while and felt that something was wrong. You don't seem to be the one paying the price. In another space, Little Hour had just stood there when she saw Ling throw out hundreds of millions of arrays. Furthermore, the arrays continued to expand at an extremely fast speed. She only took a few glances and saw that the number had increased by hundreds of thousands. Other than red and black balls, there were also red and black circles of different sizes in the sky. The number of arrays was frightening. Although there were also arrays with colorful luster, there were fewer arrays of different levels. Little she looked at the sky covered by magic circles and saw Ling turn around as if he was thinking of something to say. She immediately understood, and a purple-gold energy emerged from her body. "Do you want to fight?" Yun Nuoxing suddenly staggered and quickly supported Little She. She smiled bitterly and waved her hand. "No, no, no, no. I'm not here to fight. I'm here to ask you to verify a question. You can release the domain of origin first. Let me see what's going on." Little She was a little confused, but she was not in a hurry to ask anything. She nodded and took a light breath. A purple-gold light emerged from her collar. Her sacred sigil seemed to be on her chest. A moment later, a purple-gold ring about 10 feet in size appeared behind her. The ring was filled with all kinds of mysterious lines that could not be understood, which should be the many marks of the domain of origin. The inside of the ring was like a canvas with a bucket of purple-gold paint, and then a large whirlpool was drawn with a brush. The whirlpool was really spinning, and its true appearance could only be seen when one stared hard. It was actually an image drawn with energy lines that were thousands of times thinner than a hair. Even if one stared hard, one could only see innumerable tiny threads, densely packed like the sands of the galaxy. Little She breathed a sigh of relief. She felt better after releasing the domain of origin. She nodded at Ling. "Well, what's next?" Yun Nuoxing was stunned. "That's it? There's nothing else? It's just all kinds of crackling sounds?" Little She shook her head. "My domain of origin is closer to the situation of switching the form of energy. If you want to see the real effect of the domain, you just need to cast a magic circle. That is to say, it's not a huge domain in itself, but the effect of the domain is given to the magic circle, right?" Yun Nuoxing said. When he saw Little She nodding in affirmation, he said, "Oh, the magic circle itself is like a domain, although it is very different from a real domain that fills the whole space with thick and sticky energy. The domain of origin of the magic circle seems to be to make up for this difference, so that a magic circle can really become a domain." "Well, let's not talk about that first." Yun Nuoxing shook his head and pressed her shoulder. When he was about to say something, Little She took his hand and pressed it on her head. He could not help but smile bitterly. "Ahem. It's like this. See if your domain of origin, can you control my magic circle?" Little She heard him and turned to look at the magic circle that was still expanding in the sky. It was probably already 1 trillion in size. Her pretty face trembled and her voice trembled. "Let me try." Yun Nuoxing let go of his control over his own magic circle, leaving only his own energy and aura in it, maintaining the output of his power and exchanging the right to use it with someone else. Looking at the purple-gold patterns that continued to spread out from Xiao Shi's body, a moment later, he felt that there was a force that touched his magic circle, but it had been lingering around the door, and it seemed that it was not easy to move on to the next step. When he saw it, he tried to pull it and pulled that force into the door. About 10 minutes later, Little She slowly opened her eyes and waved her right hand gently. The countless magic circles in the sky all spun, gathering energy and rearranging, piling a large number of smaller magic circles into a pattern that looked like a large magic circle. Several purple-gold energy patterns appeared on each magic circle, like strands of hair attached to the surface, inconspicuous. Then, she waved her hand again, and the magic circle suddenly split into 2 sides. The converged energy poured out in a flash, and a grand fireworks festival exploded in the sky. The mighty energy flames that spread out tens of millions of miles away were mixed with the presence of both of them. With you guiding it, it's possible. Little she nodded slightly after setting off the fireworks. It hasn't reached the upper limit and can be improved. Is this the step you want to try? You want me to take control of your magic circles for you? Yes. Yun Nuoshing nodded and sighed softly. There are many reasons, and I have to be prepared. The second core is only controlled by me, and it's not easy to handle. Frost alone would not be able to handle it. Then, I suddenly heard that you had activated the domain of origin, and I had this idea. Yes, it's a new idea, and I'll bring you to test it. Indeed, if you let me take control of the magic circles for you before activating the domain of origin. Little she looked at the sky where the energy flames were gradually dispersing, and gulped without leaving a trace. This is probably the limit, and you should be able to set up more during the real battle. Yun Nuoshing scratched his head and laughed dryly. He could not help but mumble, without a magic circle in the scale of trillions, it's like a broken arm or a broken leg. I've only touched a small part of it, and there are still many, many more that have not been activated. Even the little angel, who was familiar with him, stumbled a little. She could not help but poke his cheek with her wing. That's the result of your own control. They are not like you, and they may not be able to withstand the pressure of so many magic circles. When the time comes, if there really is a situation where you have to entrust Frost and Little She to control, what do you want them to do? Well, it's fine. The real situation depends on the limit at that time. When the time comes, with the support of the domain of order, their tolerance will be higher. At this time, there is still time to familiarize with the domain of origin. Moreover, when my control of the origin energy is further improved, I can also increase the upper limit of the magic circles that I can control on behalf of him, Little She said to the little angel. Yun Nuoshing rubbed her head. Then, if there is a situation when the time comes, I'll leave it to you? Little She nodded slightly. Yes. Chapter 2084. The origin domain was a very unreasonable thing. At least, it was the most unreasonable thing he had ever seen in his life of nearly 100 eras. It was as unreasonable as the chaos domain. No matter what the situation was, as long as the domain was activated first, all kinds of conditions would surge up like a spring. On the other hand, the enemies in the domain would feel dizzy and nauseous, instantly aging into a weak chicken that could not even truss a chicken. Although it was a little exaggerated, it was more or less the same. As for the degree of unreasonable, there was a living example before him. Before Xiao Xiao activated the origin domain, she could only cast 1/10 of the power of the origin domain. Now that she had activated the origin domain, the magnitude had been increased by 1,000 times, and she indicated that she had not reached her limit yet. She could go back and familiarize herself with it and continue to improve her combat ability. It was unreasonable. 1,000-fold increase in magnitude might not be much, but it was definitely not as simple as 1,000-fold increase in combat ability. After all, his formation was more dazzling than dozens of galaxies put together, and the name Morning Star in the Void frontline was not for nothing. Under such circumstances, 1,000-fold increase in magnitude was simply, well, he did not know what to say, so he would just have to experience it himself. Anyway, it was outrageous. On the other hand, he did not have such a deep feeling about his origin domain, probably because his usual movements were already big enough, and it could not be that big anymore. After all, they were all family, and the stronger their combat ability, the better. There was not much time left for them to operate at random. Hopefully, Xiao Xiao and the others could reach 95% of the origin energy this time. To set up that place, he had really put in a lot of effort, moving a lot of stuff around. Those who did not know would think that he was tidying up a warehouse. In the limited time left, he would leave the last bit of time to rest and adjust to his best condition. As for the rest of the time, Yes, he could continue to come up with some strange ideas. He could do anything. Now was the time where there were no taboos. In short, he would do whatever was effective. Even if he was messing around, he could still do whatever he wanted. Lord Feng, the Void Express is here for you. Help open the door and receive it. While he was thinking about all kinds of crazy things, he suddenly heard little Ching Zi's voice. When he raised his head and was about to open a space fissure, the little angel had already opened it for him. He then said, "Bring it over." "What did you bring over?" This. You want us to throw the world light into the waves of laws to capture a portion of it and bring it back. Oh, there's such a thing. I was just dealing with some other matters and was thinking too far ahead. I almost forgot about it. Well, anyway, I'll bring it over. Little Qingzi couldn't help laughing dryly. Yun Nuoxing and the little angel turned to look at the space fissure. After a while, a sphere that was thousands of feet in size squeezed out of the fissure. As soon as it appeared in this space, the space around it immediately distorted strangely. The calm sea of energy also trembled slightly without warning. With the fissure as the center, circles of ripples began to vibrate on the surface of the sea. After a while, the energy turned into a gust of wind and began to flow between heaven and earth. Bit by bit, the energy gathered and surged continuously. The momentum was so great that the entire space was filled with the sound of a large amount of energy being crushed by a large amount of energy, as if it was about to condense into a storm. He didn't expect that this thing would cause such a huge commotion as soon as it appeared. Originally, this space was set up to handle things that could only be handled in an extremely stable environment, or for fighting. The space, rules, and other conditions were all adjusted to be quite stable, and it wasn't easy to open up a path to the source environment. However, he didn't expect that this kind of space would immediately become unstable because of the appearance of a single ball. The surface of the sphere was covered by dozens of vortexes of various sizes. It was as if they were looking at a planet that had been eroded and occupied by an endless storm. The storm was the only specialty of the sphere. The thing inside was moving restlessly at a very high frequency, rampaging and crashing against the structure of the world's light cluster and the world barrier, like a ferocious beast that wanted to break free from its cage. What chaotic laws! It's like a huge source of interference. It can't wait to affect this space as soon as it comes out. Mei Mao could feel that the space had become abnormally chaotic. She could not help but look around and saw that the space in the distance had been twisted into a fried dough twist. She began to mobilize her energy to try to stabilize the space, but she was stunned. "Little star, the space can't be stabilized." "Yeah, I've tried too." Yun Nuoxing pulled her back a little. As the source of interference squeezed out of the fissure, the entire space shook more violently, and the fissure began to open. The waves of rules are mixed with a terrifying amount of void concept fragments, and they are more active than the concept fragments in the resident points. They are now barely restrained in the world light, and running around in a relatively stable area has already caused such a scene. If it explodes, this place will be fun. Also, the concept fragments themselves seem to be restraining countless law fragments. That's not all. From the turbulence inside, the countless fragments seem to be accumulating power at a very slow speed. This power does not come from the void, but from themselves. A large group of fragments rubbing against each other to start a fire? Generating energy out of thin air. It seems that the void concept fragments are so large that they can restore part of the void and create a void region. It's just that they are not pieced together. Little Star did not understand. This is the truth behind the waves of rules constantly accumulating power? Probably. Yun Nuoxing frowned as she looked at the ball and could not help but murmur to herself. The void, the concept fragments of the void will repair itself when the void is destroyed. If the concept fragments mixed in the waves of rules will only accumulate and not dissipate, it can probably be said that the void is now a little heavier, a problem at the level of the concept of the rules. The void was an infinite void, and there was no need to talk about it. But the concept, well, the getting heavier mentioned above only meant that its concept was getting heavier. Through the 3 steps of dismantling itself, storing itself, and repairing itself, the concept of the void was getting bigger little by little. Ren was not particularly sure if there was a limit to how much the void could bear. So, let's just assume that there was. Little Star tilted her head. Has the void eaten too much? In terms of its own activity, this is equivalent to self-devouring. But the concept fragments from self-devouring are all piled up in one place and will not really disappear. They will not be cleaned up by the void itself, and the holes from self-devouring will repair themselves. The void is heavier, out of thin air, and so is the resident points. But the scale of the resident points is far smaller than the waves of rules, and the concept fragments inside are also different from the waves of rules. They are not enough to be pieced together into a void region, so I did not think in this direction. Looking at this situation, the waves of rules plus the resident points, could the void have fattened itself to death? Little Star was stunned, and her flapping wings stiffened. It is stacking the concept fragments at an extremely slow speed, and only entering and not leaving, which is a kind of compression and destruction to the concept of the void itself. Probably, the current situation of the middle and lower planes being completely silent is caused by this. If one's weight only increases and does not decrease, no matter who it is, they will eventually become a bloated fatty, and then all kinds of problems will follow. In the case of the void itself, it is too bloated, like a balloon that is constantly inflating, and finally unable to escape the fate of exploding. Regardless, this has to do with the epic fireworks in the void more than 2 eras later. Everything we see now is just the movement it is preparing for that firework. In short, this is the Dark Age. As for the other eras, I don't know. I have not personally experienced or witnessed the eruption of the void's turbulence. Should I be able to make it this time? I don't know. The last scene I saw in my memory was also not the eruption of the void's turbulence. Little Star shook her head. The 2 of them looked at each other helplessly and bitterly. The last scene they saw was a person in the ball poking the realm of the gods with a finger, and then everything was over. Speaking of that scene, the scene in the dream seemed to be very different from the reality at this moment. They did not know whether it was the difference, or that the dream could only see and reproduce that level of scene. They seemed to have thought about this topic before, but they did not come to any conclusion. Wow, this thing is so heavy. I was almost flattened halfway through. Little Star's voice once again interrupted their thoughts. When they looked up, they saw the young man appeared beside them with sweat all over his face. Little Star turned to them and smiled bitterly. The interior of this world's light cluster has been deformed. We used several methods to reinforce it along the way and finally made it look like this. If you look at the world barrier and the structural rules, you should be able to see the traces of a lot of bandages. I can see it. It's scarred and broken. It was forcibly bound together. I think it would fall apart with just a poke. This ball has exploded at least 17 times. Thank goodness you guys could use the Matryoshka doll method to fix it. Yun Nuashing could not help but smack her lip. It exploded once when we just sank it into the waves of rules, and there were a lot of accidents when we captured it. Sigh, it was not captured at all. The moment we threw it in, it was automatically filled up. Not only was it full, it even exploded. It is a miracle that we could bring this thing back. I Ching wiped his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the world's light cluster that was still changing and trembling like a balloon, causing the entire dimension to tremble violently. He quickly said, "Lord Feng, hurry up and fix it. The crude method we left behind to fix it can't hold it together anymore." It will be gone in a few minutes. I don't intend to fix it. Yun Nuoshing scratched her cheek and said. She saw little Qing's mouth wide open in fear. She patted the young man's shoulder and calmly said, Don't worry. When you brought it back, I already obtained the most important information. Now, its first mission is over. As for its second mission, he turned around and reached out to the world's light cluster that was trembling violently. He waved his hand and pressed it down. A huge force from this dimension suddenly descended from the sky and punched the world's light cluster like a ball. In an instant, the world's barrier above it was flattened. Large cracks ran through the entire world's barrier. When the world's light cluster fell into the sea of energy below, it already showed signs of shattering. The dozens of storms inside were also shaken to the point that they dissipated. Crash! A monstrous wave suddenly rolled up just as it was about to collapse and dragged it into the sea of energy. It was dragged to the bottom of the sea. The thick sea of energy completely submerged it and isolated it. The chaos caused by the world's light cluster also slowly dissipated, and the dimension returned to normal. Yun Nuoshing's expression suddenly changed. She grabbed the little angel and little Qing and quickly opened a spatial rift. Oh, the sea of energy is having a stomachache. Let's retreat quickly. Stomachache? What's a stomachache? I Ching was stunned by this statement. He couldn't help but turn around as he was dragged into the spatial rift. Then, he saw that on the surface of the sea of energy, a large number of bubbles that could cause people to have trypophobia suddenly appeared. It was as if the entire sea of energy was boiling. A bright area appeared on the surface of the sea, and then, boom! The vast energy that came from the bottom of the sea set off a colorful wall of water with white foam. Just by looking at it, he knew that it was a movement of the size of a star. It felt as if a sun had exploded under the sea. The vast energy impact with several rings of light exploded. He stared as the impact swept over. Just as he was about to raise an energy barrier, the spatial rift suddenly closed, isolating the sea of energy that had caused a huge commotion on the other side. Phew! It's been a long time since I've seen such a huge movement in the sea of energy. I Ching patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Will it affect the sea of energy? Oh, it's not that exaggerated. It just choked after eating a lot of things in one go. Yun Nuoshing shook her head and muttered as she stroked her hair. The amount is really too huge. Ever since the formation in the void disintegrated, it's been a long time since we received such a huge amount of concept law fragments at once. Although it's no longer useful. No longer useful? Then there's no need to collect them? Yes, there's no need to worry about it. Resident points and the law tide are fundamentally the same. It's just that the magnitude of the law tide is so shocking that it can't be squeezed anymore. It's squeezing and compressing, and when it's done, it'll keep squeezing. I'm guessing that the brewing power of that thing has reached a level where it could pose a lethal threat to 99% of the life in the void. Just the power that leaked out is enough to calm the void. Judging from the situation just now, while the law tide would not directly affect us, the field it's set up is definitely not suitable for battle. That kind of messy situation is already messy enough if both of us were to fight. If the field becomes so messy, who knows what's fighting then, since it could directly affect the field in the void. Huh! I Ching paused and looked at Lord Feng in confusion. Lord Feng, were you not affected just now? Affected? What effect? Yun Nuoshing paused. I really wasn't affected just now, but you were? In what way? I Ching rubbed his chin and pondered. He tried to describe the feeling just now. It's a bit like being dragged. Well, standing up from the sea. My whole body is heavy. The feeling of being suppressed by your origin domain. But it's a lot lighter. It's only about 1/20th of the suppression of your origin domain, but it's still quite obvious. Yun Nuoshing widened her eyes slightly and turned to look at the little angel. Girl, you too? The little angel shook her head. My soul and yours have always been in a state of half-fusion. You didn't feel it, so naturally I didn't feel it either. Oh yeah. Yun Nuashing scratched her head and turned around to look into the spatial rift for a while. She pulled her head out and said, "Little Qing, it's a little quieter inside. I'll open the door a little further away. Now, hurry up and get some people to go in and check out the situation. Try to feel the different situation as much as possible." Little Qing responded and waved his arm in the soul. After a while, more than a dozen order warriors rushed in and broke into the spatial rift together. He and the little angel waited quietly in the same place for 10 minutes. Little Qing and a group of people jumped out. Both of them were startled when they saw the sorry look on Little Qing's face. Did they get beaten up? The dozen order warriors communicated for a while and reported the results to Little Qing. After that, they bowed to him and slipped out. Little Qing rubbed his chin and pondered for a while before he slowly said, "As I said just now, everyone was suppressed. It's about 1/20th of the suppression effect of your origin domain's suppression effect. Completely immersed in the area of the surging waves of the laws, this effect will be increased to 1/15th. This is the basic situation. After that, we carried out experiments on various attack methods and energy. We found that except for the origin energy, almost everything would be suppressed by the waves of the laws. Our combat power has been affected to varying degrees. If that's the case, it's the same old situation." Yun Nuashing made an O sound. "It seems that the suppression effect on all of you is because all of you have weak origin energy. That's why it's only effective. If it's a life form without origin energy, I'm afraid that it would be suppressed by more than half." "Ha! Sure enough, we can't drag this out. When the waves of the laws come crashing down, it won't be fun anymore. The underworld will definitely not care about this part of the suppression, and they definitely have the corresponding methods to counteract it. They can ignore it, but we can't. Even if our combat power is reduced by 1,000th, it's still a dangerous situation." He had already expected this, so he did not get stuck in such a dead-end situation. Fortunately, he did not set a series of time-consuming plans at such a dead-end point. He did not become too passive after knowing the situation. Returning to the conch house, he looked at everyone who had already gathered. Now, all the heirs were gathered here, except for one guy whose coffin had been tamped down. He wanted to ask about the progress, but each of them had a very serious expression on their faces, so he did not ask. The origin energy in everyone's body resonated with the origin energy flowing in the magic circle, and the entire space was filled with a heavy sacred presence. This was the first time he saw the heirs resonating with each other, and the scene made him feel as if he was in a trance. He felt as if he was looking at the time when the heavenly god of origin and the others were still around. If they were to collectively cause such a commotion, it would probably be the same as now. Well, looking at it, even his origin energy was a little active, as if wanting to jump out and play a song with everyone. Shuang had also entered a state of contemplation, probably wanting to take this opportunity to try to cross the threshold of 95%. Unfortunately, he crossed the threshold because of some factors that could not be replicated, so he could not give any suggestions. It was not so easy for his other origin energy to cross the threshold of 95%. At this time, concentrating all his attention on one origin energy would not be as effective as stacking a few more layers of armor. If there was no movement after a long time, he would explode. Hui had been embedded in the ice for almost half an era, and there was no movement at all. No one knew what happened to him, and his soul was completely silent. It was not convenient to observe him, and now he could only confirm that Hui was fine and had not collapsed. His eyes were a little gray. He looked at the figure embedded in the ice with his eyes gently closed, and his face was peaceful. The energy source, energy core, and the energy source world that piled up at the bottom of the pit had all disappeared. There was nothing under Huey's overlapping hands, and it looked as if he deliberately raised his hands to leave a piece empty. It was a little strange. That was where the energy source world was supposed to be. It's almost time for you to move a little. He sighed and squatted on the surface of the dark crystal. He tapped the solid crystal with his finger and said, "It's been almost half an era. I can't tell if I should wake you up when everyone's seal is broken or if I should wake you up first. I've calculated the time and waited for you to recover. Everyone's seal will be broken at the same time, and you will run up at the same time. When all of you are done, it will be time to face that day." Listening to him talking to himself, the little angel could not help but squat beside him and whisper, "When we first saw you sleeping, we also had the same mentality, waiting, a little anxious, a little worried." Yun Nuoshing heard it and smiled bitterly. "I also. Sigh, the time of sleeping is torturous, and it's only torturous to those who are awake. Those who are asleep will just open their eyes and close their eyes, and everything will be over. Although the perception of the passage of time is still there, it won't be too deep. Well, there will be fatigue, and it will rust after sleeping for a long time." The little angel shrugged and turned her head to look down, but she could not see the person inside. She had to rely on Little Star's vision to see the figure. Can he wake up in time? It's hard to say. Yun Nuoshing sighed, pulled her up, and retreated outside the gray crystal. There's still some time. When time really sets foot on the 58th era, if Hui is fine, let him continue to sleep. He has decided that this thing needs to be done, and he will be stubborn to the end. If he can't do it, wait for everyone to break the seal and finish everything, then wake him up. Give him 200 or 300 years to complete the path after the seal is broken, and then... He took a breath and turned to look at the angel girl. "By the way, the time of your seal. Soon, I should be the first to break the seal again." The little angel chuckled and held his hand, interlocking their fingers. "After all, since you woke up, I have been in a state of half-soul fusion with your soul. The seal has been wearing down, and it's about to end. This time, if nothing unexpected happens, I should be able to go through 6 or 7 cycles, and then there's no then." She shrugged. "It would be great if I can reach the pinnacle." Yun Nuoshing turned her head and spat out a mouthful of water. "The pinnacle! You think too much. The pinnacle, I tried to peek at the path to the pinnacle from the situation of the origin energy. If I'm not wrong, officially entering the pinnacle and the path after that are far from the path ahead. Well, it's the same as the path of the origin energy that you learned from me. When the time comes, you will have to spend a lot of effort to figure it out until your brain is just a ball of paste. Our brain is just a ball of light and energy. Oh yes." He was suddenly a little curious. What would Huey's origin domain be like? A shield's origin domain. Would he stack armor for everyone? 3 to 5 shields for everyone? Or would he give everyone a complete set of Guardian's barrier? Or would he use rule power to transfer damage, just like his primeval domain? Or would it simply reflect damage? He did not know what would happen. Anyway, at the bottom of his heart, it was still the most important puzzle to deal with the chaos domain of the chaos concept body. It was because of this that he could not help but say those words to Hui half an era ago. "Sigh, I'm sorry to have to trouble you, old friend. Little Star, are you free? Why do you have such a weird expression on your face?" Without any warning, Shuang Shuang suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. The icy aura that came towards them gave him and the little angel a fright. Just now, they were still thinking about the power of chaos and Hui. Now that someone suddenly popped out, they thought it was Huey's corpse. "No, nothing, I'm thinking about something." "Ahem, what's wrong with you? Do you need my help?" Yun Nuoshing pressed the head of the ice sculpture and asked softly. Shuang Shuang rolled her eyes a few times and nodded slightly. "Yes, there's something important. Is the magic circle construct exclusive to the origin energy?" "No, it's just a form of power related to magic circles. It can be learned with some effort to change the form of magic circles. Yun Nuoshing shook his head. Looking at the way the girl was thinking quickly, he could not help but ask, "Are you planning to?" Shuang nodded slightly at him. "Previously, I promised to help you take charge of a magic circle group when you need it, little star. After that, although I have completed the experiment, but that was before your magic circle group completed the transformation. I just tried to control your magic circle construct, and it became a little difficult under the same number of conditions, so I plan to learn it again. The problem is not a problem. I almost forgot about it, but why did you suddenly mention it?" Yun Nuoshing tilted his head and looked at the ice sculpture girl. "Weren't you dealing with the origin energy just now?" "It's too late," Shuang immediately replied, as if she had already prepared the answer. The words that came out of her mouth stunned him and the little angel. "I have already found 95% of the path, but it's too late. There's not enough time left for me to deal with it. Even taking a step will take a long time. For now, there's not enough time. I need to change the direction." Yun Nuoshing looked at the girl in a daze. "As expected of you, you found the path just like that. My magic circle had not been open for long, and when everyone's faces were full of pain from holding it in, you, as expected, the origin energy was the most unusual life form in the void. Even if the origin god and the others were to see this progress, they would probably exclaim that it was unprecedented." Chapter 2085. The War Between Order and Chaos. Crusade Against the Underworld. How to Counter the Chaos Concept Body. 3 Ways to Kill a Primeval Pinnacle. On the Ultimate Power of the Lesser Void Tremor. The method and feasibility of artificially triggering true void tremor, as well as various additional discussions and digressions. Of course, at present, he had either made a draft or only written a title. The content below was blank, a series of question marks, and a series of blackened and crossed-out content. Even if he wanted to write something, he could not find the specific content. The first 2 articles could be discussed together, and the last 2 could be discussed separately or together. Although it was very explosive and aggressive, in fact, he really did not know how to trigger a real void turbulence. It took him a lot of effort to even make a draft. He scribbled and changed it for the whole morning, which was equivalent to not writing a single word. It felt almost the same whether they were separated or not. Theoretically speaking, a primeval pinnacle 7 or 8 would not be as difficult as a chaos concept body. Still, after carefully listing out the many methods they could use, he finally came to a bad conclusion. There was no conclusion. The area before was a blind spot in his knowledge, and he had to rely on guessing whether the flood of saturated energy could neutralize the chaos impact of the chaos concept body, make it sneeze, or make it slap them to death. Yes, he had no idea at all. Even if he had the experience of fighting the chaos concept body and the primeval god, it was just a little experience that could not be used as a reference. After all, those 2 things were not normal, and it was pure carelessness and overconfidence to use the situation when he encountered them as a standard. Whatever. Putting the Lord of the Underworld aside, he still needed to worry about the chaos concept body. It was the thickest of mountains, and if he could not chisel through it, everything he did before would be a waste of effort. Against the chaos concept body experience. That was why the incident in AI Hongyun's void domain was not considered experience. That thing's chaos domain was not normal at the time, and it felt even weaker than his own weak chaos domain. That thing was definitely not right, and the only experience he could use was Suifeng and the others. They had the experience of fighting the chaos concept body, even if it was the experience of dragging an entire order node and bombarding its head indiscriminately. It was incomparable to today's experience, and it was unfeasible and unworthy of reference. As for the incident on the Cloud Continent, it was even more unworthy of reference. That thing did not really want to fight him, and only wanted to run away but could not, and kept nagging about wanting to fight him. The experience of order's response back then could not be used as reference, but it would be good to hear about the chaos concept body. What he heard from Suifeng and the others about the chaos concept body was that it tore off a node of order and threw it back as a chaos plaything to slap order's face, or something similar. There was no deeper impression. He remembered something. When he first met the chaos concept body in AI Hongyun's place, it threw out chaos spawns and chaos soldiers in an emergency. Emergency? Was that an emergency? From the looks of it, it should be. But since it had taken over AI Hongyun's body to cause trouble, it probably was not happy and could not go all out. The chaos spawns that it threw out were almost all killed by its 2 energy blasts, and were not useful at all. What if they were facing a chaos concept body at its peak? In the mythological era, high-level primeval could only be ordinary soldiers in the war between order and chaos, and those below that threshold were not even recommended to participate in the war. Mr. Bray seemed to have mentioned that the chaos concept body's chaos spawns and chaos soldiers were at least high-level. Could it summon a bunch of chaos soldiers that were comparable to the pinnacle of primeval to charge at them? It could not, right? How were they going to fight if that was the case? But theoretically they should be able to do that. Although the large number of chaos soldiers would slightly weaken the power of the chaos soldiers, they should still be comparable to the pinnacle of primeval, or at least those who had just reached the pinnacle. Just imagine, countless chaos soldiers who had just reached the pinnacle of primeval charging at them. Could they still fight this battle? Could they win this? Could the Fortress of Origin's domain, energy towers, and all energy towers be replaced with energy sources as their cores allow the average attack power of all Order warriors to reach the pinnacle of primeval? Reduce the frequency of attacks, and try to increase the attack power a little? If that did not work, then the Origin domain? With his Origin domain as a base and the previous conditions, plus his unknown number of arrays, would he be able to reach this average condition? If not, then there were other conditions that could be put to use, although there was that thing that could suppress chaos in the Void frontlines, and a copy of it had been placed in the Fortress of Origin, using the domain to make it work. There was no telling how effective it would be against the Chaos Concept Body and Chaos Soldiers, and whether it would continue to work when the Chaos domain came crashing down. Well, the more he wrote, the more tired he felt. It was not the turn of the Chaos Concept Body's true form, and he was already using all his strength. How was he going to fight the true form? His head hurt. His temples were throbbing, and his head was splitting. It was so painful that he wanted to directly study the execution method of true void turmoil. Looking at the crystal ball rolling around on the table and the pile of crumpled paper on the floor, and then at the litter pile of paper on the floor, as well as the blackened notebook, he took a deep breath, rubbed his eyes, and flipped the notebook to another page and wrote a few new titles. How to Use My Family's Obsession to Destroy, Speculation on the Execution Method of True Void Turmoil, and Speculation on the Damage of True Void Turmoil to the Chaos Concept Body. Wow. You. Brother Feng, we were just about to fight to the death. Why did you start a suicidal attack? Just as he put down his pen, he heard a terrified voice. Calmly turning his head, he saw that Suifeng and the others had come to his side without him noticing. They might have even seen him finish writing the last full stop before they spoke. Suifeng and the others were tidying up the rolling crystal ball and the crumpled paper on the floor, patiently unfolding them to carefully read the content. Their pretty faces trembled as they read. You've maxed out your suicidal attack. Old Brother Lei could not help but grumble after reading for a while. Seeing that young Brother Feng did not seem to mind, he picked up the small notebook he had just finished writing and flipped through it for a while before smiling bitterly. This, although the method of handling it makes us tremble in fear. But the predictions regarding the chaos concept body written here are more or less accurate. Yun Nuoshing sighed gloomily. She waved her hand at them and changed the topic. Did you successfully break through? 8th heavenly layer. Oh, it was smooth and easy. There weren't any problems. You even went through 3 extra classes. Although it was a little rushed, under the source law, it didn't seem that easy to fail. Suifeng grinned and gave a thumbs up. How rushed are you to deliberately say a little rushed? Just a little bit rushed. Well, it's just a little bit. But it's not a big deal. I'm not affected by it. Don't worry. As for the others, they'll be done in the next 10,000 years. Oh, by the way, little Qing wants me to tell you that although he's closed, the frontline matters have been settled. You don't have to worry about it. 10,000 years? Including the others at the front line. According to the limit of time, 20 to 30,000 years? There's no time. There's no time. Yun Nuoxing let out a long sigh. She turned her gaze to the other side of the ice field. The icy blue light beam illuminated the sky, and a thick icy aura was rapidly condensing there. What are Shuang Shuang and the others doing? They're dealing with something with little you, little Phoenix, and your little blanket. They didn't say anything, and we didn't ask. Suifeng picked up the pile of trash that Brother Feng had just made and looked at it. Then, he looked up at Brother Feng. Brother Feng, about Hui Jun, ah. Yun Nuoxing heaved a sigh of relief and replied, It's about time to dig him out. He's been quiet for half an era without a sound. I'm also a little worried. I don't know how he's doing. Although it's not my intention to interrupt him, but the time has reached the final moment, and I have to leave some time for him to deal with any accidents that might happen to him. I should have left 100 billion years, but... Yun Nuoxing sighed, holding her chin as she slowly tidied up the messy table. She then turned her gaze to the other side. I don't know why I didn't call him out a few billion years ago. I probably thought that he would never be called out by chaos, and there's no need to leave some time for him to collapse. That's why I waited until today. He put down the things in his hand and looked up at the gray ice field. Should we wait a few more years? He muttered to himself with a frown. Although there's still some time, waiting without any clue, I feel that you're more impatient than we are. Suifeng could not help spreading his hands when he saw the slight anxiety and worry on Maple's face. At least on the surface, Maple appeared to be more impatient than they were. Yun Nuoxing crossed her fingers and remained silent for a while. Then, she slowly rose to her feet, before sitting down again with a blank expression. She crossed her hands and remained silent for around half a minute, before slowly rising again. There was no telling what she was thinking, or what she had thought of, before sitting down again. Suifeng and the others did not know whether to laugh or cry when they saw her rise and fall as she calmly pressed her hand on Maple's head. You're restless. There's no point in thinking too much. Why don't you go and see for yourself? Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath and burned the things she had tidied up. Let's wait a little longer, she sighed. By the way, how is your origin energy? Thanks to you, there's no suspense, Suifeng said softly. All heirs have reached 95%, and the rest of the journey would probably take epochs. There's not enough time. Is the journey after 95% so difficult? Yun Nuoxing was a little dumbfounded. He could not help but smile bitterly when he saw that the 4 of them sighed and nodded. He had reached the peak purely because of the origin energy essence at home. He had no idea what had happened in the middle. He always felt that it was an emergency measure. Without it, they would not be able to face the chaos conceptual entity head-on. So, when I knew that you had filled up the destruction energy essence in advance. Suifeng looked at Maple and took a deep breath. I was envious, Yun Nuoxing laughed dryly. There was nothing to be envious about. He had to face the chaos conceptual entity head-on. Damn it, he had a headache just thinking about it. Although it's a little, let's ask. About your origin domains. No, none of them. Suifeng shook her head, her face full of distress. It's normal for more than 100 heirs to not have a single origin domain. You, Shuang Shuang, and Xiao are anomalies. Actually, our batch of heirs are anomalies, Brother Lei said, spreading his hands. Brother Lei spread his hands and said, "The collective conversion rate of 95% is higher than Brother AI and the others. Of course, we were blessed by the origin rules and the items of the god. Since we were in a hurry, all of us were basically pulling up seedlings to help them grow. Either way, we ran as fast as we could, and our mastery and familiarity had more or less kept pace with the situation of this realm. Still, other aspects were a little, exploring the essence?" Yun Nuoshing looked up and saw them sighing and nodding helplessly. "It would take a long time to settle, and we simply don't have that time." AI Hong Yun and the others had settled down for 20 or 30 epochs, and were seriously pondering and settling down. As for us, we are all rushing. Forced by circumstances, we could only choose the most effective path at the moment. Why would we care so much? If we can't get through this, how can we talk about the future? Forget it. Let's not think about it. Let's get up and take a walk. There's no point sitting here. He heaved a sigh of relief and stood up. He looked around and thought for a while before sneaking towards the ring of frost descent and the ice lotus. Suifeng and the others looked at each other for a while, then shrugged and followed him. They had nothing to do at the moment anyway, so they might as well wander around. The remaining 30,000 years would be used for recuperation and patching up the gap. There was no need to think about exploring the nature of things. It was enough for them to master and utilize the power of this stage well for now. On the ring of frost descent, Little Angel and Shuang were huddled together. However, they were not the only ones. Dao Tian, Ji Shiyan, Yuan Kong and the others were also there. The group of girls looked at the ball of icy blue light in front of them, chatting and laughing. The scene was very cheerful. It was so cheerful that Hao Ren stopped when he saw it. He did not want to go over. A series of mosaic images of him had already appeared in his mind. Don't ask why, just ask. God knows what happened to him between the end of the 57th and the beginning of the 58th era. He did not know. He did not want to ask. He did not want to remember. Just as he was hesitating whether he should approach her or not, Siyu, who would always be the first to discover him, suddenly turned her head. It was as if there was some kind of inexplicable telepathy. As long as he appeared within her range, no matter if he held his breath or concealed his presence, she would be able to discover him. She could even accurately find where he was and then shouted loudly, "Little Xing, come over here." Suddenly, the group of girls turned their heads and looked at him. In an instant, he felt even more pressure. If he fell into a group of unfamiliar girls, he could not change his expression for half a year. But it was not the same for acquaintances. Looking at their smiling faces, sweat immediately appeared on his forehead. He was probably afraid of being tormented. Yun Nuoshing stayed where he was for a while. When Suifeng and the others caught up with him, he let out a sigh of relief. Shuang and Little Angel pulled him to sit between them. He immediately looked up at the thing in the center of the ring of frost descent. By now, he already knew what it was. "You are dealing with the energy tower of the Sanctum of Origin?" Little Yu said that she might be able to add something to it, so we came over to take a look. Shuang nodded. Yun Nuoshing heard it and turned his gaze away curiously. His eyes met Siyu's gaze. The girl even gave him a victory sign and smiled. It seemed that after she had a certain level of understanding of her origin energy, she could do whatever she wanted. She could even add something to the energy tower of the Sanctum of Origin. He did not think about it. Theoretically, it should take a lot of effort and time. He might not be able to figure out an effective way to do it. It's just adding something extra. It doesn't take much effort. It's similar to the way Little Star dealt with those creations, Siyu explained. Yun Nuoshing heard it and said, "Oh. For example, engraving the core and the root of the structure with the divine runes of origin. If we use the power of the Luo sovereign to deal with the creations of order, it should be able to make the creations of order undergo a qualitative change, right?" His brain twitched as he thought about it. He pinched his hair and murmured to himself, "Then the fortress of origin, the staff of origin, and the staff of creation, can you also?" The effect was immediate. Siyu trembled and her pretty face turned pale. She turned her head and looked at the wriggling icy blue energy cluster in front of her. She forced a serious expression. Yun Nuoshing was stunned. I just said it casually. Why do you have such a big reaction?" Surprisingly, Blue Phoenix, who was like a sister to her, also shook her head. Ji Shuiyan, who was sitting on the other side, suddenly raised her hand and said, "Sister Siyu and I went to see the core and root of those three things. Although I saw Sister Siyu sneaking around, I was curious and followed her to see it." Sneaking around? Yun Nuoshing turned his head and looked at Siyu. The girl had already buried her face in Blue Phoenix's arms to hide herself. He could only look at Ji Shuiyan. What was the result? Ji Shuiyan shrugged. Sister Siyu just opened the space where the core was and fainted after one look. It was a real physical dizziness. I thought that staying there would cause millions of tons of damage to my mind, so I quickly carried Sister Siyu and ran away. At this time, Siyu looked up with a pale face. Her mouth trembled. Scary. The first-generation core. The second-generation core is so scary. The core of the Fortress of Origin is even scarier. This girl's voice had changed, and it seemed like she was really frightened by those things. He had seen the first and second generation of the core of creation, and it could only be said that, even if he activated South Wall crashing through South Wall mode, he still couldn't deal with it. That was something in another blind spot of knowledge, and with his current situation, he felt dizzy just by looking at it. The girl who controlled the power of creation would probably be able to see the more core things at a glance, and then, because of the explosive amount of information she came into contact with, she would feel dizzy just by looking at it. "Little star, let me tell you." Siyu suddenly pounced on him and wrapped her arms around his neck. Her soft body pressed against his back. She complained bitterly and grumbled, "That Fortress of Origin has a total of 3 cores. 3. There are first and second generation cores. I've never seen the third one. I think it should be the third generation. They're even pieced together. Other than the 3 cores, the entire core seems to be stuffed with a void region. There are so many structural rules. It's scary." Again, this girl's voice had changed. It seemed that there was a big problem with the core of the Fortress of Origin. Anyway, he probably wouldn't have the chance to study it in this lifetime, and he probably wouldn't see it in his next life. He felt that he shouldn't waste his time and effort to figure out that damn thing. Even if he did, it wouldn't change anything. Just as he was about to comfort this girl who was so frightened that she had the tendency to lose her intelligence, the ball of blue light in front of them suddenly moved. The golden light flowed like a snowstorm covering the sky in winter. The dense dark clouds quietly split open, and golden light sprinkled down to depict the scene of a light curtain, which had a somewhat sacred artistic conception. The ball of light squirmed for a while, then quickly solidified and turned into an energy crystal that suddenly cracked open. The fragments scattered all over the space, and at the same time, a long object slowly emerged from it. Everyone's eyes widened in unison. When they saw the thing that broke out of the shell, they were all stunned and their expressions quickly stiffened. The thing that emerged was 1,000 feet long. It was shaped like a scepter or a halberd. There were 4 long blades on its head, but it also looked a bit like a sword hilt. This shape, this familiar shape, Suifeng couldn't help but ask, "The Staff of Origin, icy blue. Is it dyed? Isn't it transformed from the Temple of Origin?" Everyone turned to look at the girl who was doing the work. Siyu was a little embarrassed. "Actually, I accidentally changed its appearance. Didn't Little Star say that he wanted to fill the area around the Fortress of Origin with Staffs of Origin? So, heh?" Everyone was speechless. This was just for show. Even if this thing had nothing to do with the Staff of Origin, it still had to be changed to that appearance. After pinching Siyu's cheeks, Yun Nuoshing turned to look at the thing transformed from the Temple of Origin. Just as he wanted to see if it met his expectations, the scene in front of them changed again. This time, the change was so huge that it was absolutely shocking. Everyone's gaze froze. The golden light that filled the sky was emitted by the ice mountain that had been dyed in gold. It looked as if there was a star hidden under the ice, and it was using itself and the transparent ice mountain to increase its brightness. Just looking down at it made one feel as if they were going to be blinded by the golden light. Everyone was shocked by the sudden change. They quickly used energy barriers to protect their eyes. The light was so dazzling that it gave them the feeling that they were looking at order disintegration or origin collapse. Their titanium eyes were so dazzled that they almost cried. Hui has woken up. The observer's sudden words startled everyone. They turned their heads and saw him slowly stand up straight. His colorful eyes were unprotected as he stared at the spot where the golden light was bursting out. He suddenly laughed. The last piece of the puzzle that we need is announced to be in our hands at this very moment. Alright, let's go all out. Hearing Maple's exclamation, Suifeng hurriedly put up an energy barrier. Anyway, hurry up and put up a shield. I don't want to be smashed into a meteor by the impact of the origin realm. Well, I'm already scared. I'm already scared of being tortured to death by the 3 new origin realms. When everyone heard this, they hurriedly stood up and raised their energy barriers. However, they saw Yun Nuoshing tilting his head and looking at them with a strange expression. What's going on with you guys raising your shields against a shield? Everyone! Although Hui's heavenly god of origin specializes in shielding and breaking through enemy lines, that's only what he does. He can't possibly have some kind of attack coming out of his guardian domain, can he? Thinking about the situation and the logic behind it, everyone turned to look at the holy scene of the golden aurora in front of them. They looked at each other for a moment and then calmly sat down. They calmly looked at the golden halo engraved with mysterious patterns flashing by. They calmly looked. Holy shit, there really is a sun rising under the ice. That huge spherical arc. And it seems to be expanding little by little. It's going to explode. The newborn star didn't explode violently. It just wriggled very quickly like a water bag that had been punched. The water inside even made gurgling sounds. Of course, what they heard was the muffled sound of the surging tide of energy. After the golden halo flashed by, the holy golden light also appeared on their bodies. It was as if their bodies were plated with a layer of gold. It was extremely dazzling. Yun Nuoshing raised her hand and looked at the golden light flowing on the surface of her body. She looked at the golden energy particles flying up and down. She turned to look at everyone who was also curiously looking at the situation. After thinking for a moment, she suddenly stood up and slapped Suifeng on the shoulder. Slap! The loud sound of the slap startled everyone. When they turned to look at the observer, who was waving his hand and grimacing in pain, they were stunned again. Suifeng, who was slapped, was also stunned. He scratched his head blankly as if he was slow to react. He was still a little unsure. Brother Feng, did you just hit me? Yun Nuoshing nodded. Just take it that I hit you. How does it feel? Well. Suifeng moved his shoulder. Quite comfortable? Is that so? Yun Nuoshing nodded. She pressed her hands on her waist and her face was as calm as still water. She clenched her right hand and light gathered. A moment later, she slashed Suifeng's shoulder with lightning speed. It was just a casual slash, but the light of energy exploded and the energy shockwave was incessant. What about now? Suifeng saw himself getting hit by a sword, but, he felt that something was wrong with his body. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly turned around and pointed his back at little brother Feng. He patted his back and said, Come, little brother Feng, shave here, harder. Yun Nuoshing's face darkened. She slapped him again. Do you think I'm scraping? Ahem, okay. Anyway. Suifeng coughed dryly. He looked at everyone's gilded faces and nodded. Basically, I can confirm that Huajuan's guardian domain is a group shield. Congratulations. Ugh, brother Feng, don't scrape me. It's itchy. Yun Nuoxing exhaled into his hand and shook his hand that was in pain. I used all of my strength to casually go through it. Do you feel anything? Soul, spirit, and so on. I even slapped you with primal chaos energy. I didn't feel anything at all. I feel that your defense is very strong. How about? Yun Nuoxing raised her clenched right fist. White light flashed faintly. Why don't you try to take my primal chaos energy on your face? Everyone was speechless. Theoretically speaking, this kind of attack was indiscriminate. Just looking at it would make them tremble in fear and short of breath. Gasp! I'm back. A thick golden light suddenly shot up from the bottom of the ice field. The sound of ice breaking and golden light blooming in the sky attracted everyone's attention. They saw a figure covered in golden light dancing in the air with a face full of joy. He was twisting and turning while repeating, good, I got it. He was also spinning at high speed like a top. Yun Nuoxing watched a certain someone convulse for a minute. After thinking seriously for a while, he suppressed the white light that was about to burst out from his hand and sighed softly. Forget it, I won't beat him up this time. Hui spasmed and danced in the air for a full 10 minutes before he calmed down. Seeing that everyone had gathered on the ring of frost descent, he rushed over like a comet. Thousands of clearly visible huge energy particles were entangled around his body, and his whole body was bursting with golden light. Just by coming close, everyone could not help but step back. This unknown luminous thing was even brighter than their planet Venus. Their eyes were about to go blind. Maple! Maple! Look at me. Hey, why aren't you guys moving at all? Hui landed and ran towards Maple and the others. He saw that they were looking at him blankly. Their bodies were clean as if nothing had happened. Some of the big scenes, big explosions, and traditional arts that should have existed in his mind did not seem to exist. Why is it so quiet? Shouldn't it be something when the origin domain is unfolded? Why is this? There's still some movement. Yun Nuoxing nodded to him. She pulled Suifeng to turn him around and then whipped him on the back with the rhythm of light. The latter suddenly felt so comfortable that he shouted, Hey, this is the shield that your origin domain gave us. It directly ignored my basic ordinary attack. Xiao Shi could not help but add, the scene of the first appearance of the origin domain is a symbol of the essence of the domain. Yun Nuoxing walked forward and patted Hui's shoulder, who was in a daze. He sighed and said, It means that you shouldn't think about setting off fireworks or making a big scene. Just be a shield. Hui was petrified on the spot. Everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Of the 4 origin domains, only the guardian domain was quiet and had almost no movement. If there wasn't this scene of golden light illuminating the void, it really wouldn't have any prestige to speak of.